Chapter 49-43. Who would have thought that after He Yen and Bai Jianqiu would come? These two demigod experts made the three old men tremble in fear. After all, their potential couldn't compare to these people. Who would have thought that after two came, another one would come? It seemed like his strength wasn't inferior at all. It was another demigod-level expert. Lin Fei was glad that his physique had reached the 90th layer. His strength had increased by leaps and bounds. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss in the Eternal Land. The two people who came down were extremely strong. Following that, another figure appeared. This figure was even more burly and tall. After coming out, even Bai Jianqiu and He Yen seemed to have a certain degree of fear. So this was the most powerful person. Killing God's Sex Zhao Xian. I didn't expect them to arrange for you to come down. He Yen looked at this person with fear. Lin Fei also knew this person's name. Zhao Xian from the Killing Gods sect. It seemed like this Killing Gods sect wasn't simple. To be able to use such a name as a sect, one could imagine how strong they were. Even the three old men were the same. At this moment there was a huge change. They more or less knew some news. No matter if it was the Heavenly Sword sect or the Killing God sect, they were both very powerful. They weren't people they could fight against. He subconsciously distanced himself from him. He wanted to hide as far as he could before anything else. Otherwise, if these demigods attacked them, they might really become cannon fodder. After all, they more or less understood the temper of the people above them. They would never take the people below them seriously, even if they were demigod experts. This time, they really came at the wrong time. If they had known earlier, they wouldn't have come. But now, they didn't dare to leave in front of these demigods. That's right, it's me, Zhao Xian. Such an interesting thing, of course I have to come down and take a look. Don't the two of you welcome me? Of course, the two of them weren't welcome. After all, this Zhao Xian's strength was a level higher than theirs. They really didn't have the confidence to fight him, especially in the Eternal Sacred Land. Looks like you guys are a little timid. The Eternal Sacred Land has to rely on strength to be king. If you guys aren't strong enough, you'll naturally have to stand aside. Don't say that I bully you guys. Zhao Xian laughed. This time he was filled with pride and arrogance. It's not that easy to break into the Eternal Sacred Land. It's good that you don't die inside. We can't wait for you to die inside. In this way, there will be one less expert in the younger generation. Bai Jianqiu said coldly and casually found a place to sit down. That's right. Often, the most powerful people die the earliest. I'm also looking forward to this day. He Yen also found a place to settle down. Zhao Xuanshuang's eyes flickered, but he didn't say anything. He also found a place to sit down. Lin Fei could feel Zhao Xian's killing intent towards the two of them. He was afraid that if they met again in the Eternal Sacred Land, they would have a big fight no matter what. Others might not be able to see it, but Lin Fei saw it clearly. That's good too. They're dogs fighting each other. I'll go look for it myself. Then, everyone remained silent. The three old men also stood in the distance. However, they didn't dare to leave because such an opportunity was too rare. As for the remaining Bai Jianqiu, He Yen, and Zhao Xian, they were all the same. They all closed their eyes to rest, but they were all paying attention to every movement here. Lin Fei was the same. He also closed his eyes to rest. Although the three demigod experts were more powerful than the three old men, Lin Fei was not afraid at all. He really wanted to have a good fight with these three. Among them, Zhao Xian's strength should be the strongest. Moreover, he had a super terrifying treasure with him. That terrifying aura was really a very powerful treasure. One could imagine how terrifying this break door was. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed. No one else came down. Lin Fei originally thought that more people would come down. After all, the Eternal Sacred Land looked extraordinary. He didn't expect only 3 people to come down. Later, he understood in his heart that even if the people above wanted to come down, they would have to pay a big price. It was not easy to let the 3 demigods come down. Hoping for more people to come down would require more capital. If it was not a sect with strong financial resources, it would be impossible to do this. Couldn't be better that no one came down. Although there were 3 more demigods, no, it should be 6 more demigods, Lin Fei was confident that he could get what belonged to him from the eternal sacred land. A golden light suddenly lit up, and then the range became bigger and bigger. A looming palace appeared in the ruins in front of them. As soon as this palace appeared, the people who were resting with their eyes closed stood up one by one. The eternal reincarnation has finally appeared. Zhao Xian's tone was also a lot more excited. He stared at the palace in front of him. Even Lin Fei didn't feel the appearance of such a palace. This was because he had already sensed that there was no existence in this area at all. He never expected that a palace would appear at this time. It seemed to be called the eternal reincarnation. Could it be referring to this place? The more it was like this, the more Lin Fei felt that there was something unusual about it. This palace maintained such an illusory appearance. No one rushed over immediately. It seemed that they knew that there must be danger around. Until a few days later, this palace became more and more solid. Everyone's expression changed a lot. It was conceivable that they would be able to enter soon. Lin Fei was not anxious. If they didn't go in, then he wouldn't be anxious to go in either. He was not interested in being a pathfinder for others. When the palace was completely solidified, a figure was the first to go over with a whoosh. The first one was Bai Jianqiu from the Sky Sword sect. A ray of sword light instantly shot out. He Yan also turned into a cloud of black fog and directly rushed over. On the contrary, Zhao Xian, who was at the back, was not anxious. In the blink of an eye, he was already at the entrance of the palace before they could take the first step. Sorry, I have already cultivated a unique movement technique. You guys should just drink the wind behind me. The door was smashed open and he rushed in. No one expected that Zhao Xian would actually be the first to enter this palace. After him was Bai Jianqiu and then He Yan. The last one was Lin Fei. Chapter 49-44. Lin Fei realized that he was wrong. It turned out to be the eternal Samsara Palace. Lin Fei was standing at the entrance of the palace. He could clearly feel that the palace was different. In particular, these 5 words were like the words of a peerless expert. They were invincible, domineering, and insufferably arrogant. Lin Fei also realized why Zhao Xian and Bai Jianqiu did not dare to barge in. He was afraid that the palace had not fully appeared. Once they came in, they would be killed by these 5 words. The possibility of that happening was quite high. Lin Fei had cultivated the great karma skill, so he could naturally sense it. If one were to force his way through, the 5 words would transform into 5 divine abilities and kill him directly. Even a demigod would be powerless in front of the 5 words and would be killed immediately. He stepped into the eternal Samsara Palace. Lin Fei's field of vision changed completely. He had never imagined that there would be a huge spatial array set up here. In front of this space formation, even Lin Fei could not resist at all. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in a small house. The house was very simple and looked more like a small guest room. However, such a study room made Lin Fei feel a terrifying aura. Is this the first stage? Lin Fei knew that the eternal Samsara Palace was not simple, but he did not expect it to be interested in the first test the moment it entered. He tried to open the door, but the door seemed to be fixed with a layer of terrifying power. Even if Lin Fei went all out, he could not move it for a while. He finally understood why he was sent here. This eternal Samsara Palace was really interesting. He did not know which big shot had set it up. Lin Fei gave up on the idea of leaving. Although he still had the great teleportation skill, since he was here, the big shot probably had other means. Disregarding everything else, the spatial array just now had left Lin Fei in disbelief. It was absolutely powerful. One could only imagine what kind of spatial array it was. Therefore, the big shot should be a top-notch existence. Whoosh, whoosh. All kinds of views appeared. Following that, he saw an illusory figure. This figure was extremely illusory, and he couldn't see it clearly. However, Lin Fei could sense that this was a supreme expert. This was a thought left behind by the other party. Even though it was just a thought, it had the power of a demigod. Moreover, it was an extremely terrifying demigod. Even if Lin Fei wanted to destroy this demigod-level thought, he would have to go all out. Otherwise, it would not be easy. Welcome to the Eternal Samsara Palace. Those who can come here are all God's favored ones. This is your first test. I've left a divine sense in this house. If you can comprehend it, you can naturally open this house and leave. Otherwise, you can only leave. The eternal samsara palace doesn't need weaklings. The faint voice was filled with boundless majesty. Then the shadow disappeared. The study was still the same ordinary study. However, the words just now made Lin Fei realize that this was the first stage. After all, it was called the Eternal Samsara Palace. It wasn't that easy to gain some benefits from this place. Otherwise, they wouldn't have set up such a spatial array. It had indeed caught him off guard. There's a divine power left here. Seems like I have to look for it. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and began to calm down. He wanted to feel what the divine power was like. At the same time, he used the Great Karma skill. The Great Karma skill might not be effective elsewhere, but it produced a wonderful reaction here. Because Lin Fei had karma with the Eternal Samsara Palace, there would more or less be some clues. This was the mystery of the Great Karma skill. Lin Fei stepped on the ground. With a loud bang, power surged out. Then, everything in the study was crushed by Lin Fei's skill. It was crushed continuously, even in the depths of the void. Then, a ray of golden light appeared. It was a ray of light. It was as if a dazzling will had come over. Lin Fei knew that this should be the first divine power left behind by this expert. It was indeed terrifying. After the finger was pointed, the void seemed to be frozen. Then, the finger of the divine power touched Lin Fei's body. The finger of the mystic art landed on Lin Fei's body. Countless defenses were activated at this moment. Then they started to shatter and shatter. Countless defenses appeared at this moment. Then they kept shattering and shattering. As expected of a divine ability left behind by a powerhouse. The power this time should be able to kill a demigod powerhouse. It won't be easy to resist it. It seems like this powerhouse has a different mindset. He said that he could let you go. But in the end, this divine ability can directly kill you. It's not some kind of enlightenment at all. As a result, Lin Fei had to be careful around this big shot. This guy's words were quite unreliable. It was obvious that he was bluffing. After all, he was a super expert. And he was bluffing. If he had been caught off guard, he would have killed him. With a click, the door opened. Even though the divine power of the finger was invincible, it did not cause any damage to the study. This gave Lin Fei a certain understanding of the material of the room. He opened the door casually. Once he opened it, Lin Fei could feel the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Then he walked out step by step and the world changed. Lin Fei appeared on a small path. This path was not very big, but he could see the large and small palaces around him. What surprised Lin Fei the most was that this place was like a mountain. The higher one went, the higher the building. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. It seems that I can only get better things as I go up. Lin Fei's current position was relatively lower. Lin Fei did not care much. As long as there was a certain level of godhood in this place, it would be fine. Therefore, he directly used the Great Karma spell and began to sense it. With this sense, Lin Fei felt that this place was filled with layers of barriers. These barriers were very mysterious. Lin Fei's Great Karma spell was directly blocked. He could not sense the existence of the godhood at all. Even the physical body was the same. Good Lord, it was afraid that someone would cheat here. It seemed that he could only rely on himself step by step. Chapter 49-45. This place piqued Lin Fei's interest. This was because he should be able to feel many seals in these places. These seals were very strong and filled with terrifying power. From time to time, he could feel some of the seals exploding. Without a doubt, the few of them had started to make their way over. After all, this was a small test. To Lin Fei, it wasn't very difficult and anyone could pass it. As long as one was in the demigod realm, one wouldn't be at such a disadvantage if they were a little more careful. Lin Fei was prepared to search for more people nearby. He could also feel that the other people's positions were similar to his. They weren't too high up, which meant that it wouldn't be easy to go up. This place was no different from going up to the sky. One could say that every step he took would cause a lot of commotion. Lin Fei was the first to arrive at an herb garden. That's right, Lin Fei's luck was pretty good. There was a huge herb garden nearby. There were also seals in the herb garden. Lin Fei observed for a while. Since no one was coming over, he naturally gave it his all. With a loud rumble, the restriction also erupted with power. Such a powerful seal forced Lin Fei to give it his all. Naturally, the seals couldn't withstand his full strength. There was a gap. Then he entered the herb garden. This herb garden was filled with heaven and earth treasures. They were quite old. For example, the flower on the left was actually tens of thousands of years old. As soon as Lin Fei got closer, the flower actually released its supernatural powers, although they were all instinctive. Good fella, but it had reached the 9 stars war god realm. This was the innate talent of flowers and plants. However, Lin Fei raised his hand and withstood the attacks. He then plucked the flower. Lin Fei wouldn't miss such a heaven and earth treasure. Hence, he collected them first. He might even be able to trade them in the future. Lin Fei was very clear about this. The herb garden wasn't very big. It seemed like there was more than one herb garden like this in the eternal Samsara palace. He didn't know if this part of his was good or not, and he couldn't guarantee it. Along the way, even if these treasures had the ability, they still couldn't beat Lin Fei. Along the way, Lin Fei collected about 12 heavenly treasures, all of which were quite aged medicinal herbs. Among them, the oldest one was actually 200,000 years old. Even Lin Fei was a little surprised. This place was indeed a land of opportunity. If such a 200,000-year-old medicinal herb was placed outside, it would be extremely difficult to obtain it. Lin Fei was very satisfied with this 200,000-year one. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the top of the herb garden. Lin Fei also came up with the idea of taking a look. He didn't want to miss any opportunities. As soon as he came up, he smelled a strong fragrance. He saw a blooming blood-colored flower at the top of the slope in front of him. This flower was completely different from what Lin Fei had seen before. It actually contained rays of divine light. These divine lights turned into runes and circled around the flower. In fact, Lin Fei could vaguely see a shadow in the flower. It was the shadow of a person. In other words, this flower would become a flower demon in a short period of time. If it became a flower demon, its strength wouldn't be weak. These divine lights could tell that it would at least have demigod-level strength. Good heavens! I finally found a powerful heavenly treasure. This thing was definitely good stuff. He calculated in his heart. This flower was at least 500,000 years old, close to 1,000,000 years old. It was no wonder such an existence could become a demigod-level existence once it transformed. It was indeed powerful. Lin Fei was tempted. No matter what, he had to snatch this flower back. This was a really good thing. There were many people who wanted it outside. If the essence of this flower was refined and absorbed, it would definitely be of great benefit to those invincible gods of war. For Lin Fei, it really didn't have any benefits. His body didn't have much use for refining this flower. But for others, it would be of great use. They would definitely pay a high price for it. Lin Fei directly rushed over to the flower. The divine lights directly flew over in the form of flowing lights. The divine lights were like swords, incomparably sharp. Even with such a method, it could barely reach the demigod level. As expected of an existence that was about to transform. Lin Fei could even sense the fluctuations in the flower's emotions. Clearly, it was also very angry. Stop struggling. I've taken a liking to you. You won't have the chance to play any tricks. Just obediently become a medicinal ingredient in my hands and contribute your usefulness. Lin Fei laughed, raised his hand, and pressed down with his fingers like the sky. The divine lights collided with it, but it couldn't do anything to Lin Fei's palm. Although it was just a gentle press, it contained the purest physical strength. The divine lights bombarded the palm, but it didn't have any effect at all. Then, a figure walked out of the flower. It turned out that this flower already had a certain level of intelligence. It even transformed into a figure. At this moment, she felt how terrifying this palm was. Even her divine skills couldn't do anything to this palm. The palm pressed down like the sky. The flower demon could feel the aura of death. "Senior, please spare me." The clear voice was filled with fear and unease. From the very beginning, Lin Fei knew that this flower must have gained sentience. It just didn't say anything. Probably thought that its methods could take it, but in the end, its palm couldn't. After all, Lin Fei's physical body had reached the 90th level. It wasn't that simple. Even if the other party had demigod-level abilities, it had only mastered some of the more ordinary methods. Couldn't unleash its full power. Even if it did, Lin Fei could easily suppress it. "A little demon like you is of no use to me at all." Lin Fei smiled faintly. The palm continued to press down. With a loud rumble, the divine lights kept collapsing. Even the illusory figure was on the verge of collapsing. "Senior, please spare me. As long as you spare me, I'm willing to follow you. I know where the best things in the eternal Samsara Palace are. I've heard the experts talking about it." The flower demon was anxious. If she didn't stop the other party, she wouldn't be able to take it. Her body was already cracking. When it really came down, it would be over. Chapter 49-46. Lin Fei was a little tempted by the flower demon's words. After all, the eternal Samsara Palace was really quite different. He found a flower demon that was about to take human form here. Once it took human form, it would have demigod-level abilities. It was really unimaginable. It was needless to say how terrifying this place was. It was probably the same for the other herb gardens. This made Lin Fei even more cautious. It would be great if there was someone who knew. His fingers were like a mountain, and he casually withdrew them. The struggling flower demon heaved a long sigh of relief. "Thank you for sparing my life, Senior. Thank you for sparing my life." Perhaps it was because the mountain-like 5 fingers had disappeared, the flower demon could finally take a breather. It was really too oppressive. The other party's attack had seriously injured a demigod-level expert like her. Her body was almost injured too. It wasn't easy for a flower demon to cultivate to where she was today. She had been living in fear every day for so many years. Fortunately, this was the eternal Samsara Palace and no experts would come in. Although there would be occasional experts, they weren't too interested in the herb gardens. Over time, she had cultivated for close to 1,000,000 years. That was how she got to where she was today. If her body was injured, she wouldn't dare to imagine what would happen. She would definitely be finished. If it was any other time, she might be able to recover slowly. However, it was a little difficult here. The difficulty wasn't just any ordinary level. Now that the other party had shown her mercy, she heaved a sigh of relief. She didn't have to worry about anything anymore. "Remember what you said. If I find something good, I'll refine your flower demon. It's a pity that you've cultivated for so long. Do you remember?" Lin Fei's words were not loud, but they were full of pressure. Lin Fei didn't take the words of a demigod-level expert seriously. He was only merciful because the other party knew something about the eternal Samsara Palace. Otherwise, he would have killed her. After all, this demigod-level flower demon was not as powerful as she had imagined. Suppressing it was not an easy task. "Senior, don't worry. I know this place very well. I don't know what you want, so I should know where to find it. Because this place is divided into 4 regions: North, South, South, East, and West. The things in each region are different. These are the things left behind by several experts after a great battle. We demons who have taken human form basically know about it." Lin Fei liked to hear this. He did not expect the eternal Samsara Palace to have such a distinction. "I want this godhead. Do you know if the eternal Samsara Palace has it?" Previously, Lin Fei had already obtained a piece of divine deity, so he naturally needed to obtain a second piece of divine deity. If there was a third piece, that would be even better. The flower spirit trembled slightly. It was indeed quite unexpected. "If you want this thing, then I can barely hear some divine deity. Maybe there should be some in the Supreme Pavilion. He has to take a detour in the Eastern District." The flower demon said cautiously. It was Lin Fei's turn to be delighted. He did not expect the eternal Samsara Palace to really have a divine deity, even though it was definitely not that easy to obtain. Lin Fei still wanted to take a gamble. Lead the way. I hope you don't play any tricks. I can easily kill you. Lin Fei believed that this flower demon fellow would not lie, let alone play any tricks. This was because her real body could not leave at all. The flower demon was already at a crucial moment. Lin Fei even helped to set up a formation. The formation hid her real body all of a sudden. Of course, it also captured her. As long as the flower demon had any ideas, she could control the formation and kill the flower demon from a distance. Without a certain level of strength, she could really kill anyone. This was where the flower demon was helpless. The flower demon flew over and landed on Lin Fei's shoulder. Senior, head this way. It's a very dangerous passage. There are all kinds of magical powers and tricks. You have to be careful. With the flower demon leading the way, it was much easier for Lin Fei. At the very least, he would not leave in a daze. Moreover, the Supreme Pavilion seemed to be very powerful. Lin Fei was filled with anticipation. As expected, there was a path up. It was filled with divine powers. Without a certain level of strength, one would not be able to go up. The flower demon initially thought that no matter how strong the senior was, he would not be able to go up so easily. She did not expect him to go up so quickly. Those divine powers could not stop him at all. The Supreme Pavilion was getting closer. Boom! There was a loud rumble. A few auras exploded from a palace not far away. It was quite a commotion. Lin Fei frowned slightly and seemed to understand what was going on. Perhaps someone had already entered the palace. What's that palace? Lin Fei asked. I remember that place is a weapon pavilion. There are some weapons inside, big and small. There are invincible weapons. I heard that the most powerful should be top-grade invincible weapons. It can't be considered a good place. As expected from the flower demon. After staying here for so long, she didn't even care about invincible weapons. Lin Fei thought that it was a place, but when he heard that it was a weapon pavilion, naturally he wasn't interested. Even if it was an invincible war god weapon, a top-quality one, it wouldn't be able to break his body. Lin Fei's body was just so strong, so he decided to head to the Supreme Pavilion. He walked for a long distance. Lin Fei's movements slowed down. Not long later, after breaking through several more restrictions, a palace appeared in front of them. The words Supreme Pavilion appeared in front of Lin Fei's eyes. Before it even reached him, the aura surged over. Good fellow. This Supreme Pavilion was definitely written by an important person. Every word was a divine ability, and it was as though a super powerful being was sitting there with his legs crossed. This kind of method was really rare. The flower demon obviously felt a wave of fear. Supreme Pavilion is in front. There are many treasures inside, and they are much more valuable than the weapon pavilion below. It is just that it is hard to enter. The flower demon said in a low voice. She seemed to have thought of something. Senior, you have to be prepared. There might be a divine pavilion inside, but there might not be one. Because a supreme pavilion like this has been visited by others before. As for the situation inside, I have no idea. The flower demon was afraid that if he couldn't get the god divinity, he would vent his anger on him. When that happened, he would be in trouble. Lin Fei smiled. If there is a god divinity, then it is good. If not, then continue to search. Aren't you familiar with this place? Chapter 49-47. When he came to the front of the Supreme Pavilion, Lin Fei wasn't in a rush. He had to slowly see what kind of good things there were in the Supreme Pavilion. He couldn't come here for nothing. He hoped that he could get a god's divinity. If he could get a god's divinity, then his physical body would be able to break through to grade 100. He felt that if he broke through grade 100, then he would get a special reward. All along, he had high hopes for his leisurely leveling system. It definitely wouldn't be as simple as he thought. It was just that he hadn't met the requirements. Now that his physical body reached grade 100, it would probably be a small requirement. Or rather, it would be a small activation requirement. How could Lin Fei miss such a chance? No matter what, he had to try. With a loud explosion, Lin Fei punched the door in the distance. Lin Fei's punch landed on the door in the distance. He did not even enter. Lin Fei's power was extremely condensed and firm. It smashed onto the door. A bright light gathered and an illusion appeared. The illusory figure gently stretched out his hand and flicked it at the energy. After that, the power started to crumble. Then, a second and a third time followed. In the blink of an eye, a palm flicked 5 times and Lin Fei's power was finally deflected. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. As for the flower monster on his shoulder, she was shivering in fear. She had never expected that the door would be so hard to open. Before this, she had only heard about it. She didn't expect that she would face such a situation when she came. It was really different than what she had expected. Another challenger. Your strength is not bad and you can enter the Supreme Pavilion. But before that, you have to take 1 strike from me. The door will only open if you can. If not, then you don't have the right. The illusory figure that came out said indifferently. Then he raised his hand, and a bolt of lightning turned into a lightning dragon that spiraled over. The lightning dragon was really quick and it was hard to block. Lin Fei was prepared. After all, it shouldn't be so easy to enter the Supreme Pavilion. He didn't move like a mountain. He slowly sent out a palm strike. This palm strike was like a torrent of wind, directly blocking the lightning dragon. Loud rumbling sounds could be heard as they collided continuously. The might of the lightning dragon was also extremely strong. Lin Fei's strength was actually unable to suppress his opponent for a moment. When it was only a few inches away from him, it finally disappeared completely. In the end, he still couldn't resist Lin Fei's power. This made Lin Fei's heart tremble slightly. He knew that it would not be easy to enter the Supreme Pavilion. He did not expect this power to be so strong. It was obvious that the other party had suppressed his power to the demigod realm. However, the demigod realm was still much stronger than him. Otherwise, it wouldn't be like this now. Congratulations. You are qualified to enter, he calmly said. Then, the phantom completely disappeared. The door slowly opened. The flower demon standing on his shoulder let out a happy cry. Senior, congratulations on successfully entering the Supreme Pavilion. No one knew better than the flower demon that it was not easy to enter the Supreme Pavilion. The senior in front of him was more powerful than he had imagined. No wonder he could not withstand the power of the demigod realm. Could it be that this senior was a lower celestial? That must be the case. Only a lower celestial could easily withstand the power of a demigod. If Lin Fei knew what the flower demon was thinking, he probably didn't know whether to laugh or cry. How could he be a lower celestial? Of course, if he went all out, he would probably be close to the level of a lower celestial. If it was someone else, it wouldn't be possible. The difference was too great. The door opened. Lin Fei stepped in directly. The door slowly closed again. Not long after, another 3 figures came over. It was the 3 old things. They were in a sorry state, but when they saw the Supreme Pavilion, they were obviously delighted. Ha ha ha, our luck is not bad. I didn't expect to find the Supreme Pavilion. There should be good things inside. It won't be the same as the Weapon Pavilion, right? We were almost finished. I have a piece of information on the Supreme Pavilion. I heard that there seems to be godhood here. As long as we get it, our strength will naturally increase by leaps and bounds. The 3 of them had the same expression. One must know that they were not interested in anything else when they came here. Other than elixirs and godhood, they were not interested in anything else because they wanted to break through their realm. If they did not break through their realm, it would be useless to increase their strength. It was too difficult to become a lower celestial. Otherwise, they wouldn't have stayed in the demigod realm. When Lin Fei entered the palace, he realized that the palace was indeed a little grand. There were balls of resplendent light everywhere. These resplendent lights had strong power and strong seals. It was really beyond Lin Fei's expectations. Even the flower demon's horizons were widened. Senior, there are balls of treasures in the light. As long as we break through these seals, we will be able to get a ball of treasure. As the flower demon's voice fell, the starlight that filled the sky gathered and another figure appeared. Congratulations on entering the Supreme Pavilion. If you want the treasures in the Supreme Pavilion, it's very simple. As long as you can break through my attack and withstand 1 move, you can obtain 1 treasure. If you can withstand 2 moves, you can obtain 2 treasures. If you can withstand 3 moves, you can obtain 3 treasures. The appearance of this phantom caused Lin Fei to be a little surprised. He didn't expect that there would be such a thing. Looks like the treasures in your Supreme Pavilion are not that easy to take. There's a shadow outside and another shadow inside. Lin Fei laughed. He already knew that it was not that easy to take something from the Supreme Pavilion. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called the Supreme Pavilion. He didn't expect that there would be a demigod ranker here. That's right, the shadow in front of him had reached the demigod level. Furthermore, it was the most powerful one among the demigods. Every single item in the Supreme Pavilion is incomparably precious. Although it cannot be compared to the Supreme Pavilion above, it is still very different from the items outside. Therefore, as long as you have the ability to withstand 1 of my attacks, you will get 1 treasure. If you can withstand 10 of my attacks, naturally you will get 5 treasures. You can have all the treasures here as long as you want. The incomparably dignified voice was filled with absolute pride. Lin Fei laughed. You're quite confident with your words. I wonder if there are divine deity inside. I'm not interested in other things, but I'm interested in divine deity. It's good to have ambition. Then, it depends on how many moves you can take from me. There are divine deities, but you have to be able to take it. Chapter 49-48. Lin Fei was really surprised to encounter such a situation here. Of course, it was more of a pleasant surprise. He had heard it clearly. As long as he could withstand this guy's attack, he would naturally be able to get the godhood. He didn't believe that this guy would lie to him. That could only mean that there was definitely a godhood in the Supreme Pavilion. This thing was really of great use to Lin Fei. Whether he could advance further would depend on this godhood. Lin Fei waved his hand gently and the flower demon flew far away, not daring to come any closer. Even the flower demon had never been to such a place. He only heard some experts talking when they passed by and knew that there were a lot of things in this place. However, he didn't expect that there would be such a powerful expert here. Oh yes, let me ask you something. If I kill you with a punch, will it count? Lin Fei's gaze became extremely serious. Just like that, he looked at the phantom. The shadow laughed out loud. Although I have suppressed my strength to the demigod realm, I am still the strongest existence among the demigods. Although your physical body is quite strong, it will be very difficult for you to kill me. If you can kill me, then you can randomly choose 10 of the treasures here. Even if it's a godhood, I can give you 10 godhoods. Perhaps it realized that Lin Fei was quite interested in this godhood. The shadow became more and more talkative. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. Since you said it, then I will make my move. Take this. Lin Fei had always liked to be proactive and not passive. Since the other party thought that he had the strength, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be polite. He directly attacked with 1 move. This was the most common mind projection. This move was a little powerful. However, this time, Lin Fei realized that this shadow was much more powerful than he had imagined. Lin Fei executed it, but the other party dodged it in an instant. This made it impossible for Lin Fei to exert his strength. It was as if he had punched a cotton ball, and his strength had been dispersed. The phantom closed up again, and a faint voice floated over. Not bad, not bad. Your technique is quite powerful. This is a technique that specializes in breaking the flesh. I didn't expect you to be able to grasp such a technique. It has really opened my eyes. This move didn't work. After that, Lin Fei knew that if he wanted to kill this guy, he would have to go all out. There was a loud rumbling sound. The power came crashing over. Boundless frost followed closely, and the void was instantly frozen. Even the flower demon in the distance, who was only a phantom, could feel how terrifying this cold light was. Even though he was a demigod, he still felt afraid. If his opponent had used this move right from the start, he wouldn't have been able to withstand it. This young senior was really too powerful. The mysterious man faintly raised his hand. As soon as these forces approached him, they were stopped by a force. Now they were unable to move even an inch forward. At this moment, Lin Fei directly came to his back and punched. The power of this punch was much more domineering. It was also Lin Fei's all-out punch. It was the power of his physical body that was instantly mobilized. This punch instantly became very terrifying, like a punch of death. The mysterious man finally saw the power of this punch. With a flick of his finger, he had blocked the first round of attacks. Then came the second finger. Then he retreated. I didn't expect this to be your true strength. Even if a real demigod met you, you wouldn't be able to do anything. The illusory figure kept retreating. Lin Fei's punch was very domineering. It was a close combat technique. He kept pestering his opponent. He didn't believe that the mysterious man could last for so long. Lin Fei wasn't joking. Suddenly, Lin Fei's punch turned into a palm. As he opened his palm, a divine light flashed and slapped on his opponent's body. At this moment, Lin Fei mobilized all his divine power. After all, Lin Fei still had a lot of divine power in his body. It was just that he had restrained it well before. Even this guy probably wouldn't have noticed it. During this time, he instantly turned his fist into a palm and made a terrifying palm. This palm slapped on the mysterious man's body with a bang. When the mysterious man was halfway through, he couldn't exert any more strength at all. Cracks spread all over his body. Then, with a loud bang, the silhouette collapsed. The power of this palm was very invincible. Even the flower demons were trembling in fear. He finally knew the strength of this senior. He was probably at the demigod level. In front of this palm, even 10 demigods wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. They would be killed directly. How could there be such a terrifying existence? I wonder if I have one now. Lin Fei didn't intend to use the divine power that he had stored so easily. However, he used it now. He wanted to kill his opponent with one palm. Under the situation where the mysterious man didn't have his original body, Lin Fei felt that it shouldn't be too much of a problem to kill him. Now it seemed like it was really the case. This guy wasn't as strong as he had imagined. It was really a piece of cake for him to kill him. A voice floated over from afar. I never thought that such a powerful expert like you would come to the Supreme Pavilion. In that case, you do indeed have the qualifications to obtain the treasures. Now, tell me what kind of treasures you want. I will choose them for you. Lin Fei was actually a little nervous. He was afraid that this guy would trick him. When the time came, it wouldn't make sense for him to be stingy. Fortunately, this guy really fulfilled his promise. I'm not interested in anything else. I'm only interested in divine deity. As long as you can give me divine deity, that would be great. The more the better, I have no problem. At this time, Lin Fei was very direct. In any case, other than him, there was no one else here. As for the flower demon, he wouldn't speak nonsense. After seeing his strength, the weak original body wasn't a match for him at all. It would be easy to kill him. There are only 3 divine deity in this Supreme Pavilion. As for the remaining 7, you can choose from them. 3 divine deity. Lin Fei almost cursed it out loud. This bastard said that he had 10 divine deity. As expected, experts could lie too. Then give me 3 divine deity first. As for the remaining 7, I want a weapon, a top-notch weapon. At the very least, it's a top-notch weapon in the Supreme Pavilion. Then, an armor. It's that simple. As for the remaining few, it's the same. Lin Fei didn't think about the power of faith. With something like divine deity, how could he still want the power of faith? The difference was too big. So. 3 balls of light flew over, filled with a faint divine might. Lin Fei's eyes lit up. It was finally divine deity. Chapter 49. As soon as the 3 divine sparks appeared, Lin Fei instantly felt the aura of the divine sparks. There was a smile on his face. His all-out attack really worked. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to get these 3 divine sparks. Ha. I didn't expect our luck to be so good. As soon as we came in, we caught up with the divine sparks. 3 figures rushed in. These 3 figures seemed to be in a very sorry state. It was the 3 old things from before. They were at the door. The 3 of them joined forces and barely made it in. They didn't expect to see 3 divine sparks as soon as they came in. Instantly, the 3 of them, with each of them having a godhead, they would be able to become true lower deities. As for the young Lin Fei, they really didn't think much of him. Now that the divine sparks were in front of them, how could they not fight with their lives on the line? A Jingguang fortune instantly came and turned into a finger. So this was a method of condensing power. With a finger, it seemed like he wanted to stare at Lin Fei. Such a method was really not simple. Kid, give up these 3 divine sparks and the 3 of us can spare your life. Otherwise, you will die today. The 3 of them naturally knew how powerful this guy was. However, now that the 3 of them saw the divine sparks, they naturally planned to fight with their lives on the line. If they didn't, the divine sparks would be far away from them. Although they didn't know how this guy got the divine sparks, it wasn't a problem anymore. Now, as long as they snatched the divine sparks, the nature divine sparks would be theirs. Just thinking about it made them very excited. You 3 came at the right time. The moment you came, you actually want the divine sparks. Lin Fei blasted out with a punch and directly blasted the Jingguang away. Then he moved. With a loud rumbling sound, the 3 figures instantly teleported and were sent flying. At this moment, Lin Fei relied on his powerful physical body to use spirit descend 3 times in a row. This method was not ordinary. He had injured 3 demigod powerhouses with just a single attack. After all, the 3 of them were old and weak. Their physical bodies were not strong at all. Even if they were wearing treasures, it was the same. Rumble. The 3 of them fell to the ground, and cracks appeared on their bodies. Even the expressions of the 3 of them changed drastically in an instant. They had never thought that things would turn out like this. Do you know why I didn't do anything to you? It's because you guys are too weak. Wouldn't it be better for you guys to just go and look for things? Why do you have to come and snatch my things? Lin Fei smiled faintly. He grabbed the 3 godhoods in his hand. In the blink of an eye, he collected it and instantly converted it into a large amount of honor points. He looked at the 3 old men indifferently. The 3 old men were already in a sorry state. Before this, they had already suffered a loss outside. Never did they expect that they would suffer a great loss here. Their physical bodies were injured. They even felt that if they were to experience it again, their physical bodies would completely collapse. At that time, they would really suffer a great deal of damage to their vitality. How could there be such a powerful guy? They really couldn't believe it. Even the flower demon knew that this guy was very strong. However, they didn't expect him to be so strong. The 3 demigods were actually not a match for him in a single move. They were seriously injured and their physical bodies were about to collapse. Lin Fei didn't care about the 3 demigods anymore. They were seriously injured with just one move. This was even when Lin Fei didn't go all out. Otherwise, their physical bodies wouldn't be able to take it at all. Their physical bodies were really too weak. They were no different from a piece of art. It would be too easy for Lin Fei to kill them. He didn't have any thoughts about it. After all, they were 3 demigod experts. They were more or less useful. All of you stand still and don't move. Otherwise, I'll destroy your physical bodies later. Just as Lin Fei was thinking about this, his infinite divine body started to improve once again. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95. In a short period of time, it broke through to 100. It broke through to 100 in an instant. The honor value, which was transformed from the power of faith brought by the 3 godheads, made Lin Fei's physical body improve by leaps and bounds. After reaching 100, the strength of Lin Fei's physical body instantly improved by leaps and bounds. He even condensed streams of God power. These God power kept gathering together. Originally, Lin Fei only had about 100 streams of God power. As his physical body reached the 100th layer, streams of divine power appeared. In the blink of an eye, it broke through 200 streams, 300 streams. Then it broke through to 1,000 streams. Then it broke through to 3,000 streams in one go. Only then did it gradually stop. Such a huge improvement was obviously enough to make the 3 old demigods feel the smell of death. In front of this smell of death, they didn't dare to move at all. They couldn't understand how this young man's strength seemed to have changed so much in such a short period of time. Just one move was enough to make them feel death. He could kill them with a single finger. Even though it was just a ridiculous thought, they felt that it was real. If he wanted to kill them, he could really do it easily. In total, it only took a short period of time. Even the flower demon could feel the change in this senior. He had really turned into a terrifying existence. If they really wanted to kill him, it would be too easy. Ding! Congratulations, host's physical body has reached 100 levels. Reward: God Might Dharma Idol. Hearing the system's voice, Lin Fei knew that he had guessed correctly. Indeed, he would get a reward after reaching 100 levels. To think that it was a God Might Dharma Idol. God Might Dharma Idol. A Jingguang appeared in his mind. He had mastered this God Might Dharma Idol. This God Might Dharma Idol is similar to 3 heads and 6 arms. It's just that it's more sturdy and powerful. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and understood the magical effects of this God Might Dharma Idol. In front of this God Might Dharma Idol, within a certain range, it could eliminate the opponent's strength, affect the opponent's speed, and affect all of the opponent's techniques. This was a little scary. Ding! System's second function is completely unlocked. Unlike before, the system actually had a second function. There was a huge difference between this and the last time. At least it was really unexpected for Lin Fei. Indeed, the infinite God body reaching 100 levels was a point. Lin Fei couldn't help but want to laugh out loud at this moment. He didn't expect that he would really encounter such a thing. This leveling up system wasn't as simple as he thought it would be. Now, it seemed like it was really awesome. Chapter 4950. Lin Fei was looking forward to the activation of the second function. Since a long time ago, Lin Fei had known that this system was definitely not as simple as he had imagined. Now, everything was as he had imagined. Especially after his body reached the 100th layer, there had been a tremendous change. Of course, this was only the breakthrough to the 100th layer. Now, Lin Fei's body had reached the 109th layer in one go. The 109th layer of his body could condense divine power from time to time. Although the speed was not very fast, it was still visible to the naked eye. Compared to before, there was a huge difference. Previously, Lin Fei had a great sense of anticipation for this upgrade system. It was just that he had not reactivated it. Now, it seemed that he was really excited. The activation of the second function of the system is a time-limited mission. This time-limited mission was quite surprising. He did not expect the second function to be related to the mission. Although he was a little surprised, it was still within Lin Fei's expectations. Before he could say anything, it seemed that the system had already known what Lin Fei was thinking. A list that looked like a sky curtain appeared in his mind. This list was filled with time-limited missions. These missions ranged from 1 star to 9 stars. The time limit also increased from a few days to a few months, then to a few years, and then to decades. If that was all there was to it, it would not have attracted Lin Fei's attention. However, the rewards at the end of the quest surprised Lin Fei a little. The rewards were much more generous than he had imagined. Time-limited mission: break through the 200th layer of the infinite divine body within 100 years. Reward: 3 medium god fragments. Time-limited mission: nurture a disciple to become a lower god within 50 years. Reward: 1 medium god fragment. Time-limited mission: nurture 10 disciples to become a lower god within 300 years. Reward: infinite chaotic divine body. These missions indeed had very generous rewards. In particular, the infinite chaotic divine body made Lin Fei's eyes light up. He felt that this divine body should be above the infinite divine body. Sure enough, this was the true face of the system. The previous system could only be said to be the simplest and most basic. Right now, Lin Fei was really in the mood to look through these time-limited quests. Lin Fei stopped thinking about it at the thought that he was in the eternal Samsara Palace. He had to keep going inside. He wanted to see if he could get more divine deity. If he had enough divine deity, he would probably be able to complete some of the missions. Therefore, Lin Fei did not want to miss any opportunity. Anyway, the second function of the system had been activated. For Lin Fei, as long as he chose properly, he would naturally get a generous reward. Ding! A time-limited mission notification. The Eternal Samsara Palace has a mission. Can I accept it? Before Lin Fei could walk out of the Supreme Pavilion, he heard another sound. It was the system's notification. Then a mission appeared in his mind. Limited time mission. Kill everyone in the Eternal Samsara Palace. Mission completion reward. A divinity elixir. A meteoric rise. Lin Fei couldn't help but laugh. The reward was really generous. He was especially emotional when he saw the use of the divinity elixir. All the demigod experts wanted to break through and become god-level experts. In the end, they spent a long time and still couldn't achieve it. Now, a divinity elixir could make them meteoric rise. That's right. One could become a lower celestial in one step after consuming the divinity elixir. Of course, this realm was permanent. One would never be able to level up. Even so, the demigod-level powerhouses still cared a lot about it. Of course, it wasn't attractive to Lin Fei. However, it was attractive to ordinary people. Even demigod experts would come after hearing about it. This kind of reward was quite good. Of course, if he wanted to kill the people in the Eternal Samsara Palace, he would have to make an enemy of the second level. It would be quite stressful. Fortunately, the mission didn't require him to accept it. However, since such a mission had come, Lin Fei was definitely interested. After thinking about it, Lin Fei accepted the mission. Ding! Mission successfully accepted. Time limit. Eternal Samsara Palace. Time limit. Mission failed. 20 levels of infinite divine bodies will be cut off. This made Lin Fei frown slightly. He really didn't realize that this time limit mission had a punishment mechanism. This system was really a scam. That works too. I should have said so earlier. Now I can't complete the mission and have to cut off 20 levels. It wasn't easy for me to reach the 109th level. After experiencing the strength of the 109th level, it was definitely a huge blow for him to return to the 89th level. His face darkened slightly. No matter what, he had to deal with the people in the Eternal Samsara Palace now. At the moment, there were only 3 people he had to deal with. One was Bai Jianxiu, and the other was He Yan. These two were really strong, but they were not as strong as Zhao Xian. He was the strongest. It wasn't too much pressure to deal with the first two. As for Zhao Xian, he had some trump cards. Those who could come from the second level were more or less capable. Now that Lin Fei's physical body had reached the 109th level, and he had the godly power Dharma, he was very strong. It was indeed very easy to deal with them. This mission wasn't difficult at all, and it was very easy. Right now, he had to deal with the 3 demigods in front of him first. Lin Fei's gaze fell directly on the 3 demigods. The 3 demigods were already injured, but as Lin Fei's aura became stronger, the dangerous aura became stronger. This made them even more afraid to make any movements. They were afraid that they would be killed if they were not careful. This gaze made the 3 of them panic, and their bodies involuntarily trembled. "Spare me, my friend. As long as you don't kill me, I'll listen to everything you say. I'm willing to submit to you." "Me too. I only ask that you don't kill me and leave me a way out." The look in Lin Fei's eyes became extremely terrifying. One look was enough to make them realize that struggling was useless and that they would definitely die. "The 3 of you are quite tactful. I thought you would struggle a little. Now I'll give you 2 choices. Either you submit or I'll kill you now. Of course, you still have a chance to attack." Lin Fei said faintly. The 3 demigods shook their heads. They didn't have the guts to fight again. Even if they had the idea, the pressure from Lin Fei was too strong. If they really fought, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. "We're willing to submit." Chapter 49:51. The 3 demigod experts didn't have any other thoughts and chose to submit right away. If they didn't submit, they would die. If they resisted stubbornly, they would die too. It was much easier to submit. What they regretted the most was coming to the Supreme Pavilion and snatching the Godhead. They could more or less guess that this guy must have used some tricks. Otherwise, they wouldn't have felt so terrified. Lin Fei didn't stand on ceremony and used his tricks on them one by one. The flower demon was the clearest. This young man, no, it should be the young senior. He should be a powerful guy. In the blink of an eye, he changed so much. Even the 3 demigod powerhouses were easily taken down and became his subordinates. The flower demon was shocked like never before. "Senior, can I follow you?" The flower demon also became spirited at this moment and asked with a trembling voice. Such an expert was most likely a lower celestial or even an intermediate celestial. The flower demon felt that he had to take advantage of this opportunity to get on the list. If he didn't get on the list now, he might not get the chance later. Lin Fei smiled faintly. The flower demon was quite smart. "You're quite brave. But you're a demon, a demigod. You're barely qualified." As the saying went, men and women working together were not tiring. It was quite interesting to have such a flower demon. After all, the flower demon knew quite a lot. Lin Fei returned and kept the flower demon's original body. At the same time, he knew the flower demon's name. Hua Xiaolin. This name was given by Hua Xiaolin himself. He thought it was quite simple and ordinary. "Master, I know where the Supreme Pavilion is. There are a few more Supreme Pavilions along this road. I can lead the way." Lin Fei smiled faintly. "I don't need to go to the Supreme Pavilion for now. I still have something to do, and that is to get rid of those 3 guys. There are too many people in the Eternal Samsara Palace. It's quite troublesome. I don't like it." The hearts of the 3 demigod experts behind him jumped. They knew that this young man wasn't as easy to talk to as they thought. He didn't expect that he would have to deal with the 3 experts who came down from above. They were even more glad that they chose to surrender. Otherwise, wouldn't the 3 of them have to be dealt with as well? The 3 of them together were no match for him, let alone one-on-one. "Master, I think the 3 of them should have gone to Dao Comprehension Hall," Hua Xiaolin said from the side. "This is the most special place in the Eternal Samsara Palace. It's said that one can comprehend the Tao here. It's a great improvement for the younger generation of geniuses." There was such a place. Lin Fei decided to use the great karma technique to sense where the 3 of them were. If they were together, it would be simple. It was just the right time to catch them all in one fell swoop, saving them the trouble of running around. After all, the Eternal Samsara Palace was much more powerful than Lin Fei had imagined. If they split up, it would be a waste of time. If they took the opportunity to leave, it would be difficult for Lin Fei to deal with them again. After all, this time-limited mission required him to kill all 3 of them. If one of them was missing, the mission would not be completed. He used the great karma technique. Streaks of golden threads spread throughout the Eternal Samsara Palace. Lin Fei could sense where the golden threads were. Every single golden thread converged at the same place. Although it was faintly discernible, Lin Fei understood it clearly. If he was right, the 3 of them should be in Dao Comprehension Hall. It seemed like Hua Xiaolin was right. There was something special about the Eternal Samsara Palace. He didn't expect the 3 geniuses to go to such a place. That's right, they are in the same place. They should be in Dao Comprehension Hall. Lead the way. Knowing that the 3 of them were together, Lin Fei heaved a sigh of relief. This made things easier. He believed that there was no one else in the Eternal Samsara Palace apart from the 3 of them. At the same time, in a palace. By Zhenqiu, He Yan and the rest entered the same palace. The 3 of them stood on a stone platform and walked to a place with light in the distance. The light was warm and peaceful, but they didn't dare to let their guard down. "I feel a powerful aura coming towards us. If I'm not mistaken, a powerful person has come in, and he's looking for the 3 of us." Zhao Xian, who had been quiet, suddenly spoke. By Zhenqiu and He Yan's expressions changed. No one knew Zhao Xian's capability better than them. He had brought a treasure with him. He could sense danger. Once there was danger, he would naturally know. It wasn't easy for Zhao Xian to deal with him among the younger generation. "Other than us, is there someone more powerful? Those 3 old things are no match for him. Or is it that young man?" He Yan had fought with the young man before, but he didn't think the young man had such capability. Bai Zhenqiu added, "That's right. Those 3 old men couldn't withstand a single blow. That young man has some strength, but he doesn't have such capability. Could it be that someone else has come?" The 3 of them naturally came here to gain enlightenment. This enlightenment would give them a higher chance to break through to the lower god realm. There were still quite a number of demigod realm geniuses like them. It wasn't easy to become a lower god. They had to find their own opportunities, and Dao Enlightenment Hall was one of them. I don't know who it is, but I know he came here, Zhao Xian said coldly. This wasn't good news. If Zhao Xian could say so, then the person who came was definitely very powerful. Since he came, let's show him some tricks. At least we came from the same place. We can't let others act presumptuously here. This Dao Enlightenment Hall doesn't need a fourth person. He Yan said coldly. Even Bai Jianqiu didn't want a fourth person to come here. Even though they were competitors, someone who could make Zhao Xian feel pressured was naturally an extremely powerful person. If they didn't work together, it would be very difficult to deal with such a person. Indeed, there's no need for a fourth person. Lin Fei's journey here was quite fast. Hua Xiaolin had some knowledge of this place. Although there were some mistakes along the way, it was nothing to Lin Fei. Not long after, Palace appeared in front of Lin Fei. The words Dao Enlightenment Hall were filled with a mysterious aura. Chapter 49-52. Lin Fei could clearly feel that they were inside. They did not seem to make any movements. Without guessing, he knew that they should be waiting for him to come. After all, they came down from above and were not simple people. Since they noticed that he had chased them all the way here, they would definitely have some tricks up their sleeves. So. The three figures behind him rushed in first. They all wanted to perform well and leave a good impression. They wanted to live better in the future. At this time, the three of them had to deal with the three of them. Although they did not have much chance of winning, they could still fight 3 against 1. They were quite smart. If they could restrain He Hao, they would restrain him. As soon as the three of them rushed into the Enlightenment Hall, a large formation appeared, trapping the three of them inside. Sword light and sword shadows appeared, rumbling, erupting with holy might, attacking their bodies. For a moment, the three old men were busy dealing with it. Zhao Xian and the rest looked coldly at the three old men inside the formation. They were a little surprised. They did not expect it to be these three fellows. He Yan snorted coldly. I did not expect the three of you to come in first. Then prepare to suffer a bit. I will kill you later. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure walked in. It was Lin Fei. I knew you were prepared, as expected of people from above. As soon as Lin Fei came in, Zhao Xian and the rest looked at Lin Fei. They all felt a dangerous aura. This dangerous aura was very strong, as if they were facing a great enemy. This feeling was something they had never felt before. This young man was really terrifying. I did not expect it to be you. You really hide your strength. It is quite unexpected that there is an expert like you in this level. But do you think you can deal with the three of us alone? Zhao Xian looked over coldly. The three of them looked like they were following Lin Fei's lead. I will give you 2 choices. Submit to me or be killed by me. I think you are all smart people and should be able to make the right choice. Lin Fei also looked at the three of them. The three of them were indeed very strong. If they could submit to him, it would be considered as completing a mission. Whoosh! Bai Jianqiu was the one who made the move. The sword light was like a long river that directly pierced through. You want me to submit to you? Who do you think you are? You don't have the qualifications to do so. Take a strike from me first. Lin Fei raised his hand and caught the sword. When the sword landed on Lin Fei's hand, the sharpness could no longer continue. This is it. You're still too weak. Lin Fei's power moved, and in an instant, a full fist light bombarded over. A grand array appeared in front of Bai Jianqiu, which withstood the punch. However, the grand array shattered with a cracking sound and blasted onto Bai Jianqiu's body. He was sent flying and smashed into the pillar. Looks like you're not prepared to surrender. Then I'll just take action directly and destroy you all. It's just nice and easy. Lin Fei laughed and took a step forward. With a loud bang, the void collapsed in an instant. Whether it was Zhao Xian, He Yan, or even Bai Jianqiu, they were all within the attack range of the void collapse. Such a method was already very powerful. The three of them instantly unleashed the strength of a demigod. Rays of divine light shrouded and resisted the attack of the void power. Even if they used the power of divine power, they did not have a lot of divine power. Each of them only had a few dozen rays. Of course, this was still considered strong. As for Zhao Xian, he had reached 100 rays. However, in the face of the void collapse, it was very difficult for him to resist. Bean-sized beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. How could there be such a strong ability? Lin Fei walked in. The 5 fingers were like a mountain, pressing down like a dark cloud. Another loud rumbling sound was heard. This time, Lin Fei directly used the strength of a demigod. Blessing was in it. This palm came down. Bang, 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 bang. The 3 of them instantly vomited blood. They could not withstand it at all. Cracks began to spread on their bodies. In an instant, their entire bodies were covered in blood. They could no longer stand and were on the verge of collapsing. I said that I gave you a chance to choose. Unfortunately, you did not know how to cherish it. Even if you came down from above, I can still kill you all. Lin Fei smiled faintly. It was another ordinary palm strike that was reinforced with divine power. However, for Zhao Xian and the other 2, they instantly felt the aura of death. If they could not withstand this palm, they would definitely die. They finally realized how terrifying this young man was. On this level, he was definitely a terrifying great demon king. How could there be such a powerful existence? This was something they did not know. The faces of the 3 of them became exceptionally pale. One by one, they sent out their trump cards. Following that, rays of divine light shrouded them from heaven and earth. Kid, don't be too proud. Your strength is not worth mentioning in front of our sect. Sooner or later, we will kill you. The next time we come, it will be the time of your death. At this time, they had already chosen to retreat. If they did not retreat, they would be beaten to death. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth rose. I said that I will kill you, so I will definitely kill you. Even if you want to escape in front of me, you do not have the strength to do so. Lin Fei laughed. With a wave of his hand, it directly hit the divine light. These divine lights had a certain defensive function, but in front of Lin Fei, they were as weak as ants. With a loud rumble, the 3 divine lights were instantly broken. At the same time, this power also hit them. Bang, 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 bang. With 3 loud bangs, the 3 people who were considered geniuses on the 2nd level were wiped out. This was because they were too weak. Lin Fei did not use his full strength. After all, he had cultivated 3,000 rays of divine power. Compared to them, who only had a few dozen or 100 rays, he was many times stronger. How dare you kill people of our Sky Rapier sect? The sword light attacked from heaven and earth, locking on to Lin Fei, and it was filled with angry roars. How dare you kill people of my Zhao family? You deserve to die. Another voice rang out, followed by a palm print. A figure stood in the palm print and roared in anger, saying that he was invincible. Good heavens, these people's strength had reached the peak of the demigod level. Lin Fei could clearly feel it. The highest strength on this level was the peak of the demigod level. Even if you reached the level of a lower god, you would not be on this level. I am in charge of this place. You are not qualified at all. One punch. All the divine light palm prints disappeared instantly. Chapter 49-53. The 3 demigod powerhouses saw what was happening outside. They did not expect Zhao Xian and the other 2 to be killed so quickly. Even if the people from the other world attacked from a distance, they still couldn't stop them. They were glad that they chose to side with them. Otherwise, they would not even know how they died. Between losing their freedom and their lives, they would rather lose their freedom. At the very least, they could survive. Moreover, the power from the previous world could not do anything to the other party, which made them realize what it felt like to have a strong backer. Ding! Congratulations on completing the time-limited mission. You are rewarded with a divine elixir. As soon as Lin Fei killed Zhao Xian and the other 2, he immediately received the quest reward. He got a divine elixir just like that. Any demigod expert could break through to the lower deity level in an instant after eating it. Even the invincible god of War Realm could do it. Lin Fei originally thought that Zhao Xian and the others would be quite strong, but he didn't expect it to be so much easier than he imagined. They couldn't even resist the full power of his physical body. Even if it was an attack from above, it was the same. It really made Lin Fei feel quite regretful. Now was the time to explore the eternal Samsara Palace. Lin Fei threw a punch at the nearby array formation, freeing the three of them from it. The power of this formation was quite strong. The three demigod powerhouses were also battered and embarrassed. They lowered their heads obediently, feeling very awkward. "You don't have to follow me. Just stay outside." "Hua Xiaolin, come with me." Hua Xiaolin witnessed the situation from the beginning to the end. He was glad that he followed the right person. He did not expect him to be so strong, much stronger than he imagined. Those experts up there were only so much they could do from afar. With Hua Xiaolin leading the way, Lin Fei came to the second Supreme Pavilion. According to Hua Xiaolin, there were several Supreme Pavilions like this in the Eternal Samsara Palace. What Lin Fei needed to do now was to go to these Supreme Pavilions and see just how many divine deity rewards these Supreme Pavilions had. Lin Fei wanted to know how much these godhoods could help him. If he didn't figure it out, Lin Fei didn't know what to do next. Although he could complete the quest for a limited time, Lin Fei still had to try to see if the divine deity was useful. The second Supreme Pavilion was much stronger than the previous one. Fortunately, Lin Fei's strength had improved by leaps and bounds. 3,000 strands of god power was not a joke. Even so, he felt a certain amount of pressure in the Supreme Pavilion. This also made him realize that the Eternal Samsara Palace was much more interesting than he had imagined. It was indeed created by a big shot. It took Lin Fei almost half a day to get to the Supreme Pavilion, and he got 5 godhoods as he wished. That's right, 5 godhoods. Lin Fei refined all of them in one go, but there was no sign of his fleshly body improving by leaps and bounds. Initially, he broke through the 100th level to the 109th level, but so many godhoods only allowed him to break through one level. This kind of breakthrough was quite disappointing to Lin Fei. He had been happy for nothing. "It seems like I have to complete the time-limited mission if I want to improve this infinite divine body." He laughed bitterly in his heart. This was not such good news. In fact, Lin Fei knew this would happen from the beginning. Since the time-limited mission had been activated, the godhoods would be of little use. Of course, this should be an ordinary godhood. If it was a high-level godhood, it should still be useful. Lin Fei made a decision very soon and came out of the Supreme Pavilion. He then went to the corresponding Supreme Pavilions. Every single one of them was extremely powerful, and Lin Fei felt pressured by every single one of them. His movement speed was much slower, but he managed to get through all of them and obtain the reward. Lin Fei didn't refine these godhoods anymore. The 109th level of his fleshly body was more or less enough. Other than the Supreme Pavilion, what's the most important place in the Eternal Samsara Palace? Lin Fei asked Hua Xiaolin. The Supreme Pavilion was no longer interested in these. There was difficulty, but the reward was ordinary. Lin Fei rushed to the most important place. The most important place should be the Samsara land. It's very mysterious and ordinary people don't dare to enter it easily. Hua Xiaolin knew a lot. Lin Fei frowned slightly. When it came to the word Samsara, he naturally felt that it was extraordinary. Although he was very strong and could be said to have reached the peak of demigod. Even so, facing the most important place, Lin Fei still had some fear in his heart. With his strength, he reckoned that he could only take a look. After thinking about it, Lin Fei didn't hesitate and decided to take a look at the place. The higher he went, the greater the pressure. It took Lin Fei 2 days to reach the top of the Samsara Palace. There was a hint of tiredness between his brows. It was much more difficult than he imagined. Fortunately, he had finally come up, and he could finally see the specific situation. The word Samsara Palace appeared in Lin Fei's vision. He knew that this was the place. Although he hadn't entered, Lin Fei felt that the Samsara Palace had an inexplicable attraction, as if his whole body would be attracted. This feeling was very strong. Lin Fei finally knew why Hua Xiaolin was so afraid of this place. This place wasn't a place that anyone could enter. Standing there and looking down, it was like standing in the clouds. It was lonely at the top. "Master, if you aren't fully prepared, I don't think you should enter the Samsara Palace. I remember that none of the experts who entered the Samsara Palace came out alive. Hua Xiaolin was still very worried and couldn't help but say. Of course, Lin Fei knew that the Samsara Palace was much more terrifying than he imagined. Since it was called the Eternal Samsara Palace, the most important place was here. Originally, he was going to go in and take a look, but after standing at the door, Lin Fei didn't want to. He could take a look, but not here. He could wait until later. Forget it, we don't have to go in. We can go down. It seemed a little regretful, but Lin Fei didn't have much interest in the Samsara Palace. Even if there were peerless treasures in it, it would probably be a big trap. He already had a time-limited task to do, and the reward he got was not worse than the one here. It was quite normal for him to think like this. Lin Fei had tasted the sweetness, so there was no need to take any more risks. He'd better wait for others in this place. If an expert knew Lin Fei's thoughts, he might really cry in the toilet. This was the Samsara skill. Chapter 49-54. The Eternal Samsara Palace was pretty good, especially the supreme pavilions and some of the palaces. There were some traps and restrictions. However, with a certain level of strength, one could still obtain a lot of things. This was Lin Fei's harvest from this trip, because he had visited all of these places. After all, it would be a little embarrassing if he didn't take all these things away. Lin Fei didn't go to the most mysterious Samsara Palace. He felt that it wouldn't be good for him to go in with his current strength. If something went wrong, he would regret it. He didn't lack those things, so he gave up. Even Hua Xiaolin was a little surprised. He didn't expect the senior to resist entering the Samsara Palace. The Samsara Palace was the most special and mysterious place. If it was someone else, they wouldn't be able to resist and would probably go in directly. Everything big and small in the palace had been plundered clean. Now, even if a mouse came in, it would probably cry. With Lin Fei's powerful physical body, it was easy for him to do so. He could even endure it. Hence, all the treasures were taken by Lin Fei without exception. It wouldn't be difficult for those who wanted to come to the Eternal Samsara Palace later on to get nothing good, unless they went to the Samsara Palace. However, it wasn't easy to go to the Samsara Palace. There were some places that Lin Fei didn't destroy. Lin Fei came out with the 3 demigod experts. When he returned to the outside world, Lin Fei felt different. A huge thought shrouded him. There were some vague auras in his mind. It turned out that apart from the 3 demigod experts, there seemed to be other demigod experts on this level. However, there weren't many. There were only 3 of them. However, their auras seemed to be much stronger. They seemed to have used a secret technique to seal their lifespan and prevent it from flowing. They would only wake up at the critical moment. This was also the reason why it felt blurry. Lin Fei didn't bother about it. He was very satisfied with what he said. He casually found a mountain range and opened up a cave. Lin Fei lived there and did not return to his original place. The 3 demigod powerhouses were also doing odd jobs outside. Only Hua Xiaolin stayed by Lin Fei's side. Initially, Lin Fei had hoped to obtain more items, such as godheads, during this trip to the Eternal Samsara Palace. Right now, godhoods were not very useful to him. On this trip, he had obtained some godhoods. He now had a total of 15 godhoods. The quality of these godhoods was extremely poor, and they couldn't be considered high-grade. In other words, if he refined them, he would only be able to become a lesser god. If these words were spoken outside, it was unknown how many people would be dumbfounded. It was not that easy to become a low god. Now there was such an opportunity. 15 divine sparks could create 15 demigods. This time, in the Eternal Samsara Palace, Lin Fei had killed 3 supreme geniuses from the upper echelons. Needless to say, the upper echelons must be furious. It was possible that they came down, but they would probably let the local powerhouses encircle him. Lin Fei arranged for the 3 demigod powerhouses to go out and find out information. They would find out information on this level first. As for the rest, they would have to find out how to obtain greater rewards on this level. Previously, Lin Fei had a mission. Lin Fei was not interested in that mission anymore. It was not as satisfying as the rewards from the time-limited missions. I wonder what kind of rewards the time-limited missions will give me if I dominate this level. Let me check. Lin Fei was getting more and more ambitious. How could Lin Fei miss such a good opportunity? Moreover, he could tell that this world was definitely much more mysterious than he had imagined. If he were to complete the time-limited quests here, perhaps his strength would increase even more. At the same time, a figure appeared in his mind. It was a faintly discernible figure. I will come to the immortal world sooner or later. At the same time, at the bottom of a huge mountain there was a huge underground palace. In the depths of the underground palace, there was a forbidden area. A figure slowly stood up in the forbidden area, as if a god or demon had awakened. The will of the upper realm actually came down. The figure stood up with a strange expression on his face, but it was also filled with respect. An illusory figure appeared in front of him. What you have to do next is to find this person. Even if you have to turn the entire floor upside down, you have to find this guy. An incomparably dignified voice carried a monstrous anger. The person who stood up became even more respectful. He could feel how terrifying it was. At the same time, he saw the figure. I will mobilize the entire sex power to find this person. I want to see the results in the shortest time possible. By the time the shadow went up, the man's back was drenched in cold sweat, which kept dripping down. This was the first time he had seen the people above so angry. I don't care who you are, but this time, no one can protect you. There is no one that our abyss hell does not dare to kill. The figure stepped out. So this was the base camp of the abyss hell. At the same time, as the Invincible Alliance's headquarters, the Daluo Heaven also received a decree. The decree's request was very simple. Find this person and bring him back to the Everlasting Alliance. When they saw the figure, they were all shocked. Wasn't this Lin Mu? Their Invincible Alliance had suffered a lot at his hands. Ha 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 ha, the heavens are really helping me. I didn't expect this kid to have committed such a big crime that even the higher-ups have issued a decree. Let's see how he can grow wings this time. He won't be able to escape. Go look for him immediately. You must find this Lin Mu for me. The Assassin Alliance also received the news. It was also a decree from the higher-ups. It was also to find such a person. This caused the entire Assassin Alliance to be completely mobilized. Such a decree had not appeared in a very long time. One could imagine how big of a crime this Lin Mu fellow had committed. Even Fengyun Tower was the same. When the master of Fengyun Tower heard the power from above, even he was stunned. Wasn't this the elder Lin that they had just recruited? How could he have caused such a big ruckus? Old ancestor, are you sure? This Lin Mu was just recruited by our Fengyun Tower. He is a powerful consecrator. How could he have caused such a big ruckus? In the dark room, the master of Fengyun Tower's face was filled with curiosity and disbelief, because he killed great Yan Empire's Zhao Xian. The master of Fengyun Tower knew quite a lot. His expression instantly changed. Chapter 49-55. The three demigod-level powerhouses that were sent out quickly gathered the news and came back. It only took him a day or two to get there. The three demigod powerhouses did not seem to have any helpers. In fact, they all had their own ways. When they came back and said this, Lin Fei could not help but laugh. Lord, the four top forces have already started to arrange people to search for your whereabouts. If I'm not mistaken, they should have received orders from above, so they are preparing to target you. The three demigod powerhouses were actually sneering in their hearts. After all, the strongest person on this floor should be Lord. As for the others, they were not Lord's match at all. Didn't they see that Zhao Xian and the others could not even withstand a single blow? This order from above was very normal, but they did not expect that even the four top forces would be mobilized. It was really rare. In fact, Lin Fei was not surprised at all. After all, Zhao Xian was the one with the most influence among those geniuses who had been killed. Lin Fei did not expect Zhao Xian to be so capable as to get the higher-ups to order the four peak factions to deal with him. Fengyun Tower was also looking for Lin Fei, which was a little surprising. If not for Fengyun Tower, Lin Fei would not have found out about the existence of the Eternal Land so quickly. His strength would not have improved by leaps and bounds, and even caused the system to activate a second small change, so he still had some mixed feelings about Fengyun Tower. Even if the 4 top forces come, there is nothing to fear. I just don't know how many experts they can send. Lin Fei didn't think much of them. The strongest was only a demigod. In Lin Fei's eyes, their strength was neither strong nor weak. They could not even withstand a single blow from Lin Fei. On the other hand, when the 4 top powers made their move, Lin Fei received a notification. It turned out to be a time-limited mission notification. This function was quite good. Lin Fei was quite satisfied. Ding! Suppress the 4 top forces and dominate this floor. Reward: unlimited divine body. Suppress for 100 years and obtain an unlimited godhead fragment. Suppress for 1,000 years and obtain an unlimited godhead. The reward this time was quite surprising to Lin Fei, especially since the unlimited godhead reward was actually unlimited godhead. Of course, Lin Fei knew how powerful his infinite god body was. It was all thanks to this limitless body that he was able to reach this step, but he never thought that there would actually be limitless divine deity. Suppressing this world for 1,000 years. This period of time was neither long nor short. In other words, Lin Fei had to remain at the pinnacle of the demigod realm. Only then would he not be pushed out by the power of this world and head to the second level. Lin Fei didn't think too much about it and accepted the task. This mission wasn't too difficult, but it would take a long time. Of course, 1,000 years was still acceptable. This was especially so for the limitless godhood. Even though he did not know what use it had, once he obtained it, he would most likely become a true lesser god. Moreover, in 1,000 years' time, the divine power that he had cultivated would probably reach a terrifying number. Mission 1 was accepted. The corner of Lin Fei's mouth curled up slightly. Since they came looking for me, then we have to let them experience what it means to be happy. Let's go to the Invincible Alliance first. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei swept up the 3 demigods and kept them, then headed for the Daluo heaven. Among these 4 top forces, the one that Lin Fei wanted to deal with the most was the Invincible Alliance, who asked them to always come looking for trouble with him. This time, he could suppress them and see what kind of treasures the Invincible Alliance of the Daluo heaven had collected. Lin Fei's strength had already reached the pinnacle. Along the way, he could detect others, but they couldn't detect him at all. He discovered many powerful figures. These figures were all at the invincible war god realm. Of course, there were also faintly discernible demigod experts. They didn't move. It seemed that they were all looking for him. However, it was not that easy to find Lin Fei's tracks. They were destined to work in vain. Lin Fei brought 3 of his subordinates and headed straight for the Daluo heaven. The closer they got to the Daluo heaven, there were many tricks in the void. It seemed that the defense of the Daluo heaven was still airtight. However, from Lin Fei's point of view, no matter how airtight it was, he could still break it. Lin Fei's great teleportation technique was very useful at this time. Wherever he passed, he avoided all the tricks. Then, he entered the Daluo heaven. This was a heaven's grotto heaven world. Inside, Lin Fei instantly felt that there were demigod experts. There were quite a number of demigod experts. There were actually 5 demigod experts. Among them, the most powerful one was even at the peak of the demigod realm. He probably cultivated a lot of divine power. This was much stronger than Zhao Xian and the others. Zhao Xian and the others only had 100 divine power, but this one was different. He guessed that he had cultivated at least 700 to 800 divine power, close to 1,000 divine power. This kind of strength was already very, very strong. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei released the 3 demigods. Attack fiercely. Destroy this Daluo heaven for me. After receiving orders from the higher-ups to deal with him, Lin Fei naturally wouldn't be polite. If they had behaved themselves, then they naturally wouldn't have come looking for trouble. However, this time it just so happened that the previous incident and this incident would be settled together. As soon as the 3 demigods appeared, they immediately unleashed their attacks. Divine might enveloped them directly. Those with low strength exploded one by one. Immediately, figures flew out from the Daluo heaven, which was also the Everlasting Alliance. They were all war god experts. However, as soon as these war god experts came out, they saw a ray of light sweeping over. One by one, they were blasted away. They couldn't withstand a single move at all. All of them were seriously injured. All of them were scared out of their wits. As soon as an invincible war god expert came out, he instantly cried out in alarm. "Not good. Quick, call the patriarch. There's a demigod expert." With this cry, all the war god experts retreated. None of them dared to stand in front of them. It was fine if it was just one demigod expert, but now there were 3 demigod experts. This made them even more panicked. "Patriarch, save us." The 3 demigods were obedient in front of Lin Fei, but outside, they were like peerless great demon kings. Their methods were very fierce. The Invincible Alliance's methods couldn't withstand the 3 of them at all. Along the way, there were ruins everywhere. Dust flew everywhere. "Old Ghost Fong, you're courting death. You're going too far." A figure shot up into the sky, followed by a figure flying over. All of them were demigod experts. They were used to watch over the Invincible Alliance. He recognized these 3 people at a glance. Chapter 49-56. Due to the order from the higher-ups, all of them had gone to look for Lin Mu. They had not expected 3 demigods to show up at this time. The 5 war gods of the Invincible Alliance were shocked by the appearance of the 3 demigods. Naturally, they recognized them at a glance. The Invincible Alliance really did not interfere with the 3 demigods. They minded their own business and minded their own business. Looking at the current situation, they really could not get used to it. "That's right, it's me, Old Man Fong. I'm here to cause trouble for the Daluo Heaven. Take this." Even if the 5 demigods had appeared, they would have attacked immediately. They did not think much about it. They had to perform well in front of the Lord and go all out. Naturally, they erupted with great deterrence. The 5 demigods from the Daluo Heaven were also extremely furious. They really didn't know who gave them the courage to cause trouble at their side. There was a loud rumbling sound. They also displayed their remarkable abilities. With the help of their god power, the deterrence that erupted was especially strong. Of course, they could only control the area. Otherwise, the entire Invincible Alliance of the Daluo Heaven would be completely destroyed. Lin Fei just stood there quietly. Of course, some invincible war gods also saw Lin Fei, but they did not recognize him. They just followed the demigods in and thought that he was a subordinate, so they swarmed over without saying a word. They could not defeat Lin Mu, but they could defeat a stinking brat. Everyone's minds were quite active, so they directly rushed over. However, before they could get close, the void collapsed. A ripple of power swept across their bodies. In an instant, he was killed in an instant. This instant kill caused the people who were originally ready to rush over to be so scared that they did not dare to move. They could not defeat this demigod, so why couldn't they defeat this young man? "I know who he is. He's Lin Mu. He's Lin Mu. He actually came to our Daluo Heaven." Lin Fei didn't change his appearance, so someone recognized him very quickly and cried out in surprise. Everyone was thoroughly shocked by this. Even the 5 demigods who were still fighting were the same. They had never thought that Lin Mu would walk right into their trap. He even ran to their great overarching heaven. It must be known that the order given by the Lord was very simple. No matter what, they had to capture this Lin Mu fellow. This guy had committed a serious crime. The 4 top powers were all out searching for him, yet this fellow had actually come to their absolute heaven. It was simply a great merit. "You 4 restrain Old Ghost Fong and the others. I'll deal with this Lin Mu. I want to see what tricks he has up his sleeves. He's definitely planning something." A figure rushed out from the 5 demigods. It was a white-haired figure who was also the strongest among them. He was at the peak of the demigod realm. With a wave of his hand, he unleashed a divine ability. God's Cage. Such a method was unleashed using divine power, so it was naturally very terrifying. Could trap whoever it wanted. It would be best if he could capture Lin Mu alive. Of course, it was also a test. He wanted to see how strong this guy was. "I'm guessing you're the strongest demigod in the Invincible Alliance." Lin Fei smiled faintly and walked out. The god's cage was instantly destroyed. Couldn't stop Lin Fei at all. As for Lin Fei, he sent out a punch, which transformed into a light spot. The light spot got closer and closer, instantly turning into an infinite light. Lin Fei did not intend to waste any time here, so he used his full strength right away. This old ancestor of the Alliance did not even think that Lin Mu would use his full strength. He did not even make a sound before he was destroyed by the light spot. This was one of the biggest benefits of having a strong physical body. In a head-on battle, no one was a match for him. The 4 demigods were indeed suppressing Old Ghost Fong and the others, but in the blink of an eye, the strongest one among them was actually killed by Lin Mu. Under the bright light, they felt the aura of death. At this moment, they seemed to finally understand why the Lord had issued the order to mobilize 4 top powers to hunt down this Lin Mu. All of you can go down and accompany me. Lin Fei's figure flashed, and he instantly walked out of the bodies of the 4 demigods. Cracks instantly spread across their bodies, and with a crash, they turned to ash in a puff of smoke. As a result, the might of this spirit projection technique had become even stronger. These 4 demigods had only cultivated 300 to 400 streams of divine power. They looked very strong, but Lin Fei really did not think much of it. But to the experts of the Daluo Celestial, the entire sky was collapsing. It's over, it's over. Our invincible alliance is completely finished. The old ancestor is dead. The old ancestor is dead. The powerful old ancestor had died just like that in front of them. After Fang Shan and the others lost their opponents, they immediately set their eyes on the invincible war gods of the Daluo Celestial. After they came and went, they killed these invincible war gods, and then used a powerful technique to control all the disciples. Without the old ancestor to fight back, the others were no match at all. With a thought, Lin Fei arrived at the Daluo Celestial, the treasure vault of the Invincible Alliance. There were layers of formations here. Lin Fei's fist tore through the air and smashed through the formation from the outside. In an instant, all the formation was activated. Lin Fei also walked in. The power of the formations washed over Lin Fei's body and did not cause any damage to Lin Fei. Lin Fei also came in front of the door, and with a raise of his hand, the door was forcibly opened. Fang Shan and the other 2 demigods stood at the door. They were also extremely shocked in their hearts. They never thought that the Invincible Alliance would be destroyed just like that. Although some of the experts of the Invincible Alliance had been brought out, the forces here were still extremely strong. 5 demigods was no joke. Now that the 5 demigods were dead, the others could not do anything to them at all. This feeling was really exhilarating. To think that such a day would come for the Invincible Alliance. In the past, they had no lack of people bullying them because they had the advantage in numbers. This was really the case of the river flowing east for 30 years, and then west for 30 years. This also made them realize that they had made the right choice this time. They did not think that they would really have such a strong backer. It would not be easy for the experts on the 2nd level to come down. They could really be called kings on this level. This treasure vault was also filled with some formations and restrictions. Lin Fei did not stand on ceremony. With a wave of his hand, everywhere he passed, there was a loud rumble. As he broke through the formations, he kept these things one by one, without stopping at all. Chapter 49:57. Inside a house, a figure suddenly opened his eyes, and his expression changed. Not good. Something happened. In such a short period of time, several figures instantly came into the house. These people all had a strong aura. Even though there weren't many of them, if someone who knew them was here, they would definitely recognize that they were demigod experts. Alliance leader, what happened? These people were experts who were here to capture Lin Mu. After all, they had received orders from the higher-ups and naturally didn't dare to let their guard down. So they came immediately. This time, the alliance leader was personally leading the team. Everyone wanted to make a contribution. Everyone knew that the experts of the 4 top factions were all out to find Lin Mu. It was only a matter of time before they found him. And at this time, whoever found him and captured him would naturally make a great contribution. When the time came, they would definitely benefit. In everyone's eyes, This Lin Mu was a moving treasure box. Whoever got it first would be able to get what was inside the treasure box. The alliance leader of the Invincible Alliance was called Zhuhua. This name wasn't considered common. Normally, people would call him Alliance Leader. Even the people of the 4 top factions liked to call him Alliance Leader because everyone was used to it. Just now, I received news that our base has been destroyed. I've received news that our nest has been destroyed. If I'm not mistaken, it should be done by that Lin Mu. Zhu said it very casually, but he couldn't hide the anger in his heart. It was as violent as thunder. Even the other demigod experts were stunned. They didn't dare to believe that the news was true. Alliance Leader, you must be joking this time. Our Invincible Alliance's base, Daluo Heaven, has many arrays and 5 demigod experts guarding it. How can anyone barge in? Yes, who could be so powerful? Could that Lin Mu really be so powerful that he could defeat 5 demigods? These demigod experts found it hard to digest this news. They immediately contacted their subordinates in the Invincible Alliance, but they couldn't contact them at all. No matter who it was, even those demigod experts, there was no news at all. At this moment, their hearts sank. Dark clouds shrouded them. Let's go back now. They used all their treasures and didn't dare to stop. Lin Fei was sweeping through the Invincible Alliance in Daluo Heaven, so he left immediately. He headed to the next location. The next place was naturally the more mysterious Assassins League. This organization was also very difficult to deal with. The Invincible Alliance was open and above board, but the Assassin Alliance was much more difficult to find. It was very difficult to find them because their nest was very mysterious. Because their lair was so mysterious, ordinary demigods would not be able to find it. Their hiding place was a mystery, but everyone knew that the Assassins League had a small grotto heaven world, and it was a very secretive one. There was a karmic connection between Lin Fei and the Union of Assassins. Following this karmic connection, Lin Fei had found his way here. He knew that if he were to destroy the Invincible Alliance of the Absolute Heaven, he would have to destroy the Assassin League as well. This was the best way to reap the most benefits. In the treasury of the Invincible Alliance of the Absolute Heavens, there were indeed quite a number of items. For example, the power of faith. He had also obtained a godhood, even though the quality was average. Most importantly, it was incomplete. This was also why the Invincible Alliance did not dare to refine it. An incomplete godhood like this, once refined, could lead to cultivation deviation. No matter what, it was still a godhood and it was still useful to Lin Fei. The nest of the Assassins League was not that easy to find. Even if there was a karmic connection, Lin Fei's journey here had been intermittent. To Lin Fei, this was not a big deal. It was just a matter of time. Going in circles. Stopping, walking. Lin Fei finally found the Assassins League. When he saw the Assassins League, Lin Fei and the 3 demigods were a little surprised. They were actually in an unassuming village. This place was really different from the Grotto Heaven world they had imagined. Lin Fei knew that this place was the Assassins League. It was definitely not above ground, so the real Assassins League was probably underground. Lin Fei tried to sense it again, and indeed, he could sense that there seemed to be an underground palace below. This place is the Assassins League. This is too real. All of them had searched for the nest of the Assassins League before. It was a pity that they could not find it. The Assassins League was like a knife in the dark, and no one could predict when it would stab you. Even if they were demigods, if they really offended the Assassins League, they would still dare to kill a god. Something like this had happened in the past as well. At that time, they were not considered strong, but they had heard of a demigod being hunted down by the Assassins League. In the end, a god was killed, and it caused a huge commotion. From then on, even demigods did not dare to offend the Assassins League. God knows how many people have tried to find the Assassins League, but unfortunately, no one has succeeded. Now that they had finally seen the nest of the Assassins League, it was completely different from what they had imagined. It was really too different. Sir, should we destroy this town first and lure out the experts of the Assassins League? Fang Shan was the most excited one. Back then, he had also been hunted down by the Assassins League, and he had only managed to avoid it because he had been lucky. Therefore, the Assassins' League had helped him a lot in becoming a demigod. The people on the ground are all average, but they are just spies. They don't even know that they were placed outside by the Assassins' League. Once we are outside, we can just go straight to the underground palace. With a greater teleportation, Lin Fei brought the 3 demigods to the nest of the Assassins' League. Indeed, there was a huge underground palace in the depths of the ground. A super formation was set up, isolating all auras. Even if they used powerful treasures, they would not be able to find this place. This place seemed to have jumped out of the 5 elements and belonged to a special existence. The nest of the Assassins' League. This underground palace was very old. No one knew how long it had existed. However, they could sense that there were quite a number of experts in this underground palace. The Invincible Alliance seemed to be much weaker than the Assassins' League. At the very least, Lin Fei could sense the auras of 7 demigod experts here. Other than that, there was an even more dangerous aura. Although he could not sense the level of the aura, Lin Fei knew that this was probably the strongest existence there. However, there was a problem with this situation. Kill. Chapter 49-58. The Assassins' League had always been elusive because their location was rather hidden. Even if they used some supreme treasures, they would not be able to find the Assassins' League. However, Lin Fei had come here today. The 3 demigods made their move instantly. The moment they sent out their treasures, they smashed down. The Assassins' League's members were caught off guard by this single exchange. Figures flew out in an instant. However, as soon as they flew out, they were swept away by a stream of light and killed one after another. Demigods! Demigods! The first batch of people who came out were instantly annihilated. The second batch did not dare to come out at all as they came to their senses. Demigods! Especially when they saw the 3 demigods standing in the sky, it was even more unbelievable. The nest of the Assassins' League had actually been discovered. Most importantly, they had snuck in without anyone noticing. How did the people outside do things? Logically speaking, it was impossible. From the outside to the Assassins' League, there were more than a dozen formations. These formations were connected one after another. Once one was triggered, the other formations would be triggered. It could be said to be a super invincible formation. Back then, several demigod powerhouses had come in, but they could not break through this formation. They were killed inside. Ever since then, the headquarters of the Alliance had been safe and sound. However, the situation before them was really unbelievable. Someone had actually come in, and it was 3 demigods. The territory of the Assassins' League is not a place where you 3 demigods can act presumptuously. A majestic voice bellowed out. Following that, a figure charged over like a ray of light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sound that was like a tidal wave swept over in an instant. Unbeknownst to them, a vast ocean had suddenly appeared behind them, and a giant face had appeared. Fang Shan and the other 2 did not dare to be careless. In a short period of time, the 3 of them had developed a certain level of tacit understanding and withstood this move. Once they withstood this move, the seawater in the sky instantly returned to its original state. Following that, a figure walked out, and all the seawater entered his body. Sea god, water everywhere. Fang Shan recognized the man with a single glance. I didn't expect you to still be alive. Not only that, you've even gotten stronger and joined the Union of Assassins. So it's you, Fang Shan, and you 2 old fogies. I didn't expect you to be so bold as to barge into the League of Assassins. Tell me, how did you get in here? If you tell us everything honestly, we might spare your lives. If you don't, you won't even have a corpse left. Shui Sifang's face was also gloomy. He was considered a demigod expert, but he didn't expect 3 demigods to barge in. Just like that, he had killed many experts from the Assassins' League. These were the seeds of the Assassins' League, and it was not easy to nurture them. In the end, they had suffered such heavy losses. How was he supposed to explain this to them? So. A few more figures came out, all of them with the strength of a demigod, because war gods didn't dare to come. Once a demigod made a move, the war god would definitely die. It was that simple. What's the point of talking to them? Just take them down. We'll find out how they got in through torture. A black-faced demigod snorted coldly. They had so many demigods, how could they not take out 3 demigod experts? What a joke. The strongest on this level were the experts at the peak of the demigod level. Moreover, they had come to the Assassin's League. They could deal with them however they wanted. It was just a matter of a word. Kill! Without any hesitation, Fang Shan and the other 2 demigods made their move. Even with so many demigod experts present, it was the same. They didn't show any mercy when they made their move. These demigods were slightly shocked. They didn't expect these 3 guys to be so afraid of death. Facing so many demigods, how could they beat them? Lin Fei just watched quietly. These demigods from the Assassin's League were indeed quite strong, but they couldn't change the fact that they liked to use assassin's methods. This was a more close combat method. This way, Fang Shan and the other 2 had a certain amount of pressure. With so many demigods attacking, it was naturally not easy to deal with them. Actually, Lin Fei could have made his move right from the start. However, it was rare for him to have a chance to train these 3 demigods. Naturally, he had to train them well. As long as they weren't killed instantly, there was nothing to worry about. The Invincible Alliance's demigods attacked openly. The Assassin's League's demigods had an assassin's method of attack. This gave Lin Fei some ideas. Boom! Spiritual descent appeared immediately. In the blink of an eye, these demigods were sent flying. An imprint instantly fell on their hearts. When they smashed onto the ground, they appeared to be in a trance. In that short period of time, Lin Fei had planted an imprint in their bodies. What was the strongest on this level? Of course, it was the demigod experts. Lin Fei naturally wouldn't miss it. Therefore, he took down all these demigods who specialized in assassin's methods. You can get out now. Lin Fei punched into the distance. In the distance, there was a very inconspicuous place. However, with this punch, a black hole appeared. A strong beam of divine light exploded from within. It shot into the sky and shook the entire underground palace. A figure followed. Third Elder. Many people cried out in surprise. Obviously, they recognized the 3rd ancestor who had just walked out. The 3rd ancestor's entire body was filled with death chi, but his strength was terrifying. This was the strongest power that Lin Fei had sensed. So, it's someone who is about to die. Isn't it better for him to stay alive? Why is there a need to watch from the side? Don't you think so? The 3rd Elder was the strongest in the Assassin's League. Of course, there was a problem with his strength. This was because he was filled with death energy and couldn't move much. Once he moved, he would use up a small amount of life force and get closer and closer to death. Stabbing God 3 strikes. The 3rd Elder didn't stop at all. An afterimage appeared, and in an instant he unleashed his strongest 3 attacks. No one knew better than him how difficult it was to deal with this young man in front of him. He was actually moved by 1 punch. That was why he decided to use his strongest 3 strikes. This was the only way to kill this guy. If he killed this guy, the other 3 demigods would be vulnerable. Only this person in front of him was the most dangerous. The first strike landed on Lin Fei's body, leaving a faint wound. This was the first time that Lin Fei had been injured since his body had reached the phenomenal success stage. Invincible King Upgrade's Faultless chapter will continue to be updated on Handplay Bar. There will be no advertisements on the website. Please collect and recommend Handplay Bar. Those who like Invincible King Upgrade, please collect. Invincible King Handplay Bar updates the fastest. Chapter 4959. The dying 3rd Old Ancestor was indeed very powerful. The first blow had already injured Lin Fei's body. Then came the second blow and then the third. The power of each blow had been increased to a certain extent, and there was also a certain attribute enhancement. Could be said that it was terrifying. Even a real peak demigod expert would be killed by these 3 blows. There was no way he could resist at all. The 3rd ancestor, who was on the verge of death, did not stop for even a second. Could be said that it was one move after another. This was the only strength that the 3rd Old Ancestor had. He had to take advantage of this opportunity to kill the man in front of him. Only by killing the man in front of him could he solve the remaining problems. The experts of the Assassin's League all stopped and looked at the scene not far away. The third old ancestor is mighty and domineering. The third old ancestor is mighty and domineering. How dare that puppy come to the Assassin's League and behave atrociously? He should look in the mirror and see who he is. No matter who he is, he can't withstand the attack of the old ancestor. He will definitely die. None of the people of the Assassin's League present thought that this young man could withstand the attack of the old ancestor. If he could withstand it, then the old ancestor would not be the old ancestor. One could imagine how miserable this guy was. Even the third ancestor was the same. Even though he was panting and his face was pale, and he had consumed a lot of energy, he was very confident in his 3 moves. He would definitely be able to kill this guy. There was no guy that he could not kill. You're powerful, but you're still not good enough. Lin Fei walked out. Although there was a big wound on his body, no one knew better than him that he had withstood the attack of a peak demigod. The strength of this old ancestor was far stronger than a peak demigod. He was almost at the level of a lower celestial. Everyone who was cheering was instantly speechless. They looked at the figure that appeared and found it very hard to accept. Their eyeballs almost fell out. That guy is actually fine. He's not injured at all. That was done by the third old ancestor himself. Everyone knew that the third old ancestor was very famous. You're much more powerful than I thought. You can even withstand 3 of my strongest moves. No wonder the people above want to catch you. But you're not much better off. I've already informed the people of the Assassin's League. They will come back as soon as possible. You can't escape at all. The third old ancestor's expression suddenly changed. With a clatter, a black curtain suddenly appeared in the Assassin's League, covering the whole place. Godlock formation. Open for me. This formation was the most powerful formation of the assassin formation. Back in the day, a low god had barged in and was trapped in this formation. His strength was obliterated and he was finally killed. However, not many people knew about this. They all thought that it was a demigod powerhouse. In fact, it was a lower god who came in. He was killed alive. Even a lower celestial wouldn't dare to be presumptuous here, let alone a kid. The formation of the Assassin's League has been opened. Even if a great firmament immortal came, he can't leave here. You'd better accept your fate. The third old ancestor was completely relieved. As long as this guy was trapped here, there was nothing to worry about. As soon as the formation was opened, the originally depressed experts of the Assassin's League became happy. No one knew better than them that once the formation was opened, even a top expert would not be able to break in from the outside. This guy would definitely not be able to escape. Just now, they already knew who this person was. It was Lin Mu. They heard that this guy had committed a big crime. Of course, the people below didn't know. As the higher-ups, they more or less received some news. The experts of the Assassin's League had gone out to find this guy. They didn't expect that this guy would come to their Assassin's League without anyone knowing. Lin Fei could also feel the power of this formation. As expected of the Assassin's League, they actually had such a formation. It was no wonder that those people didn't dare to attack. If they really attacked once the formation was opened, everyone would be in trouble. He finally learned something new. This formation is indeed very powerful. However, I don't know if you've thought of one thing. Do you think you guys can withstand it if such a powerful person like me is trapped here? Lin Fei laughed. Walala, walala. The injuries on his body recovered in an instant. One punch. A long dragon of power spiraled out of the dragon's nest. A loud rumbling sound rang out. The void collapsed. Wherever it passed, no one could resist it. Even the third old ancestor was sent flying by this huge dragon. Then, as if the dragon had a consciousness, it instantly wrapped around the third old ancestor. The third old ancestor's body surged with divine light, trying to blast away this power. However, this power wasn't a match for this huge dragon. Beside their ears, they could also hear Lin Fei's voice. You don't have much lifespan left. Why don't you just stay alive and come to deal with me? Then, let me send you on your way. Walala. The long dragon of power tore and the third old ancestor's divine light was wiped out. With a walala, it turned into pieces. The demigods, including the higher-ups and elders, instantly cried. The strongest third old ancestor of the Assassin's League was killed just like that. At the same time, they felt a chill in their hearts. Of course, they had heard Lin Fei's words clearly. The activation of the formation was indeed beneficial to them. However, they seemed to have underestimated one thing. If such a huge beast was placed here, would they be able to withstand it? This formation was indeed quite powerful. This also caused the people of the Assassin's League to lose their escape route. Lin Fei's body flashed and there was a loud rumbling sound. The demigod powerhouses seemed to have suffered a powerful attack. One by one, they fell to the ground, unable to withstand it at all. Lin Fei was already very powerful. Moreover, he wasn't a demigod, but a top-notch powerhouse who could fight with the power of a lower god. Once he made his move, they naturally felt despair. Seal after seal was placed directly on their bodies. In an instant, these demigods of the Assassin's League were all subdued. Take down the entire Assassin's League. It would be a pity if we don't use such a good formation. Didn't they come looking for me? Then I'll do as they wish. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. He immediately thought of an idea. This formation was so powerful. It would be a pity if he didn't use it. This was called the use of resources. He could pull the remaining people from the Abyss and Fengyun Tower over. He believed that they would be very interested. Chapter 4960. The leader of the Assassin's League, who was outside, also received the news immediately. When he received the news, his face was extremely ugly and livid. Let me tell you a piece of bad news. Someone from our Union of Assassins has come. He's definitely someone you can't imagine. The leader of the Assassin's League was called the Leader of Three Departures. This time, he brought a total of 5 demigod powerhouses with him. He was also the strongest in the Union of Assassins. He had also brought a lot of treasures to capture Lin Mu. The decree that came down really shocked him. He didn't expect such a big thing to happen the first time. Zhao Xian of the Great Yan Empire was killed. This was not a small matter, but a big one. Who is it? Is there anyone in our Union of Assassins that can barge in? With the 3 grandmasters keeping watch and those few half-deities, even the Emperor of Heaven would have to behave himself if he went in. It's not like we haven't killed lesser deities in the past. The few demigods did not take those fellows seriously at all. His temper was also very bad. Lin Mu, you didn't expect it, right? That guy barged into our Assassin's Alliance. The 5 demigods were shocked by what the leader of the 3 Separation Alliance said. They could not believe that such a thing could happen. That was the Union of Assassins. Can't be, right? That Lin Mu really came to our Assassin Union. This is great, we'll take care of him this time. Let's quickly go back and take him down first. These half-god experts really wanted to see Lin Mu. Just what kind of ability did he have to be worthy of such a decree from below? Don't worry, that guy won't be able to escape. Third brother has already activated the Godlock array. Even if the Heavenly Emperor comes, it will be the same. Let's go back and slowly take care of him. This time we have made a great contribution. Who knows, the people above might even give us a lot of rewards. Speaking of the rewards, the 5 demigods, including the 3 Separation Alliance Master, were all moved. It was definitely an unimaginable reward. Without any hesitation, the 3 Separation Alliance Master activated his treasure and rushed back. He had to deal with this forest before everyone else returned. Fortunately, once the Spirit Lock array was opened, there was nothing to worry about. At the same time, on the other side, Go Hua of the Invincible Alliance also received the news. When he received this news, his expression changed, and he suddenly laughed wildly. The other demigods were a little surprised. They didn't know if the Fire Alliance Master couldn't take the blow and gave up. Their Invincible Alliance had suffered such a huge loss, it could be said that they had suffered a huge blow. How much they could preserve would depend on how much Lin Mu could do. Could be said that everyone was suppressing their anger. And now they were all rushing towards the Invincible Alliance. Ha 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 ha, I never thought that the people I placed in the Assassin's Alliance would have this kind of use. We don't need to go to the Invincible Alliance. we'll go directly to the Assassin's Alliance. That Lin Mu has already run over there and I heard that he's injured. We can't let the Assassin's Alliance take advantage of us." The few demigod experts were indeed startled, and a fierce look appeared on their faces. They wanted to find Lin Mu for revenge. Now that Lin Mu had run into someone else's territory and was injured, they didn't doubt it at all. Who didn't know how strong the Assassin's Alliance was, and the Assassin's Alliance had experts. Then what are we waiting for? Let's hurry over. The people on this side also rushed over. The Deep Abyss Hell also received the news. After all, as one of the 4 great powers, who wouldn't send a few people to gather information? They weren't very useful normally, but they could be used in crucial times. On the Deep Abyss Hell side, there was a tall figure. His black eyes flashed with endless coldness. He was the leader of the Deep Abyss Hell Frost Heaven Prison. This Frost Heaven Prison was also very strong. He was a top-class genius at such a young age, and he finally sat in the position of the Deep Abyss Hell. Under the leadership of Frost Heaven Prison, the entire Deep Abyss Hell had developed greatly and improved greatly. It was very different from before. Just now, his brows slightly knit. He had also received a piece of news. That was that Lin Mu had appeared in the Assassin's Alliance. He had heard that he had fought with their 3rd ancestor and both sides were heavily injured. Now that the God-locking array had been activated, he wouldn't be able to escape for a while. When this news came, Frost Heaven Prison did not hesitate at all. He immediately realized that this was a good opportunity. The scouts he had arranged had finally been used. He did not doubt this at all. The 3rd ancestor didn't have much lifespan left. The only thing that could seriously injure him was Lin Mu's appearance. Let's go to the Assassin's Alliance. Lin Mu is in the Assassin's Alliance and is already heavily injured. Now it all depends on who is faster. If there are no accidents, the other 3 forces should also be heading in this direction. The people from the Deep Abyss Hell turned into streaks of light as they headed for the Assassin's Alliance. Others might not know where the Assassin's Alliance was, but the peak powers knew. Under normal circumstances, they would not go to the enemy's headquarters because that was a kind of offense and they would be killed if they didn't handle it well. But it was different now. Everyone was in a hurry. There was a large difference between an injured Lin Mu and an uninjured Lin Mu. At the very least, the great Yan Empire's Zhao Xian was killed by Lin Mu. This more or less proved that this Lin Mu had some ability and methods. An injured fellow was the easiest to deal with. It was like picking up a bargain. At this time, it all depended on who had the biggest chance. Although the Assassin's Alliance had already activated the God-locking formation, they still had a chance to break through. But it was not just them. The other 2 forces would also go together. As long as they arrived before the Assassin's Alliance, it would be best. The Wind Cloud Tower also received the news. The Wind Cloud Tower Lord did not have much interest in capturing Lin Mu. He had always felt that Lin Mu was very mysterious and had an extraordinary background. The only thing he did not expect was that Lin Mu would cause a huge disaster this time. He had killed the great Yan Empire's Zhao Xian. That was not a nameless person, but someone with a background. The most important thing was that Zhao Xian's bloodline was different. He was a direct descendant, so killing him was equivalent to offending the great Yan Empire. Therefore, this order was passed down. When he received the news, the Wind Cloud Tower Lord was slightly shocked. He did not expect that this fellow would actually run to the Assassin's Alliance and activate the God-locking formation. This was a very troublesome matter. Everything else was fine, but once the formation was activated, it would be very difficult to come out. Their Wind Cloud Tower had more or less experienced that kind of terrifying feeling. We'll go to the Assassin's Alliance now. We have to be ahead of them. Chapter 49-61. The top 4 factions were all heading towards the Assassin's League. Naturally, this was Lin Fei's plan. He wanted to attract all the factions here. He could wipe them all out at once. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome to find them one by one for the annual fees. Now that they had all received the wrong news, they all thought that he had been seriously injured in the Assassin's League. After all, the 3rd Patriarch was quite powerful. When he went all out, even a peak demigod would be at a disadvantage. Now that they knew about this news, the other top factions probably knew about it too. If nothing went wrong, they would definitely rush over immediately. Whoever was faster would be able to take the first credit. As for who would be the first to arrive, Lin Fei was looking forward to it. After all, he had waited for so long and finally found this opportunity. If not for the godlock formation, Lin Fei really wouldn't have been able to attract them here so quickly. They were much more cunning than he had imagined. This time, they would definitely fall for it. This time, I can finally move my body properly. Lin Fei's physical body was already extremely strong. It had reached the level of a lower god. Even though he hadn't fought with a real lower god yet, he should have a chance this time. Especially the few at the front. They were definitely top-notch and had divine weapons. With a low-grade divine weapon, he would be able to unleash his true power. Unlike these people who at most had an invincible treasure. High-grade divine weapons were not bad. However, it was a different story if it was a low-grade divine artifact. The might of a divine weapon was not something anyone could imagine. Once they attacked, the power that they unleashed would not be easy to withstand. Thus, this time, Lin Fei would be able to fulfill his wish and annihilate a few demigods. As for what kind of trouble would there be after destroying the top 4 forces, he didn't really care. After all, it wouldn't be that easy for the higher-ups to come down. Lin Fei quietly suppressed this level. If he suppressed it for 1,000 years, he would be able to obtain an unlimited amount of divine deity. The Invincible Alliance is the fastest. Lin Fei sensed the commotion outside. He didn't expect the Invincible Alliance to be the first to arrive. It was the leader of the Invincible Alliance, Zhu. Apart from him, there were a few other demigod powerhouses. He had thought that the leader of the Assassin League, 3 Leave, would be the first to return. He did not expect them to beat him to it. Ha! I didn't expect to be the first one here. First, he arrived at the headquarters of the Assassin League. He saw a huge array being activated. Sure enough, it was just as the message said. The Union of Assassins had indeed activated the Spirit Lock formation. Once this array was activated, it would be difficult to enter from the inside, but it would be much easier to enter from the outside. Zhu first sensed around but did not sense any auras. In other words, the Union of Assassins no longer had a single expert. That Lin Mu really had good methods, actually causing the Assassin Alliance to suffer heavy losses. Thinking back to his Invincible Alliance, the anger in his heart lessened by quite a bit. At the very least, everyone was out of luck. One side's nest was destroyed, while the other side's nest was destroyed. Everyone was about the same. Let's go in together and find that Lin Mu. While we're at it, we'll kill all of the Assassin's League's forces. From now on, the Assassin's League will no longer be a peak power. Zhu was quite domineering. It was rare for him to come here, so he had to get rid of the Assassin's League first. It was killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhu's voice was quite loud, but as soon as he finished speaking, a ray of light flew over. He raised his hand and blocked the ray of light. His brows furrowed a few times. Could it be that more people came? Following which, a voice rang out from afar. Good Zhu, I didn't expect you to be so sinister. While I wasn't here, you prepared to destroy my Assassin's League's forces. You really have guts. Do you believe that I won't let you leave here right now? An angry roar rang out. It turned out that the Assassin's League's alliance leader 3 Li had returned. When he heard Zhu's voice, his entire face turned ashen. His expression was already extremely ugly when his nest was attacked. Now that Zhu from the Invincible Alliance actually said such words, wasn't he trying to make things difficult for him? Hearing this voice, Zhu's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect his luck to be so bad. He actually heard it. Since he heard it, then he heard it. There was nothing to worry about. He heard that the Assassin's League had suffered heavy losses. So what if I say it? If you have the ability, then make me stay here and watch. Zhu coldly snorted. The Alliance leader 3 Li was obviously furious, but he didn't know that the Invincible Alliance's nest had also been destroyed by Lin Mu. His own Assassin's League's nest had indeed suffered heavy losses. One could only imagine the situation. Even the 3rd old ancestor was heavily injured. If it was any other time, they would have to fight it out first. But now that Lin Mu was heavily injured, if they didn't take him down, it would be equivalent to missing out on an opportunity. As long as they completed this mission, the reward from the higher-ups would definitely make up for their losses. They definitely couldn't let Zhu Hua get ahead of them. Humph. Consider yourself lucky today. I don't want to fight with you guys. Now you can scram. Scram as far as you can. Otherwise, if I'm not in a good mood, you won't be able to leave even if you want to. The Alliance Leader 3 Li really didn't want to fight with Zhu Hua at this time. At that time, it might just be given to someone else. But he was curious as to why this guy would come at this time. Did he also receive the news? Other than that, he really couldn't think of another explanation. Go. Why do I have to go? It's rare for me to come to your Assassin's League, so I have to go in and be a guest. Otherwise, you can only chase me away. Don't you think so? Zhu Hua laughed heartily. Suddenly, he took out a treasure. This was a large net that directly covered them. Following that, the demigod beside him directly charged towards them. Zhu Hua turned and charged into the Assassin's League. The spirit-locking formation could only lock people inside and not let them out, but it was much easier to enter. This sudden scene caused San Li to be furious. This guy must have received the news. Bastard, how dare you barge into our Assassin's League? Stay here for me. The Alliance leader's figure disappeared under the large net with a whoosh. He entered the Assassin's League. The two of them entered the Assassin's League one after the other. A cold light shot out from the void. The two of them were sent flying and a figure stepped out from the void. An endless abyss aura enveloped them. The heaven and earth turned cold. Heavenly Frost Prison. Chapter 49-62. Lin Fei thought that the Invincible Alliance would be the first to arrive. Who would have thought that the Assassin Alliance would return as well? The two sides actually directly started fighting. The Invincible Alliance's Go Hua was really good at scheming. He attacked right away. He probably knew that Lin Fan was injured and wanted to take advantage of the situation. He looked like he had Lin Fan in the bag. As for the Assassin Alliance, they knew that Lin Fan was injured and did not want them to be one step ahead of him. No matter which one it would be extremely beneficial to Lin Fei. Situations like this were all within his expectations. However, another figure appeared. When this figure appeared, the reaction it brought was much greater. This was an expert. He seemed to be much stronger than the two of them. One move was enough to make the two of them suffer. Lin Fei knew who it was. It was the Deep Hell's Heavenly Frost Prison. This person was not as simple as he thought. He was definitely very strong. He was ranked first among the top 4 factions. And he was probably in the top 10. As for whether he was ranked first or not, that was unknown. Anyway, Lin Fei was not too sure about that. He only knew that the Heavenly Frost Prison was strong. Everything else could be put aside for the time being. It's more interesting to fight like this. It's best if you guys keep fighting, and I'll pick up the pieces. That way it'll save me a lot of trouble. Lin Fei was more curious about Zhao Xian, who had been killed. He wanted to know who this guy was to be able to command the top 4 factions to capture him. If not for the fact that his physical body had improved, it would have been very difficult for him to fight them. However, things were different now. This time, Lin Fei was sitting calmly. Just like that, Heavenly Frost Prison stood in the void. The world behind her had turned into a ghastly hell. It was a huge world. Seeing this, both Alliance Master Shan Li and Alliance Master Zhu Hua's expressions changed. Your strength has actually increased again. At their level, it was too difficult to increase one's strength. In such a short period of time, they knew what was going on. This Heavenly Frost Prison's strength had increased again. Damn it. The two of them were already considered extremely strong, but they had never imagined that this fellow would become even stronger than them. Cold Heaven Prison said indifferently, "Since you know that my strength has increased, do you still plan to fight with me? Hand over the forest to me, and I won't do anything to you. I know your Assassin's League has suffered greatly, and so has your Invincible Alliance. Do you really want to hurt yourselves? If that's the case, I don't mind swallowing both of you." Hearing this, the two of them looked even worse, especially the Alliance Master of 3 Leave, who finally understood. Why had Zhu Hua come all the way here? Why was he so stubborn and even made the first move? It turned out that his family's foundation had also suffered a great loss, and that was to use the forest in exchange for benefits. Now I'm giving you a chance. If you don't choose, then I'll make my move. My hell of the netherworld has been cultivated to an extremely profound level. It's just the right time to test it out on you. Frost Heaven Prison looked as if it had the upper hand over the two of them. There was a loud bang. Be it the Alliance Master of Three Leave or Juhua, both of them attacked Frost Heaven Prison at the same time. Frost Heaven Prison snorted coldly. I knew that the two of you would attack together. Take my hell of the netherworld then. Attack. The heavens and earth instantly turned dark. A long river flowed out majestically, and all sorts of ghostly wails and wolf howls could be heard. It was unbearable. Frost Heaven Prison stood on this long river, and the saber in his hand slashed down. Saber light swept across the heavens and earth. This saber attack was aimed at the two of them. This caused Juhua and the Alliance Master of Three Leave to feel an extremely dangerous aura. This saber technique wasn't just a saber technique, it was also a spiritual attack. Could be said to be a double attack. Not everyone would be able to withstand it. On Lin Fei's side, he could sense that the frozen sky hell was much stronger than he had imagined. The moment the hell of the netherworld appeared, it immediately suppressed the two of them. The ghostly wails and wolf howls were probably a special technique, which made it difficult for the two demigods. I've already told you you're not my match. Why are you so stubborn? Hand over the forest and nothing will happen. Every slash of Frost Heaven Prison was extremely domineering, collapsing the heavens and earth, collapsing the void. They couldn't withstand it at all. Lin Fei just looked on quietly. Frost Heaven Prison slashed out 5 times, forcing the two of them to retreat. There was even a wound on their bodies. The head-on methods were truly majestic. Along with the existence of the hell of the netherworld, it made Frost Heaven Prison even more arrogant. Suddenly, Lin Fei frowned and felt that the people from Fengyun Tower had arrived. They didn't enter the Assassin's Alliance and just stayed outside. Lin Fei had a good impression of Fengyun Tower. Now it was up to them to decide. If they entered, it wouldn't matter much. It would just make Lin Fei's impression of them worse. In reality, at this moment, the Fengyun Tower Master was outside. He could feel the battle going on inside. Especially Frost Heaven Prison's methods, it shocked him. He was actually the last one to arrive. However, he didn't see Lin Mu, which made him heave a sigh of relief. He had also received news that Lin Mu was heavily injured. As for how bad it was, he didn't know. In a bit, all of you will follow me in, but no one is allowed to attack. Do you understand? That Lin Mu isn't that easy to deal with. Our Fengyun Tower doesn't need to get involved in this mess. If they have the ability, they can come down and deal with him themselves. The Fengyun Tower Master was still very rational. He naturally knew what choice he had to make. At this time, they definitely couldn't deal with Lin Mu. The other demigod powerhouses also nodded slightly. They also didn't want to get involved in this matter. They hadn't heard of Zhao Xian, but to be able to come in from above, he definitely had some strength. They didn't need to get involved in this mess. The Fengyun Tower Master indeed brought people in. As soon as he came in, he saw the 3 of them fighting. However, he directly brought his people to the side. The first thing he did was to release the message. My Fengyun Tower is just curious. We won't get involved in anything. You guys can fight as much as you want. Frost Heaven Prison's gaze locked onto the Fengyun Tower Master. Hearing this, he couldn't help but laugh. That's a wise move. Unlike these 2 idiots. There was a loud bang. Another slash, but this slash turned into hundreds and thousands of slashes. After the hundreds and thousands of slashes, 3 Li Alliance Master and Go Hua Alliance Master quickly retreated. The armor on their bodies was already riddled with holes. That Lin Mu is mine. No one needs to fight with me. Lin Mu, get out here. The yellow springs hell behind him covered the entire Assassin Alliance. The cold air seeped into every corner to search for Lin Mu. Chapter 49-63. After crushing these 2 experts, coupled with the fact that the Tower Lord of Fengyun Tower didn't plan on participating, Cold Sky Prison was even more certain that Lin Mu belonged to them. No one else had the right to interfere, whether it was Juhua or Sanli. At this moment, they really couldn't beat Cold Sky Prison. The other party's strength had increased too quickly, and they weren't their opponent at all. The only thing they could do was stand to the side. If they wanted to risk their lives, they wouldn't be able to win. The Abyss Hell was the Abyss Hell, forever stronger than them. Especially since Cold Sky Prison's strength was increasing year by year, they didn't know how they cultivated. Besides helplessness, there was nothing else they could do. Besides looking at each other, the two of them couldn't do anything else. The outcome was decided so quickly. Lin Fei was a little surprised. Cold Sky Prison was worthy of being the boss of the Abyss Hell. He didn't think that it would be able to suppress the other two bosses. That blade technique was so powerful that it was hard to endure. No need to shout. I'm right here. I've been waiting for you guys for a long time. Now that everyone is here, we can have a good chat. As soon as Heavenly Frost Prison's voice faded, Lin Fei walked out step by step. He appeared in everyone's eyes. No matter who it was, they all looked over. Whether it was the demigods or the other bosses, they all looked the same. Looking at the approaching Lin Mu, everyone's expression slightly changed. You're not injured at all. The first to appear was the Alliance Lord of Fengyun Tower. He had heard that this guy had fought with the third ancestor and both sides were injured. But now he didn't seem to be injured at all. He knew that the situation wasn't right. How could you not be injured? That's impossible. Weren't you already heavily injured? You couldn't recover so quickly. Could there be a mistake? Alliance Lord Zhu Hua also exclaimed. He didn't dare believe it. He had come with the intention to take advantage of the situation, so he didn't dare to believe the scene in front of him. Lin Fei laughed out loud. I'm sorry. I really didn't receive any injuries, just some superficial wounds. You should know that superficial wounds heal quickly. That's right. I'll tell you again. I'm not called Lin Mu. My real name is Lin Fei. Remember, don't call me by the wrong name in the future. It'll make me very embarrassed. This made everyone unable to come back to their senses. This fellow was not called Lin Mu, but rather Lin Fei. They found it hard to accept. It was actually a fake name, but why did the name Lin Fei sound so unfamiliar, as if it was the first time it had appeared? This made them even more displeased. As expected of the kid who made the Assassin's League and the Invincible Alliance suffer such a huge loss. I didn't make the wrong choice coming here. Are you going to resist to the end or surrender? Frost Heaven Prison's gaze turned cold as she looked over. My idea is actually quite simple. Do you know why I lured all of you here? It's precisely because I'm prepared to wipe you all out that your choice is invalid. No matter who it was, they all burst out laughing. It could also be said that they were laughing out of anger, especially the Heavenly Frost Prison. They had never seen such an arrogant fellow before. They could be arrogant, but others did not have the qualifications. Originally, everyone thought that this Lin Fei was already seriously injured, but now it seemed that this fellow was not injured at all. Instead, he had set up a huge trap. Of course, they knew how powerful this god-locking formation was. They could come in, but it would be difficult to get out. Now that they had come in, it would be impossible for them to get out in a short time. Of course, the only one who could easily get out was the leader of the Three Separation Alliance. The scene in front of him was a little hard for him to bear. Their Assassin's League had really suffered heavy losses. He could even feel that the experts of the Assassin's League had suffered heavy losses. Even the aura of the three old ancestors had disappeared. As for those few demigod-level experts, they seemed to have changed. You really have some guts. No wonder that fellow Zhao Xian could be killed by you. Now that you've alarmed the big powers above, I'll take you down first. The Heavenly Frost Prison made a move, and a saber light directly came over. As soon as this saber light came over, the heavens and earth instantly turned cold. A layer of frost burst out from this saber light. It turned out that this Heavenly Frost Prison fellow still had some tricks up his sleeves. Leader Gohua and the Three Separation Alliance both retreated at this time, not intending to make a move at this time. It was better to let these two guys fight first. Don't look at how the two of them seemed to be struggling under the Heavenly Frost Prison's attack just now. Their injuries were not considered serious. They still had about 80% of their combat power left. What he had to do now was to sit back and reap the benefits. If the two of them were to both be injured, he would not be able to escape. If both of them were injured, then it was very likely that they would be able to capture this Lin Fei and deal with the Heavenly Frost Prison. At that time, they would be able to completely eliminate the Abyss Hell. It was really killing two birds with one stone. The Fengyun Tower Master also retreated silently, and the demigod-level experts behind him did the same. They had never known that the Lin family had any powerful experts, and they had never heard of this Lin. They didn't expect him to use a fake name. Even if it was his real name, they had no idea at all. It was really quite unbelievable. This saber attack from the Heavenly Frost Prison was indeed quite terrifying. Lin Fei calmly extended his hand, and the area where he extended his hand was instantly turned into a vacuum zone. The saber light stopped in front of Lin Fei's palm, unable to advance any further. After a single point, the saber light instantly collapsed. If this is all you have, it will be too difficult for you to deal with me. You should bring out your true power. It's not that I'm looking down on you, but you are really too weak. This Heavenly Frost Prison was indeed extremely powerful. He was at the peak of the demigod level, but there was still a certain gap between him and a demigod. If he really encountered a demigod, he would probably be able to exchange a few blows, but he would be defeated within 10. But Lin Fei was currently able to explode with the combat power of a demigod, let alone his fleshly body. Chaotic wind and cloud. Heavenly Frost Prison's expression was somewhat unsightly. That saber attack just now was just a test, but its power was extraordinary. At the very least, not just anyone could withstand it. This guy had used the power of his fleshly body to withstand it, which indeed surprised Heavenly Frost Prison. He attacked again. This time, the saber technique was much more terrifying. One figure after another instantly appeared around Lin Fei. Every saber seemed to form a large formation. The Fengyun Tower Master and the other two experts recognized it at a glance. This was Heavenly Frost Prison's most powerful saber technique. This saber technique contained a large formation within it. Thus, when it attacked, it was extremely terrifying. In addition, the hell of the netherworld behind it also began to transform into a long dragon, wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. It was not inferior to the Azura region. Chapter 49-64. Cold Sky Prison's blade technique was indeed outstanding. Every slash formed a part of the array. In the blink of an eye, a huge array was formed. Runes flickered and surrounded Lin Fei. Cold Sky Prison was extremely confident in the face of this array. Even if Lin Fei had some incredible tricks up his sleeves, he couldn't possibly withstand the power of the chaotic wind and cloud array. You still don't understand the techniques of our abyssal hell. In the face of the chaotic wind and cloud array, even if you are strong, you will still be suppressed. Seal. All the runes moved in an instant and formed a huge seal character. This seal character slowly entered Lin Fei's body, as though it was trying to suppress Lin Fei's strength. The Frost Heaven Prison had never used such a method before, because it was too exhausting. This guy had actually set up such a huge array and lured all of them over. Naturally, he had some tricks up his sleeves. Cold Sky Prison didn't dare to let his guard down. He immediately used a top-notch technique to seal Luo Yunyang's strength before anything else. Against Zhu Hua, San Li, and the others, such a technique wouldn't be useful. After all, everyone knew that such a technique would be more than enough to deal with Lin Fei. That's it. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Turns out that this is all you've got. How disappointing. Just as the huge character was about to land on Lin Fei's body, Lin Fei extended his hand. The runes that had landed on his body started to vibrate and rustle. Then cracks started to appear. Lin Fei's huge hand landed on the huge character and closed his fingers. There was a loud bang. The surrounding runes collapsed instantly, following which the huge character also turned into ashes. At this moment, the formation was completely destroyed. I came out just like that. Isn't it easy? I told you that your technique is too disappointing. Let me show you what a real technique is. Lin Fei had seen this guy's strength. It wasn't as simple as he had imagined. This character was indeed strong. He was confident that he could deal with a demigod expert. However, he couldn't use it on Lin Fei. The difference was too great. Spiritual projection. Lin Fei's figure flashed. Crackling sounds could be heard from the surroundings of the cold heaven prison. It turned out that there were many hidden techniques around it. Anyone who came into close contact with it would suffer a great loss. However, Lin Fei did not care at all. He continued to use these methods. After a series of explosions, the saber in freezing heaven prison's hand continued to slash out. Every slash tore through the void, and he kept retreating. In that instant, it was unknown how many times he had slashed out. To Cold Sky Prison, a formless terror shrouded his body. One crack, two cracks, three cracks, one after another, instantly covered his entire body. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Cold Sky Prison's figure retreated and smashed into a building. In the blink of an eye, it turned into ruins. Lin Fei's figure slowly walked out. In the distance, Zhu Hua and San Li's pupils shrank. It was too fast, too ferocious, too violent. Who didn't know Cold Sky Prison's strength? He was much stronger than the two of them, but now it had actually been sent flying by this young Lin Fei. It seemed that his injuries weren't light. From the beginning to the end, they had not seen Lin Fei unleash any techniques. It seemed that he was purely relying on the combat power of his physical body. This was a little unbelievable. Since when did he become so strong? They knew that this guy was strong, but he was ridiculously strong, especially since he didn't use any techniques. From the beginning to the end, there was a loud bang. From beneath the ruins, a figure charged out. The hell of the Yellow Springs landed on his body, rapidly healing his injuries. Cold Sky Prison's aura instantly surged. He had broken through from the peak of the demigod level to the demigod level in an instant. A mighty divine aura appeared, forming behind him a true hell of the underworld. A throne had also appeared. His strength had reached its peak in an instant. He finally mastered the top-grade technique, Mixed Yuan Fusion, the battle power of a demigod. I always thought that it would be very difficult for him to master Mixed Yuan Fusion. I didn't expect that he would actually succeed. He can maintain it for the time it takes for an incense stick to burn. The three of them were shocked. They recognized this secret technique. It was the famous primordial chaos integration. It was the most powerful secret technique of the deep abyss. Once it was used, it would cause one's strength to explode to the demigod level. Lin Fei, you are the only one who has forced me to use Mixed Yuan integration. You are indeed very, very strong. I finally understand why the people above want to deal with you. Person like you can't stay on this floor. If you stay here, no one will have a good time. Lin Fei said coldly. Cold Sky Prison passed with another slash. However, compared to the previous one, the power of this slash was 10 times greater. It split the void. Zhu Hua, San Li, Tower Master Fengyun, and the other demigods immediately fled. They didn't dare to stay in this area. Once they encountered a true demigod, they might not be able to withstand it, unless they were also using a secret technique. If that was the case, they would be at a disadvantage. Good. You finally unleashed the battle power of a demigod. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Now this is interesting. He laughed loudly. He threw a punch. With a boom, the punch collided with the blade light. With the point of attack as the center, it instantly spread out. In the blink of an eye, the surroundings turned into ruins. As for the distant San Li, his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. That was a sect that had been passed down for generations. He hadn't imagined that it would be destroyed by his own hands. The battle between the two was actually so powerful that even the others had to take out their treasures. Demigod-level powerhouses were obviously much weaker. In the time it took to cover their faces, their chi and blood began to collapse. All of them vomited out blood, unable to withstand it at all. And this was only a small part of it. A demigod's fleshly body. A demigod's fleshly body. How could you have a demigod's fleshly body? With a single slash, Cold Sky Prison became even more berserk. This slash contained 10 times the power of the previous attack. This slash was capable of killing a peak demigod expert. But why was it that it was unable to kill this Lin Fei? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Despite his explosive increase in power, he was still unable to suppress Lin Fei with a single slash. Cold Sky Prison's attitude changed somewhat. A flurry of slashes came. Every single attack contained the power of a peak demigod. Chapter 49-65. Frozen Heaven Prison was extremely powerful, especially after using the secret technique, Mixed Yuan Fusion. His battle prowess was unimaginably strong. Along the way, he didn't use any simple techniques. A technique like this was easily broken in front of Lin Fei. The force of the attacks simply passed through Lin Fei's body, not harming Lin Fei at all. On the contrary, every time Lin Fei made a move, the rebound force would make Frozen Heaven Prison feel terror. What despair was! The hearts of the other three bosses in the distance sank when they saw this. At this moment, they finally understood why Lin Fei didn't leave. He probably opened the god-locking formation on purpose. It was all for the sake of calling all of them here, not to mention the demigods. None of them dared to make a sound. The scene in front of them was truly frightening. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have known that this stinky young man was so powerful. Even Frozen Heaven Prison of the Abyss wasn't a match for him. Even if they fought for 3 days and 3 nights, they still wouldn't be a match for him. The other party's methods were too powerful, and they could more or less see it. What he used was the simplest technique, breaking the heavens with brute force. My strength is greater than yours, so I can break your moves and break your methods. It's just that simple. It's that simple to break your techniques. No, 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 no. This is impossible. Impossible. It was unknown how many times the Heavenly Frost Prison had attacked. But not once had he managed to injure him, nor had he managed to gain the upper hand. Instead, each time his attacks were easily resolved by him. His opponent's strength was like a mountain, crushing his power every single time. The two of you over there, come over as well. After all, you have some ideas about me. Let's attack together. Otherwise, you won't have another chance like this in the future. Lin Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back. With a wave of his hand, the saber light collapsed. Gohua and Sanli felt their scalps go numb. He was very sure that this fellow, Lin Fei, had already reached the level of a lower god. If he wasn't a low god, he wouldn't have been able to break those moves so easily. In other words, his fleshly body was unimaginably tough. Such a powerful physical body was enough to crush them. Just look at the Heavenly Frost Prison. Do it! We'll definitely make a move. Zhu Hua was the first to make a move. He threw out a sentence and also made his move. As a member of the Invincible Alliance, it had its own set of powerful techniques. If he didn't make a move now and allowed such a person to exist, then this floor would really change completely. It was the same for the Alliance Master of Three Separation. His entire body was covered in ripples. All the auras disappeared without a trace in an instant, as if they had never existed. This was the union of Assassin's top-notch shadowless evasion. Coupled with that powerful assassination technique, even a demigod powerhouse would not be able to escape from the assassination. The only one who didn't make a move was the Tower Master of Fengyun Tower. He had already seen very clearly that Lin Fei's power was undeniable. Even if he joined forces, it would be useless. Moreover, he had no intention of making an enemy out of Lin Fei. Fengyun Tower and Lin Fei still had some connection, so he chose to give up. Moreover, the demigods behind him didn't have such intentions either. It was obvious. Who would be willing to offend such a person? No one dared to offend Lin Fei. Lin Fei wasn't surprised that the Tower Master of Fengyun Tower didn't make a move. He was a person who knew how to choose, so it wasn't surprising that he didn't make a move. Of course, the other two were more far-sighted. After all, he had already displayed his power. Even the Heavenly Frost Prison, which had its power skyrocketing, couldn't do anything to him. The addition of the two of them did indeed bring a certain amount of pressure. That's right. It was just a little bit of pressure, not as much as they had imagined. The two of them didn't hold back either. They immediately used their secret techniques. Once they used their secret techniques, they basically all reached the demigod level. Their techniques were much simpler than Lin Fei had imagined. Of course, the more powerful one was the Three Li Alliance's leader. His concealment technique was indeed quite powerful. He attacked a total of 13 times. All 13 times, Lin Fei easily broke through them. Instead, he left 13 attacks on his opponent. In other words, he left 13 wounds. Needless to say, the Invincible Alliance's leader, Go Hua. His fist technique was incomparably domineering, but when faced with Lin Fei's fist technique, it seemed petty. His entire body was covered in cracks. The two big shots, one in front and one behind, were heavily injured. Heavenly Frost Prison's demigod aura quickly dropped. After tearing open a scroll, he escaped in the blink of an eye. The other two did the same. They didn't dare to stay at all, and they also left at this moment. From start to finish, Lin Fei didn't chase after the two of them. This time's exchange made Lin Fei realize that his fleshly body was indeed very powerful. The power of a demigod really wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. Lin Fei didn't kill them. Even if he left them alive, they would still be of some use. As far as Lin Fei was concerned, the four great powers were just SOSO. Fellow Taoist Lin, you've really hidden your strength. I didn't expect that 3 of the 4 great powers have already been eliminated. I don't know if my Fengyun Tower is lucky or if we've met a benefactor. They left. The Lord of Fengyun Tower wasn't surprised. From the moment Heavenly Frost Prison failed to capture Lin Fei, he knew that this would be the result. The only thing that surprised the Lord of Fengyun Tower was that Lin Fei actually didn't chase after them and didn't completely wipe them out. Given their abilities, they could still cause quite a few ripples. Lin Fei laughed loudly. You can think whatever you want. I'm actually quite easy to talk to. It's just that the Assassin's Alliance and the Invincible Alliance are a bit impatient. They can live their lives and I can live mine. Look, we're all stray dogs now. Today he had defeated all 3 of them. Naturally, they didn't dare to have any more thoughts for a while. Even when they teamed up, they were already like this, let alone one-on-one. There wouldn't be any traces of them for a long time. The Lord of Fengyun Tower was slightly taken aback. Words like this, coming from Lin Fei's mouth, were indeed a bit different. Our Fengyun Tower is willing to follow fellow Taoist Lin's lead. There was no need to fight at all. The Lord of Fengyun Tower had already made the best choice. The greatest ruler of this level had arrived. Only then could their Fengyun Tower be preserved. As for the others, such as the Invincible Alliance and the Assassin's Alliance of the Abyss, they didn't need to exist anymore. Chapter 49-66. It was supposed to be a mission to capture Lin Fei, but something unexpected happened. Frost Prison ran the fastest. Once his secret technique lost its effect, he wouldn't be able to use it for a long time. However, the situation was completely different from what he had expected. He fled back to the Abyss of Hell at the first opportunity. Only in the Abyss of Hell did he feel that he had some ability. At the thought of this failed arrest mission, he felt terrible. Just as Frost Prison returned to the Abyss of Hell, 2 more figures chased after him. One in front and one behind. Who else could it be other than the Fire Alliance Master and the Threefold Alliance Master? The 2 of them were also in a sorry state. Their Invincible Alliance had been destroyed. The Assassin Alliance. With Lin Fei around, the 2 of them had nowhere else to go. Hence, they came to the Abyss of Hell at the first opportunity. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. At this moment, they were on the same side. After all, they were a top force. This time, they were actually destroyed by that kid Lin Fei. Of course, they couldn't sit still. Fellow Frost, now that we're at a critical moment of life and death, I think we should put aside our past enmity and unite together. If we let that kid continue to hold the fort, then our top forces on this level can stand aside. I finally know why Fengyun didn't make a move. He's too cunning. Frost Prison had already recovered. Naturally, he had no intention of making a move. If he made a move now, wouldn't he be giving Lin Fei a free advantage? We really need to think about this. That kid is too strong. I didn't expect him to have such combat power at such a young age. Even I am no match for him even after using the mixed elements integration technique. The moment Frost Heaven Prison mentioned this matter, she felt extremely uncomfortable. He had the combat power of a lower god, but he couldn't do anything to his opponent. It could only be said that his opponent's physical body was too strong. If we want to take down Lin Fei, I think there's only one way. That is to ask the people above to reward us with treasures, or to arrange for experts to come down. Otherwise, we won't be able to do anything to him. No matter who it was, they all felt that this was the only way. It was impossible to count on the three of them, not to mention the demigods behind them. If the demigods behind them were to attack Lin Fei, they would probably be wiped out in an instant. He might as well place his hopes on the higher-ups. This matter was also caused by your higher-ups. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have gotten into such trouble. At this time, they were a little regretful. Sure enough, this decree was not so easy to carry out. They didn't expect to suffer such heavy losses in such a short period of time. He had fallen from his high and mighty position. No one could sit still. The tower master quickly left as well. Lin Fei did not return to Fengyun Tower. To him, he could go anywhere on this floor as long as he found a quiet place. Frost Heaven Prison should have returned to the abyss of hell. As for the other two, they have nowhere else to go, so they will probably shamelessly go to the abyss of hell. They are most likely here to find someone. Lin Fei shuttled through the void. His purpose for this trip was to go to the abyss of hell and give them a final blow. From the beginning to the end, Lin Fei did not explode with too much strength. After all, his strength was completely different from before. If he really did explode, not everyone would be able to withstand it. Moreover, this was the Assassin's Alliance. The entire Assassin's Alliance would probably collapse in an instant. The demigods behind Lin Fei all came over. This time, he had defeated 2 forces and taken down a total of 12 demigods. It was not a lot, but it was not a small number. However, 12 demigods were still a powerful force. They could all form a powerful force. Fortunately, there should be some demigods in the abyss of hell, and the other 2 had taken some demigods away. After taking down demigods like them, there wouldn't be many demigod powerhouses left on this level. Since he said that he wanted to suppress this floor, Lin Fei naturally could not do it himself. Therefore, there were many demigods. Let them guard every region. That way, there wouldn't be any problems. The abyss of hell was located in the abyss. The endless black wind continued to envelop the area. However, it was nothing in front of Lin Fei. They could not even get close to Lin Fei. At the end of the black wind, Lin Fei saw a palace. It was a huge palace. It was the abyss of hell. Lin Fei also felt the aura of the heavenly frost prison at the first moment. Apart from him, there were 2 other auras. Just as I expected, they have indeed come here. If I'm not mistaken, they are preparing to contact the people above, or perhaps ask them to reward them with some inferior divine artifacts. Now, ordinary weapons could not break his body at all. Only those powerful divine weapons could cause damage to him. However, there did not seem to be many divine weapons on this floor. Didn't they see that they did not use any divine weapons? I'll let you guys dig a hole. I hope you guys can work hard. Otherwise, it will be troublesome. If you guys do that, I can complete the first time-limited mission. The reward of the first time-limited mission was not much. However, to Lin Fei, he could start a long era of suppression by taking down these 4 top forces. The longer the time, the more generous the reward. This was what Lin Fei was looking forward to the most. This time, Lin Fei was going to beat all of them to the ground so that he wouldn't have to worry about anything. Moreover, this floor was connected to the second floor. There must be some secrets. Lin Fei also wanted to figure them out. This way, he could peacefully grind for enough rewards on this floor before doing anything else. Lin Fei waved his hand. The demigod experts behind him all hid. Even the heavenly frost prison did not know that Lin Fei had already arrived outside the abyss of hell. He could feel the aura of the 3 of them. In the innermost part of the abyss of hell, on an altar, the 3 of them began to contact the second floor. This time, they wanted to report the information clearly. They suffered a huge loss. No matter what, they had to let the higher-ups calm them down. Otherwise, they would not be willing to do it. Just as Lin Fei said, they were living a good life. However, they encountered such a thing. Speaking of which, they felt really wronged. They had always been the bullies. When did they get the chance to be bullied? On the altar, a divine light shot up to the sky. It seemed to enter the endless void. Layers of ripples appeared on the divine light. A vast aura directly fell on this divine light. As soon as the vast aura came over, Han Tianyu and the other two felt a huge pressure, and their bodies bent slightly. Little Han, is the matter settled? Have you caught that guy? Chapter 49-67. The famous Heavenly Frost Prison was on this level. Who would dare to call him that? Except for the big shots on the second level. Hence, Heavenly Frost Prison became Little Frost. He didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction as he replied in a low voice. Sir, something unexpected happened. That kid is very difficult to deal with. Our 4 top forces all suffered a huge loss. The Invincible Alliance and the Assassin League's headquarters have been destroyed. With another cold snort, Heavenly Frost Prison knelt on the ground. Not to mention the 2 people behind him. Even Fire Alliance Master and 3 Separation Alliance Master couldn't take the snort. They couldn't help but kneel down. A bunch of trash. You can't even do such a thing properly. It's just a brat. Are all the top forces just sitting around doing nothing? His voice was very irritable and dissatisfied. The strongest of the top forces on this level couldn't do anything to a brat. This situation was completely different from what they had expected. Now that the 4 top powers had made their move, what else could possibly stand against them? But the situation now was very different. We didn't know that kid was so strong. His physical body is probably at the level of a lower god. Maybe he used some secret technique? Anyway, we are no match for him. Even though Heavenly Frost Prison was kneeling on the ground, he gritted his teeth as he spoke. No one knew better than him that he had to be honest at a time like this. Otherwise, there would be a lot of trouble. The other side seemed to be silent for a while. Then, the voice returned to its previous coldness. Looks like we can't count on you 4 top forces. You guys go to the passageway and guard it. When the time comes, I will send a few people down to take action personally. The divine light disappeared in the blink of an eye, and so did the terrifying pressure. Only then did the 3 of them stand up again. But their backs were already drenched in sweat. They were all scared out of their wits. Just a phantom image alone was enough to make them feel exceptionally powerful. They had experienced such a powerful feeling from Lin Fei before. It sounded so unreal, but in reality, it was the truth. Looks like we don't have to take action personally. The people above are already angry. That's good. Isn't Lin Fei very strong? Just let them do it themselves. We just need to go to the passageway and guard it. Everything else has nothing to do with us. They didn't get any benefits, so naturally, they were very dissatisfied, but they didn't dare to say anything. Couldn't be better if the higher-ups wanted to send someone down. Hence, without much hesitation, the 3 of them directly left the abyss. Yi Xian, who had been in the void, also sensed that the 3 energies had left the abyss of hell. The 3 of them actually left the abyssal hell at a time like this. Could they be waiting for someone? That's fine too. I'll leave these half-deities here and take down the abyss first. There were still many good things in the abyssal hell. Lin Fei didn't want to miss them. Therefore, he left the 12 demigods behind and brought them into the abyss of hell. With the restrictions of the array formation outside, these experts really weren't a match for them. Frost Heaven Prison had never expected that the moment he left, he would suffer such a great loss. Someone had broken into the abyssal hell. With Lin Fei's help, how could these people resist? Very soon, these demigods were beaten into submission, not to mention those on lower levels. None of them dared to fight back, and they didn't spread any news. They left the demigods here to guard the abyssal hell. Lin Fei went straight to them. They were all connected by cause and effect. Therefore, it was really very easy for Lin Fei to find them. At the very least, not everyone on the first floor could escape his pursuit. He went all the way to the end of this world. Lin Fei finally saw the 3 silhouettes. They were standing on the top of a mountain. There were no plants here. Except for the bare mountain, there was nothing else. As I expected, they should be waiting for someone here. So, the so-called passageway should be in front of us. Lin Fei finally got a surprise. Of course, he also knew that these passageways were different. The other places were easy to deal with, but this place was different. Since Lin Fei knew about the passageway, he naturally wouldn't let others enter this floor smoothly. It's just that I don't know how many similar tunnels there are. If there's only one, then it's fine. If there are 3 to 5 of them, then I'll have to destroy all of them. Now, Lin Fei wasn't sure how many passageways there were, but it didn't matter. He would naturally know when he took them down. Lin Fei waited for a few days. These 3 guys didn't leave at all. They just sat there with their legs crossed. This also made Lin Fei even more certain that they were waiting for someone. It was very likely that it was an expert coming down from above. An expert coming down from above would at least be in the lower deity realm. For Lin Fei, it was more or less a little pressure. Therefore, he was prepared. There's a spatial fluctuation coming over. If I'm not wrong, someone should be coming down from there. So fast. It's only been a few days. Lin Fei slightly squinted his eyes. He had already felt the spatial fluctuation, which meant that someone was coming down. Those who had been sitting there with their legs crossed also slowly stood up. Whether it was Icy Sky Prison, Juhua, or even Sanli, they all knew that someone was coming. Their hearts were filled with a trace of anticipation. They had indeed lost miserably. 2 of them had lost their bases, and the other one would probably lose his base soon. The figure was the first to arrive. Lightning flashed like a god of war. Then came a monstrous flame. It was also a person. This passageway was indeed arranged for people to come down. However, the strength of the person who came down seemed to be restrained. Could it be the rule of this level? Lin Fei could also feel the 2 auras. They were indeed quite strong. Without a doubt, they were both in the lower deity realm. However, their lower deity realm did not completely erupt. Only these 2. That's a little too little. Lin Fei decided to wait a little longer. Even Icy Sky Prison's lower deity realm couldn't do anything to him, let alone 2 lower deities. To be honest, 2 lower deities were really not enough. Boom! Another figure came down. Whether it was the young master with lightning flashing or the one surrounded by flames, they all retreated to the side. A beautiful figure walked out. She was as pure as ice and as clean as jade, with an aura that didn't belong to the mortal world. Chapter 49-68. Lin Fei knew that the 2 people who had come down before were not the strongest. Only this one was the strongest. Although the previous 2 had a dangerous aura when they came down, they should have been able to use lower god techniques. However, this woman in white was different. She was a top-notch expert. No wonder the higher-ups valued him so much. That Zhao Xian really had a big background. He didn't expect that 3 more lower god experts would come. Fairy Bai Ling will follow you as the leader this time. The 2 of us will support you. We must capture that brat. We don't have much time, said the guy covered in lightning. With the 3 of us, can't we capture that guy? Don't even think about it. That guy has probably found a place to hide. Even if we only have half a day, we can still find him. So the person in the middle was called the Blue Fairy. Indeed, it sounded quite different. Facing the 3 of them, Cold Sky Prison didn't have much of a temper. The 3 of them were too strong. Each of them had the dignified aura of a lower god. That was especially true of Fairy Bayou. The emotions flowing from her body were very cold. If they really fought, they would be killed in a few moves. You 4 top factions have really wasted all these years. You can't even capture a single person, and you still have the nerve to ask us to help you? The Blue Fairy's voice was very ethereal and very sacred. As soon as her voice fell, lotus flowers rose around her. It was very extraordinary. This made Frost Heaven Prison and the others suck in a cold breath. It's really useless. Next, we'll rely on the Blue Fairy. If I'm not wrong, that guy should have gone to Wind Cloud Tower. Frost Heaven Prison didn't dare to say a word. At this time, it would be very troublesome. No need to search. That guy is already nearby. You don't even know that you're being followed? You still have the nerve to say that. Suddenly, the Blue Fairy said coldly. Frost Heaven Prison and the others had been obediently lowering their heads. But when they heard this, their faces instantly turned ugly. They were being followed? Could it be that Lin Fei had followed them here? Impossible. Why would Lin Fei come here at this time? They didn't notice at all. As for the other two young masters, they had changed. If he was really being followed, the situation would be completely different. If they had suddenly encountered a heavy blow when they were going down the tunnel, it wouldn't have been so easy for them to bear. What a guy! He's too bold. He actually dared to follow us at this time. Both of them had a belly full of anger. They hadn't even seen the person, but they had already been targeted. Moreover, it seemed that the person was guarding this place. Stop hiding. I already know you're nearby. Come out, we can have a chat. The blue fairy's voice spread out in all directions. Lin Fei was a little surprised. He didn't expect the blue fairy to be so capable. She was so cold and aloof. She actually knew that he was hiding nearby so quickly. As expected of a fairy, you found out so quickly. Since you know where I am, then there's no point in me hiding anymore. Lin Fei's figure walked out, neither fast nor slow. The moment Lin Fei appeared, the two young masters on his left and right instantly made their move. A sky full of lightning smashed down, followed by a huge fire lotus that appeared under Lin Fei's feet. With a whoosh, a huge lotus flower bloomed. However, this wasn't an ordinary lotus. It was a fire lotus. The situation was completely different. It turned out that Fairy Bai Rou was also very evil. She first lured Lin Fei out, then directly made her move. Now that the two people on his right and left had directly burst out with their full strength, Frost Heaven Prison and the others' faces darkened. In their hearts, they were hoping that these two people would be able to capture Lin Fei. Especially Frost Heaven Prison, who seemed to have realized that his abyss hell was done for. Since Lin Fei could follow them here, then it was very likely that his abyss hell had been visited by him. This made Frost Heaven Prison somewhat unable to sit still. However, at this time he couldn't leave and could only stand there. The blue fairy also coldly watched. She wanted to see how capable this guy was. Since he had killed Great Yan Empire's Zhao Xian, then Zhao Quanxian wasn't much. His strength was also ordinary. However, the backing behind him was very strong. Even they didn't dare to act rashly. Who would have thought that he would be killed the moment he came down? This is the true power of a lower god. It is indeed much more powerful than I imagined. Lin Fei smiled, and the lightning began to disperse. The fire also slowly dissipated, and a vacuum appeared around them. Welcome everyone to this floor. I am now the master of this floor. I don't know what you have to say to me. While I am still in a good mood, there won't be such a chance later. The method just now was indeed very powerful and domineering. It wasn't something that just anyone could withstand. The two young masters looked at each other. Once again they attacked. Compared to before, the attack was even fiercer. A thunder dragon circled over, followed by a fire dragon. When the thunder dragon and the fire dragon circled together, their might seemed to have been enhanced. The last attack, the combination of the thunder dragon and the fire dragon, was extremely powerful. It didn't matter if Lin Fei could withstand it, at least the surrounding space was shattered. Frost Heaven Prison was protected by his own power, so he didn't feel the power of the attack. However, he was aware of the terror of this attack. To beat a snake, you have to hit its weak spot. It is the same for dragons. Lin Fei unhurriedly placed his finger on the head of the double thunder dragon strike. With just one finger, a power spread all the way up to the head of the double thunder dragon strike and directly disintegrated it. I told you I was the master of this floor, but you didn't believe me. Lin Fei's gaze turned to the blue fairy. I think you are a smart person. You should know all this. Are you going to attack or not? A simple attack was enough to make the two young masters realize that this person in front of them was a bit ruthless. He wasn't so easy to deal with, especially when they heard this. They couldn't sit still. What right did he have to be the master of this floor? What did he put them in this place? You are much more capable than I imagined. But someone like you shouldn't exist on this floor. The blue fairy's face was still calm. Even when the two young masters beside her were at a disadvantage, she acted as if she didn't see it. Chapter 49-69. In Lin Fei's view, the blue fairy's strength was really superb. There was no change from the beginning to the end. It seemed that she was going to eat him, but it was not certain who would eat who. Then I don't know how you plan to deal with me. The two of them are not my opponents, and with you I guess it will be very difficult. I advise you to go back to the top. In this way it will be good for you and for everyone. Lin Fei stood quietly and did not make a move. He wanted to see what the blue fairy had to do first so that he could gain some knowledge. After all, she was from the second floor. It could be seen from the moves of the two young masters just now that their means were indeed very powerful and strong. If it was someone else, they would not be able to withstand it at all. Just look at freezing sky prison and they knew what was going on. At this time, they knew what it meant to say that there was always someone better. Compared to the second level, their strength was really a far cry. Compared to you, their strength is indeed far inferior. However, your strength is indeed qualified to be the king of this floor. But don't forget that the first floor will always be under the control of the second floor. You can't do it. The blue fairy shook her head. Let me take you back now so that I can report to the top. This time you killed Zhao Xian and made a lot of noise. This floor will not allow you to exist. Voila! The area where Lin Fei was turned into a beam of light. No one knew when this beam of light had appeared, but it landed on Lin Fei's body just like that. The power of the beam of light was much stronger than Lin Fei expected. As soon as the divine light appeared, it seemed to freeze him in an instant. The surrounding even isolated the fluctuations of breath, which meant that it was not so easy to rely on pure divine power to shake off the beam of light. The voice of the blue fairy came into his ears. I know you're very, very strong. However, this is a treasure handed down by the higher-ups. It's called the Pillar of Fixed Light. Any expert can be frozen in front of this pillar of fixed light, let alone you. No wonder the blue fairy was so confident now. It turned out to be a treasure from above. Using it to deal with Lin Fei, the higher-ups didn't want to cause too much of a ruckus, so they decided to end the battle quickly. After all, once a person like Lin Fei started fighting, the ruckus would be too great. At that time, who knew how many forces would be out of luck? Therefore, they had to use treasures when they could. It was such a simple principle. Frost Heaven Prison and the others finally heaved a sigh of relief. The big boss of the second floor was the big boss of the second floor. Just a random treasure was enough to trap this guy. Frost Heaven Prison and the others could clearly sense how terrifying this pillar of fixed light was. Lin Fei, who was trapped in the beam of light, was completely unable to escape. Because he didn't have the ability to do so, there was a loud rumbling sound, and the inside of the pillar of fixed light kept shaking, trying to shatter it. Don't struggle. Although you can shake the fixed light pillar, it won't be a problem to use it to trap you. The people above know that your body is strong, so they specially brought a treasure to suppress you with double effects. The blue fairy waved her hand. A golden chain flew over and coiled around the pillar of fixed light. Then, it seeped down from the fixed light pillar and fell directly on Lin Fei's body. The ruckus was not small. If the fixed light pillar was scary, then the rope was even scarier. It wrapped Lin Fei's body tightly. Even if he wanted to unleash his strength, he couldn't do so at this moment. It was indeed a super ruthless method. Now you know that the first floor isn't a place where you can dominate, right? The blue fairy shook her head very calmly. She had dealt with such things many times. Could only be said that Lin Fei had bad luck. He actually dared to have such thoughts. If everyone had the same thoughts as Lin Fei, the first floor would have been in a mess. It wouldn't be as peaceful as it was now. Lin Fei could only blame himself for all this. He thought that he was awesome with such a skill. In the eyes of the people on the second floor, he was just a joke. Clatter, clatter. Cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the pillar of fixed light. The number of cracks increased, and more. There was a loud crack. The fixed light pillar cracked. Even the blue fairy's face changed a little when she saw such a scene. Then, a trace of blood flowed down from the corner of her mouth. After all, she was the one who pushed the fixed light pillar. Now, the fixed light pillar was broken just like that. You're really strong, but you can't exert the full power of the fixed light pillar with your strength. So, you can only blame your bad luck. Lin Fei laughed. The golden chain on his body was also in his hand. He rolled it towards the blue fairy. The blue fairy was shocked again. She didn't expect that she could even break free from the treasure inside. Was it really because she wasn't strong enough? These two treasures were simply refined and she didn't have all of them. So, the power that she could exert was probably limited. The blue fairy didn't expect that Lin Fei was so strong that even two treasures couldn't take him down. Instead, it allowed him to shake off the fixed light pillar. Even the treasures that were used to bind people fell into his hands. Now it was coming for her. The two young masters were originally smiling, but in the blink of an eye, they held it in. A stream of light from Lin Fei blasted over. When it arrived in front of them, it turned into a torrent. In an instant, it chased the two of them out. In midair, Lin Fei's figure walked out from their bodies. Two more heavy injuries. These two experts. They lost their combat power. Lin Fei's gaze fell on the blue fairy. He raised his hand and a stream of light slapped over. Layers of ripples appeared in front of the blue fairy. So, this fellow was in the tunnel. This tunnel was protected by a formation. Naturally, not anyone could move it. Lin Fei, you are lucky. But next time, you won't be so lucky. A layer of light appeared on the blue fairy's body. So, she was prepared to return and report the situation here. You want to leave? Did you ask for my permission? Lin Fei's body disappeared in the blink of an eye. Layers of ripples appeared in the passageway. The blue fairy was still really calm. However, in the next second, she had a thought. The figure walked out, following which many cracks appeared on her body. She was pulled out. Lin Fei's other hand landed on the tunnel. Such a thing shouldn't exist. Chapter 4970. There was a loud rumble. The crushing force landed on the surface of the passageway. Frost Prison and the others were the closest to it. They could clearly see the cracks on the passageway. The cracks were increasing in number. In the beginning, it was still able to hold on. But soon, the cracks connected together and turned into huge cracks. Kacha, 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 kacha. In an instant, the passageway collapsed under Lin Fei's palm. Following that, a torrent of power swept out. In just a short period of time, the passageway was destroyed by Lin Fei. After that, the power directly swept through their bodies. No matter who it was, they suffered a huge impact. This was a passageway. This was a passageway created by a big shot. But now it was destroyed by someone. In front of this torrent, the two young masters were torn to pieces in an instant. They couldn't withstand it at all. Even Frost Prison and the others couldn't. In the blink of an eye, they were turned into ashes. In the chaotic void, there was only one figure left. That was Lin Fei. I told you not to play with me. Don't play with me. Why bother? Look at it now. All of you are finished. Lin Fei smiled coldly. He waved his hand and a figure was flung out. It was the blue fairy. At this moment, the blue fairy was in a sorry state. She was no longer as pure as before. You actually destroyed the passageway. How dare you? How dare you destroy the passageway? The blue fairy couldn't believe that the passageway created by a big shot was destroyed just like that. How strong was this guy's physical strength? He destroyed the passageway. The blue fairy fell into despair. You should think about whether you can survive first. Lin Fei grabbed the blue fairy's body. He casually grabbed her. After a few teleportations, they arrived at the abyss of hell. At this time, the abyss hell had been completely conquered. Close to 30 demigods, such a huge lineup, managed the abyssal hell properly at this moment. Lin Fei came back. All 30 demigods came over. Wipe out the Assassin's Alliance and the Invincible Alliance. If you can annex them, annex them. If you can't, destroy them. With a single word from Lin Fei, 30 demigods were dispatched. That scene was truly magnificent. No matter who saw it, they would have to suck in a breath of cold air. It was truly terrifying. The master of Storm Tower also knew about the huge commotion over there at the first instant. He knew that there was a passageway there, but he didn't expect it to be destroyed. If that was the case, it would be difficult for the people on the second floor to come down. Now, even if Tower Master Feng Yun wanted to sense the connection above, he couldn't. It was completely cut off. No one could have imagined that this passageway would actually be destroyed by someone. Even a lower deity might not be able to do that. Yet, someone had done it so effortlessly. For a moment, Tower Master Feng Yun didn't know what to say. At the same time, he could feel the aura of those 30 demigods. Within half a day, they had wiped out 2 top-notch forces. As for the remaining forces, they had paid a visit to all of them. The content of the visit was very simple. They directly took away all the demigod powerhouses. Without demigod powerhouses, the forces were instantly weak. Even Tower Master Feng Yun didn't say much. He obediently handed over all the demigod powerhouses. As for whether these demigods were willing, of course they were willing. Didn't they see that there were so many demigods outside? If they joined forces, they could turn one into ashes in an instant. In just 3 days, there were no longer any demigod powerhouses in the first floor. Even if there were some old fools and antiques, they were all found by the demigod powerhouses one by one. If they weren't satisfied, they would be wiped out. For a moment, the entire first city was in a state of panic. If you do this, the big shots of the second floor will not let you off easily. The blue fairy was no longer the same as before. She was still in a very sorry state. At this moment, she was obediently making tea. They have to be able to come down first. Lin Fei didn't completely control Bai Rou. The blue fairy was quite powerful. She also had many treasures on her. Of course, he found out about the situation from the blue fairy. The second floor was really different. Faced with such words, the blue fairy really couldn't find any words to refute. This was because the people above were indeed unable to come down, and it would take some time for them to break through the tunnel again. Don't you think it's interesting to be a mountain king on this floor? Lin Fei said with a smile. The blue fairy felt like she was about to collapse. How did she meet a master like this? She thought she could defeat this guy. However, as soon as they started fighting, he was invincible in close combat. He showed her what it meant to be in a sorry state. He didn't have any tender feelings for the fairer sex. The blue fairy even thought that if she didn't know much, this guy would have killed her. Even if you can be a mountain king for 100 years, once the passage is opened, the experts coming down from above will only be stronger than me. Although they can only stay for a short time, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle them. The blue fairy decided to persuade this guy first. If she didn't, who knew how long she would have to stay down here? After 100 years, her potential would be exhausted. People of the same realm broke through one after another. This was because this floor was not easy to cultivate. There was no divine power in this world. Not to mention the resources. I'll wait for 100 years. Lin Fei had completed a time-limited mission. Now, his mission was to suppress this floor. Suppress for a year. Follow for 10 years. 100 years. There were different rewards. If he could suppress for 1,000 years, the reward would be really extraordinary. Therefore, Lin Fei would rather spend 1,000 years here to see what good things he could get. He already knew the situation from the blue fairy. If the people above wanted to come down and reopen the passage, it would take at least 100 years. Opening a passage took a lot of time and energy. Therefore, not many big shots were willing to open it. Therefore, there was only one passage from the first to the second floor. The blue fairy was in despair. Would she really have to stay on this floor for 100 years? She didn't want to. She was very unwilling. Chapter 49-71. All the demigods on this floor were taken in. Lin Fei's figure seemed to have disappeared. No one had seen it. At first, everyone thought that there would be a big change on this floor. But who would have thought that apart from the demigod powerhouses, this floor would be no different from before? Nothing happened for a year. Everyone was still able to control themselves. Another 10 years passed. Still, there was no movement. As a result, some forces began to emerge and test the waters. 50 years passed. There was no trace of Lin Fei on this floor. Not even the demigod powerhouses showed up. It was as if he had really disappeared. All the forces immediately understood one thing. There seemed to be no more demigod powerhouses on this floor. Doesn't that mean that the strength of a 9-star war god is already the strongest? As soon as this speculation came out, all the sects, big and small, began to fight. They began to fight for all kinds of resources. Even those who had cultivated to the 9 stars war god level tried their best not to increase their level. They were afraid that they would be taken away by others once they reached the invincible war god level. After all, the invincible war god level was equivalent to a demigod. In the most dangerous place on this floor, there was an underground palace. There were 70 to 80 demigods living in this underground palace. All of them had been recruited previously, and Lin Fei had sent them here. They formed a special force. Lin Fei also created a force for these people. It was called the Godly Pavilion. As long as an invincible war god appeared on this floor, they would be captured and sent to the Godly Pavilion. This way, no matter what they did, this floor would always be under Lin Fei's control. After all, demigods were quite strong. It was easy for the sex on this floor to be one-sided. Therefore, demigods were not allowed to exist. The 9 stars war god level were all suppressing their strength. It was surprising. In the first year of suppression, he obtained an ancient eternal body fragment. Lin Fei was looking forward to this reward. This was because this body refining technique seemed to be even stronger than his infinite god body. It was known as an eternal existence. This naturally made Lin Fei a little interested. After being suppressed for 10 years, he obtained 2 more eternal fragments. According to the rules, 10 eternal body fragments could be pieced together to form an immemorial eternal body. Lin Fei finally knew that he had something to do. Although he had to oversee this place, it was still a good life for him. The Blue Fairy was the one who made people feel the most helpless. She wasn't killed by Lin Fei. Instead, she became a maid. The proud daughter of a great sect was actually working as a maid here. In the beginning, the Blue Fairy was very unconvinced. However, after being taught a lesson by Lin Fei, she became well-behaved. It was also Lin Fei's actions that surprised the Blue Fairy. She didn't expect that Lin Fei would actually take in all the demigods on this level. Any demigod from any sect would be taken in. In this way, there would be no special forces on the entire first level. Even if some rogue cultivators broke through, they would be found by Lin Fei. As for how he found them, no one knew. Anyway, no one could escape from Lin Fei's palm. Suppression for 50 years. 1 true dragon bloodline. 3 eternal body fragments. This time, the reward was a little more generous. Especially the eternal body fragments, there were actually 3. This really made Lin Fei feel very happy. As for the true dragon bloodline, Lin Fei directly put it away. This thing was of no use to him at all. His fleshly body is already too strong, and only these immemorial eternal bodies can arouse your interest. There were really a lot of things like this. Lin Fei felt that in 100 years, he should be able to get even better things. His eternal body would be formed. When the passage opened, Lin Fei felt that he could go to the second level to take a good look. Of course, this would depend on whether the eternal body was stronger or not. In the blink of an eye, just like that, 100 years had passed. Almost everyone on this floor had forgotten what had happened back then. The top forces were uprooted in a night. Even the demigod powerhouses were the same. They were gone in a single night. In the past 100 years, there had been a few demigods in between. But as long as a demigod became a demigod, no matter how well they hid, they would be taken away. As for where they went, no one knew. But it also let everyone know one thing. Cultivating to the demigod realm would be dangerous. As for what this danger was, no one could guess. Some people said that it was a method left behind by Lin Fei that would obliterate any demigod expert. Therefore, in the next 50 years, almost no one was willing to break through to the demigod realm. Everyone learned to be smart. Many people were stuck at the 8-star war god realm. The longer they accumulated, the stronger they became. This allowed them to create many different cultivation methods. Lin Fei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He just didn't want this level to be a mess, so he took these demigods away. After all, if the demigods were gone, the others wouldn't think too much about it. These things could only be a little fun during normal times. The 100 years of suppression would come. This was what Lin Fei was looking forward to the most. He didn't know what he would get in this year. Although Lin Fei wanted to try to suppress for 1,000 years, it wouldn't be that easy. There were already some fluctuations in the void. He didn't need to guess to know that a new passage was about to be formed. Once the passage was completely formed, there was no doubt that there would be experts coming down from above. This was what worried Lin Fei the most. Although he wasn't afraid of these fellows coming down, according to the Blue Fairy, those who came down from above would encounter a certain amount of pressure. In other words, there would be a certain limit to their strength. For example, the Blue Fairy could only stay for half a day. The stronger they were, the shorter the time they could stay. The strongest was at the level of a lower god. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't be that strong. To Lin Fei, this was more or less a good thing. If the other party was really too strong, then there wouldn't be much to fight. Tonight, it was finally time for Lin Fei to get excited. The 100 years of suppression were almost up. Especially for the Blue Fairy, these 100 years of life really made her feel sad and helpless. But she soon felt that she could recover, because soon the passage would open. It wouldn't take more than 3 to 5 days. Chapter 4972. On this day, Lin Fei had been looking forward to it for a long time, and it had finally arrived. Ding! Suppressed for 100 years. Obtained Eternal Body Fragment. Obtained Divine Ability Crescent Moon. Obtained Ancient Shadow Summon. Lin Fei knew that there would be a good reward today. This was 100 years of suppression, which wasn't long but wasn't short either. With a goal in mind, Lin Fei was able to get through it easily. This time, he finally obtained an Eternal Body Fragment. This time, together with the fragments he obtained the first time, he had 10. This was what made Lin Fei the happiest, because his physical body could finally be improved again. Before this, it was very difficult to improve at all. Now that he had this eternal body, it was different. After all, this was an ancient eternal body, which was completely different from the refined bodies he usually saw. Furthermore, this was the first time Lin Fei had heard of it. This time, he could finally fuse an ancient eternal body. As for the Divine Ability Crescent Moon, Lin Fei didn't care much about it. This thing should be considered a powerful killing move. The last one was to summon the Ancient Shadow Summon. This was what surprised Lin Fei. This was definitely a huge surprise. In the ancient era, there were many experts, and any one of them was much stronger than the current one. Now that he summoned a shadow, it was hard to say how strong it was. However, there was one thing that was certain, and that was how strong the summoned phantom was. It all depended on luck. If he was lucky, he would be invincible. If he was unlucky, he would probably be able to kill all these God Realm experts. It was just that simple. After all, the word ancient was no joke. Such a surprise was really a huge reward. The 10 ancient eternal body fragments fused together. A complete ancient eternal body appeared in front of Lin Fei. This was a bloodline that exuded an ancient and overbearing aura. His infinite god body seemed to be much weaker than this. Lin Fei could still feel it. He didn't think much about it. Just like that, he refined the immemorial eternal body. This refinement was much more domineering than he had imagined. It swallowed the infinite divine body on the spot, and the entire physical body was instantly replaced. Originally, Lin Fei's infinite god body skin was rough, but now it was as clean as by Ryu's. Very good skin. His entire person seemed to have undergone an earth-shattering change. For a moment, Lin Fei felt that he had made a mistake. Was the immemorial eternal body so incredible? Lin Fei gently waved his hand and threw a few punches. In the void, one could see that space and time seemed to have temporarily stagnated. Although it was only a blink of an eye, Lin Fei could clearly feel it. It can't be. My primordial eternal body has an attribute that can affect time and space. Even though he had just started refining it, Lin Fei could feel the difference brought about by the immemorial eternal body. It was much stronger than the infinite god body from before. This really made Lin Fei a little overjoyed. It was definitely a pleasant surprise. It was an unexpected surprise. It seems that the level of the infinite god body is much lower than this eternal body. With this comparison, Lin Fei knew that the gap was indeed quite different. This change in strength was very obvious. If my physical body was already very strong before, the benefits brought about by my immemorial eternal body are even stronger now. Lin Fei felt that his current strength should have reached the level of a peak lower god. This was because the immemorial eternal body was really quite overbearing. When fighting, it could affect a certain range of the surrounding area, which meant that when fighting, he would have an absolute advantage. And this was only the first level of the immemorial eternal body. At the same time, Lin Fei also found that his physical body's recovery ability had become stronger. Although Lin Fei had been very powerful before, he knew that it wouldn't be easy for him to recover from it. Now, as long as he used the divine power in his body to consume it, his physical body would naturally recover. Originally, Lin Fei's physical body already had 4,000 to 5,000 divine powers. With the immemorial eternal body level, in the blink of an eye, it broke through to 10,000 divine powers. It was said that with 10,000 divine powers, one could condense godhood. Many people basically began to condense godhood before reaching this level. This was because the earlier one condensed godhood, the faster one's strength would increase, and 10,000 divine powers was a threshold. Very few people could reach this level because it was too difficult. However, Lin Fei had indeed reached 10,000 divine powers easily. Then, with a whoosh, his immemorial eternal body broke through to 10,001 divine powers. Such a subtle change made Lin Fei feel that it was different instantly. Could it be that ordinary 10,000 divine powers can break through this limit? A thought emerged in Lin Fei's mind. Previously, Lin Fei did not feel this way, but now he could feel that there was really such an effect. When he had time, Lin Fei must go and study it properly. No, wait, when the time comes, I'll go and capture the blue fairy and ask her. Although she had served by his side for 100 years, she was still unconvinced. The more it was like this, the more Lin Fei felt that it was interesting. Then, how should I improve my immemorial eternal body? Lin Fei asked the system. After all, this was a brand new divine body. It was much stronger than the previous infinite divine body. After all, this was the immemorial eternal body, truly eternal and indestructible. If he cultivated it to the highest realm, he felt that the possibility of this was still very high. It's actually not difficult to cultivate the immemorial eternal body. As long as you quickly sign in every day, this is a leisurely way to level up. This time, the system really spoke. But to Lin Fei, it was quite surprising. He didn't expect it to be like this. Could it be that I can obtain a certain amount of experience by signing in every day to improve this immemorial eternal body? If that's the case, that would be great. This was definitely great news. After all, it was too difficult to cultivate this immemorial eternal body to the greater mastery realm. But now, it seemed that he only needed time. Lin Fei was quite willing to do so. Yes, you can understand it this way. Signing in can give you experience. At the same time, signing in at some special places can also give you experience. This was really a big surprise. Lin Fei didn't like other things, but he definitely had a 100% favorable impression of signing in. He could level up by signing in. This was definitely the most leisurely way to level up. In this case, Lin Fei no longer had to worry about how to improve this immemorial eternal body. Chapter 49-73. The appearance of the ancient eternal body was indeed a great help to Lin Fei. At the very least, Lin Fei's physical body finally improved. As for how powerful it was, he would have to find someone to test it out. But in any case, Lin Fei's strength had become even stronger. If he was already a low-rank god before, then he had now reached the peak of the low-rank god realm. Even if he didn't cultivate a divine spark, his combat power was still explosive. And now that the passage was about to take shape, this was the time for Lin Fei to show off his eternal body. He had to show them what he was capable of. One had to know that Lin Fei was prepared to continue suppressing here for another 1,000 years. 1,000 years was not a long time, but it was not a short time either. If possible, Lin Fei was willing to give it a try, especially the experience points he would get from signing in. Lin Fei had been looking forward to it for a long time. No matter what, he had to let his ancient eternal body reach the second level. Then, he would go to the second level of the great world of the gods to broaden his horizons. He believed that the second level would be more interesting than this one. According to the Blue Fairy, the powerhouses on that side were the true powerhouses. Yours could be said to be the simplest and most ordinary level. There was no comparison at all. The strongest was barely at the level of a low-rank god. In the end, they couldn't even withstand a single blow from Lin Fei. But the second level was completely different. Without a certain level of strength, it was impossible to dominate. Only then would there be a strong challenge. Lin Fei brought the blue fairy to the place where the passage led to destruction. Only in this place would the passage be the weakest. Only then could he rebuild it here. Lin Fei could already feel that the passage was gradually taking shape. Some big shots were making a move. If there were no accidents, when the passage formed, there would be powerhouses coming to deal with him. Even if it was only a few hours, they would be able to quickly capture him. Lin Fei could play a game of cat and mouse with them, but that wouldn't be good for them. Therefore, Lin Fei came here directly. At the same time, he wanted to see how strong his immemorial eternal body was. Such a body was much stronger than the infinite God body. Most importantly, it could erupt with a certain amount of eternal power during battle. This eternal power could cause the opponent to fall into a temporary state. This was his trump card. At the crucial moment, he could make his opponent stagnate and kill him. This was the powerful effect of the immemorial eternal body. Other times, it was fine. There was nothing to worry about. And now was the time to witness the immemorial eternal body. The blue fairy sensed the change in the tunnel. He was also very surprised in his heart, but he didn't know why this guy would bring him here. Is he going to kill me on the spot? After staying here for 100 years, the blue fairy could more or less see through it. This fellow, Lin Fei, was purely a big salted fish. He didn't cultivate at all, but the aura on his body gave people a feeling that it was getting more and more terrifying. This was a very incredible feeling, but the blue fairy felt it from Lin Fei. This time, he decided to destroy the tunnel again. This time, it's definitely impossible. The big shots will definitely not agree. A thought came to the blue fairy. Apart from this possibility, she really didn't know why Lin Fei would bring her here. I guess you're confused now. Don't be afraid. I'm still a person who follows the rules. I won't kill you on the spot. I just want you to witness what it's like when I destroy the tunnel for the second time. The blue fairy shook her head repeatedly. This is impossible. It's impossible for you to destroy the tunnel for the second time. They will definitely not allow it. Then, do you want to make a small bet? As long as you win, I will naturally let you go. If you lose, you will be my maid. How about it? I won't let you be a maid forever. When the time comes, I will go and catch another one. This way, you will have a companion. Don't you think so? This was the most inconceivable thing that the blue fairy had heard. It was also the most ridiculous thing. Lin Fei? Could he really stop the big shots from above? Brainless. If you lose. The blue fairy was still very smart. She wouldn't be fooled like this. This is simple. Are you not interested in my powerful body? If I lose, I will tell you the cultivation method of this body. How about it? Once you cultivate it, you will basically be invincible in the same realm. Even those who are a realm higher than you can only seriously injure you. Are you tempted by such a benefit? The blue fairy was really tempted. She didn't care about other things, but she had indeed come into contact with Lin Fei's body. It could definitely be said to be very thick and very terrifying. She had never seen it before. The most important thing was that it was difficult to cultivate the body. How could this guy cultivate to the current realm? Therefore, when Lin Fei said this, the blue fairy was really tempted. Okay, then it's a deal. If you lose, you will give me the cultivation method. If I lose, I will wholeheartedly be your maid. I will no longer have any other thoughts. The blue fairy felt that she had to fight for such an opportunity. If she got it, she also felt that she should be a person who kept her promise. Otherwise, she wouldn't have lived for 100 years. Then open your eyes and watch carefully. Don't go back on your words. I really hate people who go back on their words. It won't be good if I do something when I'm unhappy. Lin Fei's gaze once again fell on the faintly discernible passage in the distance. In fact, at this time, Lin Fei could also use some means to destroy this passage, but he didn't do so. At least he wanted to see the guests from the second floor. In the blink of an eye, another 2 days passed. Lin Fei's mood was very relaxed and happy, because he had already signed in for 2 days, but this position seemed to be a little bad. The experience gained from signing in wasn't much. It only increased by 0.50% in 2 days. This kind of efficiency was indeed not fast, but in the eyes of other geniuses or peerless powerhouses, it seemed that such a cultivation speed was really fast. Whoosh! The faintly discernible passageway finally took shape completely this time. A passageway pierced through heaven and earth. Lin Fei could clearly feel that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had undergone a change. It's finally done. Boom! 3 figures suddenly descended. We're finally here. At this moment, everyone could feel the changes brought about by this passage. Chapter 49-74. The passageway opened. Instantly, 3 figures descended. These 3 figures were clearly much more powerful than the 3 who had come last time. More importantly, these 3 figures were actually 3 brothers. In other words, the so-called triplets. Exactly the same. Even their auras were exactly the same. The 3 of them descended. The blue fairy immediately recognized them. She couldn't help but let out a cry of surprise. It's them. It's actually the 3 mad demon brothers. The blue fairy knew these 3 people the best. They were famous existences on the 2nd floor. They were the most powerful of the heavens chosen, especially at the demigod level. The 3 brothers could be ranked in the top 30. She had never imagined that it would be the 3 brothers who had descended. The 3 brothers instantly discovered the blue fairy. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect that you, the blue fairy, are still alive. We all thought that you had been killed by this fellow. It seems that you haven't had a good time these past 100 years. Have you? You haven't broken through in power. We 3 brothers have all broken through to the god level. Upon hearing this voice, the first impression they had was that it was a single person speaking, but upon further inspection, it felt as though 3 people were speaking together. It was very different. The gazes of the 3 turned to fall on Lin Fei. Fellow Taoist Lin Fei, you destroyed the passageway, causing the 1st and 2nd floors to be separated for 100 years. This time, the 3 of us have come down to capture you and bring you back. The 3 of them immediately recognized Lin Fei. They already had the information on hand. It was this fellow who had destroyed the passageway, killed the other 2, and even left the blue fairy behind. This had caused a huge commotion on the 2nd floor. More importantly, after the 1st and 2nd floors had been separated, it wasn't a good thing for them. This Lin Fei could be said to be the main culprit. And now they could finally come down and accomplish a great deed. What's the point of talking so much? Let's fight first. A crescent moon instantly appeared in the sky. The heavens and earth darkened, and it instantly chopped down. This was the divine ability that Lin Fei had mastered. This was the divine ability Crescent Moon. This move could be said to be a very terrifying move. The space under the Crescent Moon became the target of the saber attack. In that instant, the 3 brothers actually merged into one, transforming into a battle form with 3 heads and 6 arms. The 6 arms kept unleashing god art after god art, and in an instant the Crescent Moon god art was deflected back to them. Do you know why we are called the Mad Demon Brothers? On the 2nd floor, even those favored by the heavens wouldn't dare to make an enemy out of us 3 brothers, because in front of us 3 brothers you're forever just 1 person and we're 3. The 3 mad devil brothers instantly attacked. With 3 heads and 6 arms, every mouth spewed out a technique. The 6 arms at the back also unleashed divine arts one after another, and each divine art was different. The void also collapsed in this short period of time. Lin Fei laughed heartily and came forward to greet him. Naturally, it was a spirit projection. When they got close to them, they actually formed a strong defense on the surface. Lin Fei's spirit projection was actually blocked. Instead, the 6 arms directly smashed down. Don't think that we don't know your means. We know all of your means, so you can't beat us this time. Accept your fate. This time, the 3 Mad Devil brothers were really aggressive, and not everyone could withstand it. Lin Fei's 2 arms also came forward. However, there was a difference between 2 arms and 6 left arms. The other few arms god art directly hit Lin Fei's body, and a loud rumbling sound could be heard. The blue fairy, who was in the distance, could naturally feel the means of the three mad devil brothers. They were much stronger than before, although the strength of this floor was only at the level of a lower god. But when the three brothers joined forces, they were almost invincible among the lower gods. Only a few people could become enemies with them. Don't struggle, you're not a match for us three brothers. Just obediently go back with us. The three mad devil brothers' god art kept bombarding over. At this time, they were already the strongest existences, and they didn't take Lin Fei seriously at all. Under their methods, Lin Fei would die without a doubt. No one would be able to withstand it. Killing Lin Fei would be a great achievement. Lin Fei attacked left and right, and he could feel the power of the god art brought by the three mad devil brothers. Of course, he also knew that the people above must have studied him, but he didn't expect that they would come up with a strategy so quickly. If he couldn't beat them one-on-one, then they would directly send three brothers. They could also carry out a fusion method, and their strength was really explosive. In this realm, they were definitely invincible. If Lin Fei was still the same as before, he would probably be in a mess. He was now an existence at the pinnacle of the lower deity stage. He wanted to see what these fellows were capable of. Although they were fierce, they wouldn't last long. You have 3 heads and 6 arms, but don't I? We still don't know who is more powerful than who. Lin Fei's body shook. He also displayed his divine might Dharma idol. He turned into 3 heads and 6 arms. For a moment he was facing them. There was a loud rumbling sound. From the left to the right and then from the right to the left. The 3 mad devil brothers were also shocked in their hearts. They didn't expect that Lin Fei had mastered such a method. Most importantly, this guy's method was very powerful, and they were the ones who consumed their energy very quickly. Looking at Lin Fei again, apart from looking a little embarrassed, he was not injured at all. His body seemed to be even more powerful. Break his body first, without it, he's nothing. The 3 brothers understood what was most powerful about Lin Fei. That was his body. There was a crash. A meteor-all-like object flew out of the void. It nailed onto Lin Fei's body. This nail. Cracks appeared on his body, as if it was going to pierce through Lin Fei's body. Ignorant guy, how do you know how powerful this body-piercing all is? With this body-piercing all, even the most powerful body will be torn apart in front of this treasure. Without this body, you're nothing. All seemed to have hidden in the void, waiting for Lin Fei to be caught off guard and give him a blow. In fact, this was really what happened, and it really caught Lin Fei off guard. However, when this body-piercing all nailed onto Lin Fei's body, it was stopped by the outermost layer. At this moment, Lin Fei looked very embarrassed. There were cracks, but in fact, he didn't suffer much damage at all. This was the power of the immemorial eternal body. Chapter 4975. The power of this treasure was indeed unimaginable. It was even more powerful than he had imagined. The attack landed on Lin Fei's body. Next, cracks appeared all over his body. These cracks merged together like a ferocious torrent, erupting with terrifying power in an instant. The body-breaking all was the most powerful at the beginning. After encountering Lin Fei's ancient eternal body, it instantly became different. The last attack did not erupt at all. Lin Fei withstood it just like that. The scars on his body disappeared. This was the domineering power of the ancient eternal body, which was not something other divine bodies could compare with. The 3 crazy demon brothers originally thought that with this treasure, Lin Fei's physical body would at least suffer a certain amount of damage. That way, they could capture this guy and bring him back. It was a good idea, but the reality in front of them shocked them greatly. The treasures given to them by the big bosses could not erupt with its true power. This Lin Fei actually withstood it. This should not be the case, right? The treasure is powerful, but my physical body is still quite strong. So from now on, I can only say that you guys are out of luck. Fortunately, Lin Fei cultivated the ancient eternal body and reached the 1st level. Otherwise, he would be in big trouble now. His physical body moved. Whoosh! The terrifying power directly crushed over. No matter what move it was, he did not use much. Lin Fei used the most direct method. That was to break the sky with strength. The power instantly turned into a stream of light and directly smashed over. The three crazy demon brothers were enveloped by this attack in the blink of an eye. They all took out their treasures. As soon as the treasures came out, there were countless ripples. They finally realized how powerful this guy was. The blue fairy, who had been in the distance, also saw it clearly. His strength is getting stronger and stronger. Even the three crazy demon brothers are no match for this guy. Is he really going to dominate this level? Originally, the blue fairy still had a trace of joy on her face. Now, the joy in her heart had completely disappeared. She knew that this guy was more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. Am I really going to become this guy's maid this time? The blue fairy's thoughts became complicated. This was completely different from what she had imagined. He had thought that it would be over, but it seemed that it was far from over. In fact, it might just be the beginning. This was not what the blue fairy wanted to see. It's possible the blue fairy really didn't want to make that bet. The only thing he could do now was to hope that the three Mad Devil brothers would work harder and thoroughly defeat Lin Fei. Otherwise, he would be completely hopeless. He still had to stay on this floor. The violent demon three brothers had indeed underestimated Lin Fei's means. They had thought that they could injure Lin Fei by relying on their treasures. But now it seemed that he had thought too far ahead. In just 100 years, this fellow's strength had increased greatly again. The most important thing was that his attacks were getting stronger and stronger, and they were constantly improving. The ripples produced by their treasures were getting faster and faster, and the ripples were constantly being destroyed. The consumption of energy within their bodies had also become exceptionally large. This kind of consumption was something that had never happened before. This also made him more certain that Lin Fei's strength had really reached the level of a peak lower god. The three of them could not withstand it at all. Open for me. The power within their bodies disappeared very quickly. Even if their treasures were airtight, there was still power constantly seeping through and bombarding their bodies. They felt that they couldn't bear it at all. Cracks also appeared on their bodies, and their injuries were getting more and more obvious. If this continued, they felt that they couldn't beat Lin Fei at all. They finally understood why this guy hid on the first floor and didn't go up. They had never seen such a strong body. Besides, their body-breaking all was successful for the first time. The second and third time did not have any effect at all. The other party was able to easily avoid it. Swoosh! The three of them were finally blasted out, and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. I've just started, and you can't bear it. If I go all out, won't you be beaten to death by me? Lin Fei came up again, and the speed of his attacks was getting faster and faster. A crescent moon was formed in an instant. The pupils of the three crazy demon brothers also changed. Their strength had increased again. Damn it, how could it be like this? They thought that Lin Fei's strength had reached its limit. With such speed and domineering power, it was impossible for him to hold on for long. Now they really understood that they had thought too simply. This was Lin Fei's true strength. Rumble. After a sound, several figures let out muffled groans, like lonely boats in the middle of a vast ocean. A series of punches landed directly on their bodies, and their defenses were directly broken. Lost? Lost. They finally lost. The blue fairy, who had always thought that they would win, finally gave up completely and completely accepted her fate. This Lin Fei was more terrifying and powerful than she had imagined. With such strength, even the favored ones above would not be a match for him. Old ancestor, save us. The three crazy demon brothers couldn't block it at all. Without this defense, the punches were like a terrifying attack falling on their bodies. Their physical bodies couldn't withstand it either. In a while, they would be directly blown up. They quickly crushed the jade talisman in their hands. They begged the old ancestor for help. Only the old ancestor could save them at this time. There was a loud bang. Lin Fei punched again, and the front instantly crushed over like a torrent. Wherever it passed, the void kept collapsing, and a stern shout came from the passageway. Stop! This voice spread throughout the first floor. Everyone trembled in fear when they heard this voice. The three crazy demon brothers were overjoyed. The old ancestor finally made a move. They could finally live. With a whoosh, this power didn't stop at all, and it washed over them. Cracks filled their bodies. There was a cracking sound. The three brothers were instantly turned into ashes, and they completely lost consciousness. A thunderous roar came from the other side of the tunnel. "How dare you kill them, you're dead!" Endless angry voices rang out, followed by a huge face appearing in the divine light. Then, an illusory finger attacked. The big shot was angry. The big shot made a move. Everyone on the first floor was shocked again. No matter how strong they were, they couldn't control their chi and blood at this time. With a cry, blood flowed down from the corner of their mouths. They stared blankly at the other side of the world. This was the real big shot. A voice could hurt them. If they were to meet face to face, they really wouldn't have a chance to survive. Chapter 4976. The big shot on the other side of the passageway finally couldn't help but make a move. The death of the three crazy demon brothers was a huge loss. This time, the power was like a mountain weighing tens of thousands of tons. Even though it hadn't gotten close to Lin Fei, the surrounding void had already collapsed and endless power directly hit his body. Lin Fei knew that this was the attack of a big shot. Even though it was a long-distance attack, it actually had such great power. The power seemed to be constantly decreasing. It was extremely powerful at the beginning. Later on, it was only at the level of a lower god. But even so, Lin Fei's physical body had a huge crack. His ancient eternal body had also reached its limit. At the same time, the divine power in his body was constantly being consumed and constantly healing his injuries. It was fighting against the power of this finger. In the distance, the blue fairy also groaned and spat out blood. She stared at him. "You can't take it, you definitely can't. This is an attack from a big shot. Under this finger, no matter who you are, whether you are a proud son of heaven or the reincarnation of an almighty, you will definitely die under this finger." The blue fairy knew better than anyone else how powerful this attack was. The big shot on the other side was furious and directly attacked through the air. Although the power was constantly weakened by the power here, it was still a finger of a big shot after all. If it came over to kill, it would definitely be a very terrifying one. Under such a situation, the blue fairy didn't think that Lin Fei could take it at all. He would definitely die under this finger. He wouldn't be able to save anyone. Walala walala. With just this finger, in such a short period of time, Lin Fei didn't know how many attacks he had withstood and how much divine power he had consumed. Fortunately, Lin Fei's divine power had already broken through to 10,001 and was constantly increasing. Without the limit of 10,000, ordinary people naturally couldn't compare to him. So in the end, this big shot's finger didn't have any lethality to Lin Fei at all. The power was also getting slower and weaker. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared without a trace. The collapsed void couldn't recover for a while. The big shot in the passageway also seemed to be slightly surprised, appearing to be very puzzled. This finger attack was actually unable to kill this guy. This was definitely something that had never happened before. So it turns out that big shots will also bully the weak. It's a pity that you didn't manage to kill me this time. I wonder if you're happy or helpless now. At this moment, Lin Fei's face was a little pale, because the power of this finger was too strong. He didn't need to guess to know. This should be the strength of a high god. He didn't expect the strength of a high god to be so terrifying. If he didn't have the immemorial eternal body, coupled with the divine power in his body, and the constant healing of his injuries, he might have completely collapsed under the attack. Lin Fei finally witnessed the means of a big shot. "I didn't expect you to be safe and sound. I really underestimated you. But next time you won't be so lucky. If you have the ability, hide on this floor." There was a hint of displeasure in his voice. He said it coldly. Lin Fei laughed heartily, his complexion instantly returning to normal. "If you can't kill me, then you can't kill me. If you have the ability, come down yourself and see who will kill who. It's a pity that you don't dare to be a coward, so you can only attack from there." Lin Fei also cursed. He knew that this big shot wouldn't let his virtual shadow clone come down. Even if he came down, he wouldn't be able to beat him. Just look at the three crazy demon brothers. After this finger attack, he felt that it wouldn't be so easy for the opponent to attack again. it would definitely be as difficult as ascending to heaven. If it was so easy to come down, it wouldn't be the world of these demigods and low gods. Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that there definitely wouldn't be any mid-god experts on this floor. At most, they would be at the peak of the low god level. With Lin Fei's strength, even if there were a few more peak of the low god level, it wouldn't matter. He could still beat them. Their physical bodies couldn't withstand a single blow. This was Lin Fei's greatest advantage. You're a good talker. You're indeed much more powerful than I thought. But do you really think that I can't do anything to you? In a huge palace on the second floor, a black-clothed figure looked calm, but his eyebrows were slightly furrowed. He had never thought that he wouldn't be able to kill this guy with one-finger attack. The opponent's physical body was unexpectedly strong. This guy didn't cultivate a godhead, but he had a lot of divine power in his body, probably reaching thousands of strands. Such a guy with such potential, if he cultivated a godhead, his combat power would probably reach the peak of the low god level. If he got a good weapon, he could even reach the level of a mid-god. Such a person really shouldn't be left alive. Unfortunately, he had already attacked the first time, so he couldn't attack again in a short time. The opponent wouldn't give him another chance to attack. I'll wait for you on the second floor. Remember my name, Lu Bai. Lu Bai really couldn't do anything to this guy. He was really a strange freak. There was absolutely no one who could cultivate to such a level. After the voice passed, there were no more voices from the big shots in the passage. Lin Fei was going to say something more, but he didn't expect the opponent to leave so quickly. He was going to summon the primordial shadow. He wanted to let this guy experience despair, but this guy actually gave up. I'm done. There's nothing else. Lin Fei suddenly punched out again. This time, the punch went through the entire passage. Swoosh! The passage that had just been built turned into ashes. It no longer existed. Lin Fei's attack was much more ferocious. There was no resistance at all. The passage collapsed, and there were no more passages on this floor. Made the blue fairy greets you, my lord. Congratulations, my lord, on your first victory. And at this moment, Fairy Baiyu's attitude had undergone a 180-degree change. This change really surprised Lin Fei. You accepted the bet so quickly. I thought you would struggle. With a wave of his hand, Lin Fei collected the 3 rings. These were the rings of the Mad Demon 3 brothers. The blue fairy looked at Lin Fei with a complicated look. You are the most powerful person I have ever seen. Even Lu Bai's attack couldn't kill you. With your strength, your future potential is definitely very scary. I think it's not bad to be your maid now. Lin Fei wasn't too surprised by the blue fairy's quick reaction. He knew that the blue fairy was a smart person. Let me tell you, the app I'm using recently is supported on both Android and Apple phones. A smart person would always make the right choice. Chapter 4977. Such a result really surprised Lin Fei. Originally, he wanted to go over there to take a look, but now it seemed that there was no need to go at all. Those guys on the other side were not so easy to deal with. His strength was still a little bit lacking. He would wait until he reached the second level of the ancient eternal body. At this moment, Lin Fei's thoughts were extremely simple. He left with the blue fairy. The scene of this day also shocked everyone. Everyone could feel the aura brought by that super expert, and they also heard Lin Fei's voice. All along, everyone thought that Lin Fei should not be here or he should have gone to the next level, but today they learned that this bold guy did not leave and was still on this level. Most importantly, this guy's strength was more powerful than they imagined. Once again, the passage was completely destroyed. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they really wouldn't have believed it. Back in the underground palace, Lin Fei began to check his spoils of war this time. The 3 Mad Demon brothers had 3 rings, each of which contained a lot of things, which really made Lin Fei look forward to it. After all, after the 3 brothers merged, their strength was indeed strong enough, not something that ordinary people could deal with. So, their things were definitely not that simple. This was something Lin Fei knew in his heart. Ding, passive quest completed. Withstand a blow from a big shot. Gained 200,000 experience points. Lin Fei was quite surprised to receive such a reward. For a moment, he wondered if he had heard wrong. How could there be such a reward? Passive quest. This really exceeded Lin Fei's expectations. The most important thing was that he could get a reward of 200,000 experience points at once. This was what shocked Lin Fei the most. Lin Fei was not interested in other things, but if it was 200,000 experience points, it would really be of great help to upgrade the ancient eternal body. If it was any other time, who knew how long it would take to get the reward? At the very least, it would take a long time for him to earn 200,000 EXP. Originally, he only needed 1 million EXP to advance from the first to the second stage. In the blink of an eye, he had saved 200,000 EXP. Lin Fei wanted to wake up laughing even in his dreams. The system did not answer Lin Fei's question. Lin Fei wasn't too surprised by this. If he didn't want to answer, then so be it. At the very least, he wanted Lin Fei to know one thing, and that was the passive quest. It's a pity that only one big shot made a move this time. I guess the other big shots are watching in the dark. But don't worry, the next time I go there, I should be able to gain a lot. I'd better stay here for another 500 or 1,000 years. Lin Fei also checked the rings of the 3 mad demon brothers. There were indeed quite a lot of things inside, big and small, and there were even quite a few divine artifacts. However, it seemed that these divine artifacts could not be used at this level, which surprised Lin Fei a little. If these divine artifacts were used, their combat power would become even stronger. After Lin Fei checked them, he picked out some of the good things and called the Blue Fairy in. At this time, the Blue Fairy completely accepted her bet. Hence, the previous scene happened. Let me ask you something. Just tell me the truth. When the Blue Fairy came in, Lin Fei asked, "Tell me. I will tell you everything I know. You are the most powerful heaven's favored one I have ever seen. Your future achievements are limitless. Following a powerhouse like you will be of great help to me." The finger of a big shot couldn't kill Lin Fei at all. One could imagine what the situation was like. Even Fairy Green Stream herself would not be able to withstand the power of that finger. Not to mention the other party. However, Lin Fei had endured it just like that. Moreover, he had even broken through the passageway. This kind of potential, this kind of ability was absolutely unprecedented. A passage like this will always be maintained on the second floor. That is to say, if I break the second passage, there will be a big shot who will build a third passage. Originally, Lin Fei didn't think about this matter. The 3 crazy devil brothers had a lot of ancient books here, including some information about the first floor. This also reminded Lin Fei of something, and that was the passage that he broke. Since he broke the passage, he naturally didn't want anyone to come down from above. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome. However, after reading these materials, he suddenly realized that he seemed to have done something wrong. Why did he have to break the passage again and again? If there was no more passage above, how would he get to the second floor? This was the thing that made Lin Fei feel the most helpless. Hence, he hurriedly called the Blue Fairy in to understand the situation first. "Sir, your worries are a little unnecessary. There will always be a passage between the first and second floors. The big shots above will always keep in touch. You can rest assured." This time, the Blue Fairy was a little surprised. She really didn't expect that Lin Fei would ask such a simple question. "I heard that there has always been a special connection between the first and second floors, but I never knew about it," the Blue Fairy said after thinking for a while. Lin Fei didn't understand why the passage had to be built before, but he felt that there must be some big secret on the first floor. It was just that he didn't know about it. However, it didn't matter. His ancient eternal body had reached the second level, and his divine power was skyrocketing. Naturally, he knew the details of this floor. He also knew what secrets were hidden. So Lin Fei was no longer anxious. Just like that, Lin Fei began a long suppression operation. Of course, there was also the signing in. When Lin Fei didn't sign in, the suppression operation made Lin Fei feel quite uncomfortable. However, it was a little different now that he signed in every day. This was because he could feel his strength improving day by day. Using time to improve his strength was quite useful, especially for his ancient eternal body. With this kind of time, it wouldn't be long before he could cultivate the ancient eternal body to the advanced realm. As for when the other side would come again, Lin Fei didn't have anything to worry about. If they really came again, they would be far from being his opponent. At the very least, no one from that side would come for a long time. The three mad demon brothers were already dead. How many resources would it take to find a few more geniuses? At the very least, they couldn't afford to gamble now. Chapter 49-78. Ever since the last battle, 500 years had passed in the blink of an eye. The 500 years on the first level were quiet again. The struggle between the sects still existed, but ever since they learned of Lin Fei's existence, everyone became even more cautious. It wasn't until 200 years later that they began to make a move again. But this time they knew better. Regardless of how troublesome it was, whoever broke through to the demigod realm would be unlucky, so everyone kept it in mind. I've finally reached the second level of the ancient eternal body. In the study room, Lin Fei's figure was the same as 500 years ago, but he looked younger. The valiant aura on his body seemed even stronger. Lin Fei originally thought that he would be able to break through to the second level of the ancient eternal body soon. After all, he signed in every day. But he realized that the experience gained from signing in varied. Sometimes, if he was unlucky, he might even get a single-digit or double-digit experience. This really made Lin Fei feel helpless. Today happened to be the 500th year. Lin Fei finally reached the second level of the ancient eternal body. The second level of the ancient eternal body was like a peerless tonic compared to the first level. There was an earth-shattering change. It was obvious that the divine power in his body had broken through to 100,000 divine powers in the blink of an eye. Even Lin Fei himself was a little shocked by this number. But he found that when he reached 100,000 divine powers, he could no longer increase it. It was as if he had reached a bottleneck. It was the same as when he had 10,000 divine powers. Such a result was within Lin Fei's expectations. It was not something that was unacceptable. Instead, he accepted it with peace of mind. It seems that if I want to break through the limit of 100,000 divine powers, I have to reach the third level of the ancient eternal body first. After reaching the second level of the ancient eternal body, Lin Fei's realm directly reached the level of a mid-god. It was completely different from before. This time, his divine sense could almost cover this level. As soon as it covered, Lin Fei felt something different. I finally know why they had to build a passage. Over the past 500 years, there had indeed been movements from the big shots in the void, but they had not been able to penetrate him all at once. As for whether or not they were afraid that Lin Fei would ruin it, no one knew. Of course, the possibility of that was still very high. He had been looking forward to this secret for a long time. Today, he could finally investigate this secret. Ding! Suppressed for 500 years. Reward, 300,000 experience points. Divine ability, 10,000 miles reincarnation. The reward of 500 years of suppression was here, which made Lin Fei secretly surprised. It was an unexpected surprise. He thought that there wouldn't be any rewards for 500 years. This reward was not very generous. Lin Fei, of course, knew that this was a transitional reward. The real reward should be when he was suppressed for 1,000 years. He was already mentally prepared for this. 300,000 experience points really made Lin Fei happy. He needed 5 million experience points to advance from the second level of the immemorial eternal body to the third level. He had 300,000 spirit stones in one go, and he had even obtained a mystic art 10,000-mile reincarnation. This divine ability was a bit terrifying. It was a large-scale attack that burned divine power in an instant. Could burn 1 level of divine power, and it could also burn 3, 5, 8, and 10 levels of divine power. The power it turned into was completely different. Lin Fei did have a lot of large-scale attack methods on hand, but there were not many like this. If it was possible, Lin Fei really hoped that there would be more of such methods. The more the better. Originally, I thought that summoning the immemorial shadow would be the first trump card. I didn't expect another one to appear so soon. Although this trump card is not as good as the immemorial shadow, I can directly erupt with divine power when there are many people. I'm afraid that no one in the same realm will be able to withstand it. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed slightly, and he looked very proud. One had to know that he now had 100,000 traces of divine power. Lin Fei waved his hand, and the void trembled faintly. Then, his figure came directly to the center of this level. In the depths of this underground, there was a huge layer of seal. Even Lin Fei did not notice this layer of seal. This was one of the things that shocked Lin Fei. He had been suppressing this place for 500 years, and he had never thought that there would be such a place in the center. It was indeed a very ordinary place. He raised his hand and slapped downwards. A layer of ripples flipped over, and the underground palace finally appeared in front of Lin Fei. This was a place that people on the second level had ideas about. Lin Fei felt that the possibility of this was very high. Otherwise, there would not be such a place at all. Let me see what good things are placed on this level. Is it worth it for the big shots above to join forces for the third time and prepare to open this passage? Lin Fei's palm landed on the ripples. The surging torrent of power directly crushed it. He wanted to see how strong this defense was. In any case, he had the strength of a mid-god. Even though he hadn't cultivated a divine spark, his method of cultivation was unique. A rumbling sound, and the ripples spread out. Even if Lin Fei went all out, he would not be able to break through it. Lin Fei was a bit stunned. How could there be such a special defense? He himself had the power of a god, but he still couldn't break through this special ripple. The defense was unimaginably strong. Lin Fei tried a few dozen more times, but he didn't succeed a single time. It seemed as though this place really did have limitless defense. Lin Fei couldn't break through it at all. Of course, he had another method, which was to summon a primordial phantom. But if he did that, it would cause quite a commotion. It was hard to say who was watching this place. Lin Fei shook his head, turned, and left. If he couldn't get in, then the people above would definitely be worried. 500 years. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Since he had found this place, everything would be easy to discuss. Upon returning to the underground palace, Lin Fei called the Blue Fairy over. In the past few hundred years, the Blue Fairy had changed quite a bit. The look in her eyes was also different from before. It was more like worship. Your Excellency, you've grown stronger again. Others might not know, but the Blue Fairy could feel it every time. Your eyes are the best. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. After all, the Blue Fairy was a bit different from what he had imagined. She could more or less feel the changes in him. I called you here for something. Chapter 49-79. The Blue Fairy could indeed feel that Lin Fei's strength had become extraordinarily powerful. Even his breathing, his gaze, and his movements were unimaginably valiant. She even felt that if she were to fight with Lin Fei now, he could easily kill her. This kind of thinking was quite ridiculous, but in reality it was just like that. 500 years was neither a long time nor a short time. The Blue Fairy did not see Lin Fei practicing at all. Anyway, he just ate, drank, and played around all day. However, even in such a state, the other party's strength had suddenly increased by leaps and bounds. She felt that if the three Mad Demon brothers were to encounter Lin Fei again, they would not be so lucky. They would probably be beaten to the ground in a single encounter. Do you know if there are any secrets on the first floor? Even if it's hearsay, it doesn't matter. Lin Fei called the Blue Fairy to his study. The Blue Fairy first brewed a pot of tea, and then stood there obediently. The Blue Fairy frowned slightly. Basically, everything that he knew was clearly stated. When it came to the secrets of this floor, she did not know much. If there really is a secret, then it should be that the second floor will arrange for people to come here for a period of time. I don't know what they do when they come to the first floor. It seems that this period of time is about 1,000 years or so. The Blue Fairy's memory was still very good, and she finally thought of something. Are you sure that it's 1,000 years, and not 500 or 800 years? Are you sure that they will come down to this floor from above? With that said, Lin Fei knew that they should have come down to that place. If his strength had not reached the intermediate deity stage, he would not have been able to detect the existence of such a place. It was too mysterious. This is what I heard from others. There should be a possibility, but I don't know what they are going to do. As soon as the Blue Fairy finished speaking, she frowned slightly again. If I remember correctly, Those who came down were all geniuses of the heavens. After they went back, their cultivation improved by leaps and bounds. Lin Fei smiled. He was even more certain of one thing. That place should be the place that the higher-ups valued. Otherwise, the second passageway wouldn't have been formed. If there were no accidents, the third passageway would be formed soon. But this time, Lin Fei was no longer the Lin Fei of the past. It would not be so easy for them to bully him again. It would be fine if he did not know, but now that he knew, he was qualified to have a good talk with them. You've been with me for 500 years. I think you've done pretty well. Take this and let your strength break through again. The blue fairy's potential was still very strong, but this level limited her strength. Therefore, Lin Fei directly threw out a portion of True Dragon's blood. The True Dragon's blood was of no use to Lin Fei at all. But for the blue fairy, it could make her body stronger, which was equivalent to an improvement in strength. Isn't this the True Dragon's blood? The blue fairy saw it at once. She was shocked. This was a top-notch thing. It would be of great help to one's body. She never thought that Lin Fei would give such a good thing to her. Even if she was above, it would not be so easy to get such a portion of True Dragon's blood. You have a good eye. Take this and refine it. This way, your body will reach the level of a lower god. Lin Fei also understood that it was not so easy for people like the blue fairy to make their bodies stronger. It was the same even if they were above. Only he could make such rapid progress in his cultivation. The blue fairy gratefully took the True Dragon's blood and refined it. Lin Fei leisurely drank his tea. If there are no accidents, perhaps the people over there will soon come to this level. This time I can have a good fight. I wonder if Lu Bai will come. Previously, the other party had given him an attack. Lin Fei had not forgotten it. If he did not have the immemorial eternal body, he would have suffered a big loss. Now it was different. His body had reached the second level, and it had changed by leaps and bounds. Moreover, his divine power had reached 100,000. Although he had not broken through this limit, he had reached the limit of the second level. He believed that there were definitely not many people who could reach this number. Lin Fei believed that it would not be long before this level became extremely lively. It would not take long because the movement in the void was becoming more and more obvious. Lin Fei could also sense that they should be preparing to take action. He just did not know how many people would come this time. Lin Fei's figure moved, and he immediately used great teleportation. Once again, he came to the depths of the underground. The ripples were still there, but this time, Lin Fei did not take action. After circling around, he could vaguely see that there was something unusual inside. It should be the work of a big shot. No wonder the second level always wants to control the first level. Perhaps it is because of this thing. It can let the favored ones advance by leaps and bounds. I think everyone would be tempted by it. However, this time you guys won't be so lucky. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. He flicked his finger at the void. Rays of power were hidden in the void. It should be known that Lin Fei's current strength was at the level of an intermediate god. Therefore, the hidden strength was exceptionally strong. In an instant, all the power was linked together, forming a special defense. Without me, you guys can't break this layer of defense at all. When the time comes, all of you will have to beg me. Lin Fei laughed heartily and left the place. Just now, he had already used his own methods to add a new layer of defense to this place. This kind of defense was not something that just anyone could break. Only Lin Fei himself could break it. Even if they wanted to sneak down, it would not be that easy to take away the things. Although the possibility of this was very, very low, Lin Fei still prepared for a rainy day. If they really succeeded, he would be dumbfounded. Now all he had to do was wait for them to come down. Another few years passed. The tunnel in the void hadn't completely formed yet. Lin Fei would frown from time to time. He was quite surprised. Was it not time yet? On the other hand, the blue fairy's fleshly body had already reached the level of a demigod. Her strength had increased as well. However, only demigods on this level could explode with power. Was it not time yet? Lin Fei was quite puzzled. Could it be that his guess was wrong? Logically speaking, it shouldn't be. Chapter 4980. Swoosh! Swoosh! A formless wave appeared in a small valley on the first level, and two figures rushed out of the valley. Following that, their bodies flickered, and the aura around them disappeared without a trace. I really don't know what the people above are doing. It's not easy to come down here, but they still have to sneak around. They even used a prepared passage. The one who spoke was a young man named Lejian. His eyes were full of divine characters, and he looked very terrifying. There's nothing we can do about it. There's a blind guy on the first floor. I heard that he destroyed the passageway twice a year. This time we used a diversion tactic. That guy definitely wouldn't expect us to secretly use another passageway to come down. These two young geniuses were the pride of heaven. One was hot-tempered, and the other was calmer. We're pretty lucky. That guy probably hasn't found out yet. What we need to do now is to go to the deity's lake as soon as possible. Hopefully we can get there before they do. The hot-tempered Lejian also nodded his head. He also knew that the purpose of this trip was to go to the deity's lake. Doesn't that guy rely on his strength and powerful body? This time we've all brought treasures. When we get to the deity's lake and get the treasures, we'll slowly deal with that guy. I didn't expect the higher-ups to say that whoever kills this guy will be rewarded with a great treasure by the higher-ups. Speaking of this, the two of them were full of yearning. This was a treasure that the big shots had jointly brought out. Whoever could get their hands on it would be of great help to their own strength. At the same time, Lin Fei, who had been in the underground palace all this while, suddenly opened his eyes. Then he moved and arrived in a valley. There was a slight wave in the void. Good fella, I really underestimated the ability of the second level. I didn't expect that there would be a prepared passage here. I didn't even notice it before. What a good trick sneaking down here. If I'm not wrong, they should be heading towards that place. Lin Fei's eyes were fixed on the passage. Even though they had yet to take shape, they could clearly feel that the people on the other side should have come from that place. However, they never expected it to be a diversion. They actually came from another place. It was a prepared passageway. This passageway looked quite old. It had never been triggered before, so Lin Fei did not sense any spatial fluctuations at all. It's a pity that my strength has already reached the mid-god level. The entire floor is under my control. Even if you guys sneak around, it's useless. Fortunately, I have added a layer of defense over that place. Let's see how many geniuses will come down this time. With so many fat sheep, I reckon I can make a fortune. If it was any other time, it would have been fine. At this moment, Lin Fei clearly knew that this place was definitely more extraordinary than he had imagined. It suited Lin Fei even better that they sneaked down. He wanted to see how they were going to break through this outer layer of defense. Lin Fei's figure returned to the underground palace. Not long after returning to the underground palace, Lin Fei felt another fluctuation in the void. Came from another place. From the beginning to the end, he knew that the first floor was definitely not as simple as that passage. It was very likely that there were other passages, but they were hidden too deeply. This time, Lin Fei finally experienced it. They did sneak down from other places, and a total of 3 passages appeared. There were people coming from each passage. In other words, there were about 7 or 8 people coming down this time. As soon as the others came over, their auras were immediately restrained, and they were no different from ordinary people. If it were not for that slight spatial fluctuation, Lin Fei would have really missed the opportunity. It seems that 8 geniuses have come. They are even more powerful than the 3 crazy demon brothers. Lin Fei was even happier. He waved his hand and called for the blue fairy to come over. The blue fairy's fleshly body had already reached the lower god level. In addition, the strength of a lower god was quite terrifying. At the very least, she was considered to be at the top among those in the same realm. I'll take you to see a good show and introduce you to people. The blue fairy was still confused, but she was smart and immediately understood. What if someone came down from below? I didn't feel any changes in the passage. Could it be a diversion? There are other passages hidden on this floor. The blue fairy was quite good at thinking. In the blink of an eye, she had almost guessed the result. There are indeed geniuses coming down, and there are quite a lot of them. There are a total of 8. I'll take you there to introduce you to people. I hope to give them a surprise. Goddess Bai knew that Lin Fei was very strong, but she didn't expect that Lin Fei already knew almost everything that she couldn't detect. He had it all under his control. Those geniuses were probably still proud, thinking that they had succeeded in deceiving everyone. After a few breaths, Lin Fei brought the blue fairy to the place. When they arrived at this place, the blue fairy saw those people. They were all gathered together at this time, but their faces had changed a lot. Impossible. According to my method, I should be able to break this layer of prohibition. Why can't I break it? If that guy Lin Fei finds out, it will be a mess. It's impossible. He can't know. When we came down, the big shots said that even a lower god can't detect this place unless they reach the level of a middle god. However, middle gods are not allowed to exist on this floor. There were 8 young noblemen standing in the field. Their valiant auras were perfectly restrained, but under their dignified appearance was an ambitious look. At this time, there was a cold light in their eyes as they stared in front of them. At that time, there was a layer of ripples from time to time, and they really did not know what to do. When they came here, they were prepared to go in one step ahead and obtain the opportunity to transform the deity's pool. But when they arrived, they found that it was not as easy to break as they had imagined. The prohibition was unbelievably strong. Even if they attacked together, they could not do anything. At the beginning, they thought that they could not break it on their own, but after joining forces, they still could not break it. They could only stare helplessly. Did the big shots forget how strong this mirror was? No matter how they looked at it, it was a little impossible. Can you recognize them? I think these guys should be the sons of some big families, and they are quite talented. What do you think will happen if we get rid of all of them together? Chapter 4981. Naturally, Blue Fairy recognized these people. Each one of them was a true chosen one of heaven's chosen. Within their clans, they were all hegemons with limitless potential. She hadn't expected that they would all be gathered here. If only one had come, it wouldn't have mattered. But 8 had come. She finally realized that this floor truly did have a major secret. Most importantly, this major secret had actually been grasped by Lin Fei. It seemed as though there were traps set up on the outside, which was why they wouldn't be able to enter for a while. They are all chosen ones of the second floor. They are much more powerful than me. In terms of potential, they should all be at the first stage, while I should be at the peak of the second stage. If they were just a bit higher, they would be at the peak of the second stage. Blue Fairy continued to stare at them. In her heart, there was nothing but shock. It seems they are quite valuable. 8 of them came at one go. These 8 young chosen ones were indeed extremely powerful. When they joined forces, they were actually able to withstand 70 or 80% of the power of the traps she had set up. If a few of them came down by relying on these treasures, they might actually be able to break through the outer layer of defenses. You don't know what's in here, but that's fine. I've already drawn them down. Those people over there want to create a diversion, but unfortunately, everything is under my control. This time, I'll be able to take advantage of them. Lin Fei began to laugh. The 8 chosen ones below didn't notice at all that people had already arrived. Their power was indeed at the peak of the demigod level. Even their treasures were at the peak of the demigod level. A single one of them could sweep through the demigods of this floor. In addition, there weren't many demigods on this floor, and there were 8 of them. He could almost go back and forth on this floor several times. No matter how powerful Lin Fei was, they didn't care too much about him. From their point of view, they could deal with such a person however they wanted. It was a piece of cake. But now they had encountered a major problem. They weren't able to break through this place at all. This restrictive spell was completely different from what they had been told. The first 2 who had arrived had thought that they would succeed, but in the end, they were stupefied. Afterwards, the 8 of them came together and attacked together. 8 directions, all the positions had been searched. He still couldn't break through this layer of ripples. It was just a step away, but it had become a huge chasm, blocking them all outside. They couldn't believe it. If it was another time or place, they would have time to do it slowly, but it was different here. They had all received orders not to attract Lin Fei's attention unless they entered the deity's pool. These words were naturally engraved in their hearts. They also knew that this fellow was indeed quite terrifying on this floor. Even the 3 crazy devil brothers were taken down. If they were to encounter the 3 crazy devil brothers, it would not be so easy to win in a one-on-one situation. In the end, this guy was killed when he reached the bottom. It was Lin Fei, so they really didn't want to meet Lin Fei. It wasn't easy for the bosses to build a passageway there. If they destroyed it, they would be punished even if they went up there and wouldn't get any resources. If they couldn't get the opportunity to cultivate, their strength would greatly decline. This was definitely not something they wanted to see. Do you guys think that this restriction isn't the restriction that our boss mentioned before, but someone else just left it? A heaven's prideful son in black said coldly. The black-clothed heaven's prideful son in black said. The others were stunned. They didn't know why they would have such a thought, but they didn't know why they felt that it made sense. Could it really be because of this? Lei Zhen, what you said is meaningless. Do you think anyone can find this place? Or does Lin Fei have such means? I think that Xian Shi's words are quite reasonable. Maybe it's Lin Fei's means. This fellow is more cunning than you think. He was able to withstand one of Youbai's attacks. Ha 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 ha. So what if he withstood one of Lord Lu's attacks? I reckon that his vitality is greatly injured and he's still recovering now. I don't think he can really withstand it. These heaven's prideful sons were very clear about what happened last time. After all, their clans and sects had a detailed understanding of the situation. There was a crazy fellow below who wanted to dominate. As a result, the 3 crazy demon brothers were finished. In the end, they angered Lord Lu Bai, and he directly took action. Although it was only 1/10 of his strength, it was not something that a little fellow below could withstand. Therefore, if there were no accidents, he would definitely be seriously injured. The 8 people were immediately divided into 2 sides. There were those who agreed and those who disagreed with this discussion. Those who agreed naturally felt that it was reasonable. Those who disagreed naturally felt that Lin Fei definitely didn't have such means, let alone such a place. Then how do you explain it? The 8 of us couldn't even break it with our bare hands. We can't say that someone else set it up here, right? Everyone fell silent. They really couldn't come up with an explanation. The blue fairy, who had been hiding in the dark, also had to shake her head. Each of these 8 heaven's prideful sons had unlimited potential in the future. They all had the chance to advance to the superclass in the future. Unfortunately, they met Lord Lu here and were controlled by him. No matter how they thought about it, they couldn't figure out what was going on. We can reel in the net. 8 big fish might be able to exchange for a lot of things. Lin Fei smiled and then revealed himself. This layer of defense was placed outside to block them. It seemed that his method was quite good. He had firmly blocked them outside. Everyone, you've come all the way here. Are you guys muddle-headed? I've already told you that I'm the overlord of this level, yet you guys still sneak down here. Aren't you looking down on me, Lin Fei, too much? As soon as the voice was heard, the expressions of the 8 heaven's prideful sons changed. They couldn't believe that someone had actually appeared beside them. They didn't notice at all. Then a big hand directly grabbed them. The sky and earth turned dark. Their bodies emitted a dazzling divine light. At this moment, it completely blasted towards them. Bang, 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 bang. One by one, they were pressed to the ground. There was only one thought left in their minds. That was that they had been discovered by Lin Fei. Lin Fei still made a move. He pressed them down with one palm. This was completely ridiculous. It was really ridiculous. How could he be so strong? It was completely different. The big boss was cheating them. Didn't he take a move from Lord Lu Bai? Chapter 4982. Under the palm. The 8 geniuses were covered in divine light, but they were still unable to withstand the power of this palm. Even more violent than them, even more terrifying than them, he pressed them to the ground. This process was not sloppy. It was as smooth as flowing water. For a moment, they were unable to come to their senses. Looking at the surrounding geniuses whose faces were pressed to the ground, they were unable to come to their senses. Wasn't it said that the most powerful person on this level was that Lin Fei? How could there be someone more powerful than Lin Fei? He pressed them to the ground with a single palm. After a while, they came to their senses. It wasn't that there was another expert. It was that the most powerful person on this level was this Lin Fei. He really did it. He pressed them to the ground with a single palm. They could vaguely see a figure appear. That person's voice resounded in their ears. It was this guy. It was that Lin Fei. Another wave of energy came over, and the 8 of them, the proud sons of heaven, were completely suppressed by this energy. At this moment, they finally saw clearly what Lin Fei looked like. There was also the blue fairy next to him. What do you think? My gift just now is not bad, right? You all came here stealthily. It's already very polite of me not to kill you on the spot. Lin Fei was all smiles. But to these 8 proud sons of heaven, it was impossible. The attack in front of them made them understand what was called helplessness. The other party was too strong. Was this still the Lin Fei they knew? They knew that this fellow Lin Fei was at the peak of the demigod level, and that his body was extremely strong. In a one-on-one fight, no one was a match for him. Thus, on this trip, a total of 8 geniuses had come. They weren't prepared to work together, but any one of them could make Lin Fei experience despair. But now it was their turn to truly experience despair. This guy was simply too powerful. You're Lin Fei. They really didn't dare to believe it. What a big shot. Even if they still had some treasures or armors on them, cracks had appeared on them. A single palm strike was all it took for them to fall into such a state. If he went all out, wouldn't he be able to kill them in the blink of an eye? That's right. I'm the Lin Fei you've been talking about, the little fellow who proclaims himself as the king of this floor. Lin Fei smiled faintly. In their eyes, the smile was full of sarcasm. If this was a small fight, then what were they? Before he could even make a move, he was already covered. Now, tell me what kind of good stuff is in here. Lin Fei didn't kill all of them in one go. Naturally, it was because this place was too mysterious. Previously, Lin Fei's own strength was unable to break through this defense. In other words, this place required a special method to enter. Now that 8 geniuses had finally arrived, how could Lin Fei miss such an opportunity? He had to get his hands on the benefits here first. Don't expect anyone to come and save you. This area has been completely controlled by me, and no news can get out. So you'd better accept your fate. If anyone has any ulterior motives, I'll make sure you die here. A cold aura swept over them. With a single glance, their faces immediately turned pale. Whatever thoughts he had, whatever tricks he had up his sleeves, all vanished into thin air at this moment. This guy was really going to kill them. They felt that it was real. They would never be wrong. This guy was definitely going to kill them. He wouldn't care about the anger of those big shots on the 2nd floor. Just look at the 3 crazy demon brothers. They really died unjustly. They were considered to have first-class potential up there, but their souls were scattered when they reached the bottom. They didn't expect that it would be their turn in such a short time. The blue fairy also chuckled. I advise you to be honest. Otherwise, you'll really die here. This is a place for improvement. It can raise one's potential from first class to superclass potential. This is the so-called baptism of life. Finally, one of the geniuses opened his mouth. He was panicking and afraid. He wasn't a match at all. Any divine abilities, methods, or confidence were all useless at this moment. He might as well be honest. Onyx Soul, you can't say it. You definitely can't say it. You're ruining the big shot's plans. One of the geniuses roared. Lin Fei doesn't have the right to know the secret here. Indeed, he doesn't have the right to know the secret here, but you don't have the right to continue living. Lin Fei raised his hand and this proud son of the heavens exploded with a bang. Even if he had a treasure, his defense was still the same. In an instant, he was finished. Who else wants to speak? Just say it. I'll fulfill your wishes. I'm a very honest person. It could be said that this could be said to have completely shocked them. He really killed someone. Just like that, a genius with top-notch potential had been killed just like that. He had the potential to become a mid-level god in the future. It wasn't difficult to become a low-level god, but becoming a mid-level god was too difficult. But now he died here just like that. The other 7 geniuses didn't dare to have any thoughts. This guy really dared to kill. Speak. It's fine. They won't say anything. They more or less heard some secrets. They didn't expect it to be a place for improvement. Could allow one's vitality to increase by leaps and bounds. Such a place was quite attractive to anyone. But to Lin Fei it really wasn't that attractive. First-class potential and superclass potential were not as good as signing in and gaining experience. Other than this, is there anything else? Or do the others want to add to their understanding of this place? The others lowered their heads and didn't say a word. Then I'll have to trouble you guys to open this restriction now. He waved his hand and retracted his technique. The real restriction appeared in front of them. At this moment, their eyes lit up slightly, but then dimmed down. They were really too stupid. They didn't know at the start. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been caught in one fell swoop. 8 geniuses, and now one was dead. The 7 proud sons of heaven obediently opened the seal. It turned out that this restriction required a special technique. Lin Fei was glad that he didn't go all out. Otherwise, he would have destroyed this restriction. He had to go in and take a look now. He was looking forward to seeing what it was like inside. It was worth it for the higher-ups to use a diversion tactic. Unfortunately, no matter how much he planned, he was still lacking. Everything was under his control. The group entered. Chapter 4983. This place was indeed a bit different from what Lin Fei had imagined. Along the way there were all sorts of tricks, big and small. However, they required special methods to resolve them all. It had to be said that this place was quite powerful. At the very least, if it weren't for these geniuses coming down, Lin Fei wouldn't have been able to get in so easily. The 7 geniuses all charged forward. They were very afraid that Lin Fei would destroy them all at once. Right now, they didn't even have any thoughts of resisting. They couldn't even block a single palm. Just like that, they were suppressed. The opponent's power was very likely at the god level. Although the possibility was very low, the opponent's power was definitely something that the 7 of them wouldn't be a match for even if they joined forces. At other times, it would be fine. But at times like this, they had to accept their current situation. They couldn't just throw their lives away because of a moment of hesitation. They didn't even see one of them die. They couldn't even take a single blow and they died. It really wasn't easy to train to this level. Half an hour later, they arrived at the end of this place. There was a huge pool of blood. The surging blood water was tumbling non-stop. At the same time, rays of divine light were shining brightly inside and swimming non-stop. Upon seeing the pool of blood, the 7 geniuses were very excited. But then, their faces became extremely ugly. Nobody understood one thing better than them. This place wasn't worthy of them at all. Lin Fei's gaze fell upon the pool of blood. With one look, he knew that this pool of blood wasn't simple at all. This was because there was a special divine light within it. This special substance could greatly increase a person's life force. If it was any other time, it wouldn't be a big deal. But right now, Lin Fei really admired the people of the 2nd level. They even knew about this place. This place could indeed allow a first-rate person to become a super-rate person. In other words, there was an 80% chance that a demigod would be able to break through to the god level. However, there was a possibility of reaching the 10th level after coming out of this place. This was definitely a meteoric rise. It was no wonder that the chosen ones paid so much attention to this place. Even the blue fairy, who was at the back, could see it clearly. If he could experience the benefits of this place, he would be able to improve his life potential by a lot, and he would be able to experience a drastic increase. In the future, he would be able to break through to a higher realm. This is the deity's lake, one of the geniuses said with a trembling voice. At the same time, the others also obediently stood to the side, not daring to stand in front at all. They were afraid that if they stood there, Lin Fei's mind would change a lot, and when that happened, he would kill them all. It is indeed a pretty good place. It is filled with all sorts of divine lights and is filled with all sorts of mysteries. Can indeed increase one's potential. Most importantly, one's fleshly body can rapidly improve. That is the key. With a strong fleshly body, a strong life force will naturally be strong. Lin Fei knew what was going on the moment he saw the deity's lake. He reached out and grabbed it. Beams of divine light converged, turning into a ball. Then it condensed and condensed. The originally roiling deity's lake suddenly became quiet. The expressions of the 7 chosen ones instantly changed. They had never imagined that the deity's lake, the divinity and all the essence would be grabbed by Lin Fei in an instant. It turned into a resplendent pearl in his hand. The surrounding dazzling divine light made them gulp uncontrollably. They wanted to snatch it away immediately. However, they knew that if they made a move, they would immediately die. Such a small thing actually made the chosen ones of the 2nd level come down. What should I say? Lin Fei played with the pearl in his hand. This deity's lake was indeed incredible. It contained all sorts of divinity essences. And now, Lin Fei had condensed all of them and turned them into one. It could be said that whoever absorbed and refined this thing would be able to greatly increase their potential. It's a pity that you are all my enemies. Those who came down from the 2nd level are all my enemies. Therefore, I never give any benefits to my enemies. Little Bai, you've been with me for so long. I'll give this to you. It'll help you reach the heavens in a single step. Lin Fei smiled and flicked his finger. He flicked the pearl in front of the blue fairy. This time, the 7 heavens chosen were shocked. Even Fairy Greenstream was shocked. She had never expected that she would be the one to get this item. This was a top-notch item. If she absorbed and refined it, she would have a chance of becoming a medium deity in a few decades or even 100 years. This was definitely a huge opportunity. It was definitely the kind of opportunity that no one dared to think about. She had never imagined that it would be her turn. Thank you, Your Excellency. Thank you, Your Excellency. The pearl was in the blue fairy's hands. She felt that staying on this level was the luckiest thing. Not only had her fleshly body reached the level of a lower deity, but her potential had also improved. In the future, if anyone said that being a maid had no future, the blue fairy would definitely have a good fight with them. The 7 chosen ones were all envious. Of course, they knew why the blue fairy was on this level. It was because she had been captured by Lin Fei and kept by his side. She had even become a maid for a long time. She had stayed there for hundreds of years. Now, it seemed that being a maid was treated better than being on the island. Refine it now. I'll help you. Lin Fei laughed. He let the blue fairy choose to refine it. The blue fairy did not hesitate. She directly swallowed the pearl. In an instant, a violent force surged out. Lin Fei's palm landed on her back. The surging force suppressed her. In an instant, the divine light was integrated into every inch of the blue fairy's body. In this short period of time, the blue fairy had been reborn. Her realm was still the same, but the 7 chosen ones could feel that the blue fairy had undergone a huge change. Such a change was not as simple as it seemed. They were originally a bit stronger than the blue fairy, but now they felt that they would not be able to beat her in a one-on-one fight. The blue fairy opened her eyes again. She was completely different from before. She was full of divinity, full of divine light, and full of vigor. Thank you, Your Excellency. I have completely refined it. The blue fairy had never thought that she would have such a day. She had never dared to dream about it. Just look at those heavenly geniuses. Their saliva is about to drip down. Chapter 4984. The blue fairy had advanced by leaps and bounds in an instant. This scene really made the 7 heavens chosen feel extremely envious. He had joined a large sect or faction for the sake of better cultivation. Now all the resources had been taken away by Fairy Greenstream. This deity's lake would be completely ruined. Apart from this thing, do you know what other good things are in here? If any of you can tell me, I can let you go in advance if I'm in a good mood. After settling such a small matter, Lin Fei looked at the 7 proud sons of heaven again. His method just now was indeed very simple and ordinary, but only those who knew about it understood one thing. Just looking at the Bai Yao now, one would know how powerful that move was. As long as Fairy Bai Yu was given time and opportunity, her strength would increase by another level. She would need at least a few decades to break through to the level of a middle god. In any case, she would definitely become a middle god within 100 years. At that time, her strength would definitely be guaranteed. If they were to fight now, they would not have any advantage. The 7 proud sons of heaven looked at each other and could not think of anything for a while. It seemed that there was nothing else on this level except the deity's lake. However, Lin Fei's words deeply hurt them. They seemed to understand that if they did not explain this matter clearly, they might suffer a great loss. If it was any other time, it would naturally not matter. But now it was a bit troublesome. If they did not explain this matter clearly, who knew what kind of trouble they would encounter? If they were unlucky, they might even lose their lives here. Therefore, they kept thinking and pondering. Even if it was just some hearsay, they immediately recalled it. I heard that there seems to be other treasures in this deity's lake. I heard that it was left behind by an expert a long, long time ago. As for the specifics, I don't know. One of the proud sons of heaven said in a low voice. Even he himself was not sure, but he did not want to die here. Even if it was just hearsay, he wanted to say it out loud. In any case, it could be considered a declaration and an attitude. The other proud sons of heaven were stunned for a moment, but they also agreed one after another. I seem to have heard that there is indeed a treasure in the deity's pool, but we don't know about it. With Milord's strength, you should be able to find it. That was all they could say. Lin Fei frowned slightly. He also believed in their words. There was a possibility that there was something here. So he decided to wait and see if it was really as they said. What if he was lucky? Crash. Lin Fei's thoughts instantly fell on this place. He began to search inch by inch. He wanted to see if he could find it. This place wasn't very big, but for Lin Fei, he could still clearly see the changes in this place. It would be great if he could find it. With a loud rumbling sound, the place they were at exploded inch by inch. No one expected Lin Fei to be so direct. It began to blast open the ground and seep all the way down. None of them dared to utter a single word. Just like that, the deity's pool that had been passed down for a long time began to crack. When it was about to reach the bottom, it emitted a beam of divine light. As soon as this beam of divine light appeared, the geniuses directly fell to the ground. They couldn't bear it. Only the blue fairy was still relaxed. After all, her physical body had reached the level of a lower god. The one who easily withstood it was Lin Fei. His eyes were shining. It was just as they said. There was a slight change below. There was actually such a beam of divine light. Another hand reached down and covered the beam of divine light. The beam of divine light kept attacking, but it couldn't break through Lin Fei's palm. In an instant, it was swept away. So there is another world below. Lin Fei smiled and rushed down. The 7 geniuses above did not dare to move. The blue fairy looked at them coldly. I advise you to stand still. Don't have any ideas. Your ideas won't work here. The 7 geniuses did have an idea, which was to leave this place. This was the only chance they had to leave. With the blue fairy here, things seemed to be a bit different. The blue fairy took all the benefits. Attack! The geniuses were all arrogant, but they knew that if they didn't join forces, they wouldn't be able to leave this place. Once Lin Fei returned, they wouldn't dare to do anything even if they were 100 times more courageous. Thus, their only chance was to break through the blue fairy's line of defense. I knew you would attack. Lin Fei had already rushed down. He didn't pay much attention to the commotion outside. Of course, he knew that although the 7 geniuses looked well-behaved, they actually had some ideas and came down on their own. They would definitely charge out. Now, it all depended on the blue fairy's performance. As for the result, Lin Fei shouldn't be too disappointed. There wasn't any danger along the way. In the blink of an eye, they reached the end. After reaching the end, a series of saber intents swept over, covering the sky and covering the earth like a meteor shower. Looking back, these meteor-like saber intents directly disintegrated. They couldn't even get close to Lin Fei's surroundings. At this moment, Lin Fei only knew that there was such a saber cave under the deity's pool. There were sabers everywhere in his field of vision. These sabers were all inserted into the rocks. At a glance, there were at least tens of thousands of sabers. Some were broken, some were old, but without exception, they all fell into these rocks. Lin Fei sensed a bit and sensed a very domineering aura. This domineering aura actually made Lin Fei feel a little familiar. My God! This aura actually makes me feel familiar. It seems to be similar to the super ancient eternal body on my body. In other words, this blade should be a blade left behind from the primordial era. At this moment, Lin Fei seemed to know what was the best here. He pushed forward the super ancient eternal body. The moment the super ancient eternal body was unleashed, Lin Fei could feel that something was faintly discernible somewhere, forming a certain connection. I found you, come here. With a loud laugh, he raised his hand and grabbed an inconspicuous saber. This saber belonged to the most ordinary Zamadeo. There was a dangerous aura inside. Once this dangerous aura burst out, it would definitely be very terrifying. Even an ordinary person wouldn't be able to withstand it. This was what made this saber extraordinary, and only someone like Lin Fei could feel it. Fortunately, he had cultivated the super ancient eternal body, so he could sense the change in this aura. Chapter 4985. Lin Fei was quite surprised. He didn't expect to find a Zamadeo below. This Zamadeo actually contained the aura of the primordial era, which was a little thought-provoking. No matter what, such a treasured saber had appeared before Lin Fei. No matter what, he had to put it away first. Lin Fei's thoughts were still very simple. Voila! The Zamadeo directly slashed towards Lin Fei. Following that, the Zamadeo seemed to have turned into a shadow. An indomitable figure wielding a Zamadeo slashed down again and again. Every slash contained the might of the primordial era, and in one breath, 3 slashes came over. What a guy! The power of each slash was more overbearing than the last. If it was someone else, they would have been killed on the spot by these 3 slashes. Primordial eternal body! Take it! Lin Fei bellowed, and his entire body underwent a huge change. Following that, the fist in his hand smashed over. In that instant, he had already punched out over 100 times. This was one of the benefits of Lin Fei's powerful body. 100 punches in a second could be said to be extremely terrifying. Every punch landed on these light blades, causing loud rumbling sounds. The entire time only lasted for a few breaths of time. Just like that, the 3 slashes of the primordial shadow were blocked by Lin Fei. Even though he was able to withstand it, Lin Fei's body had an additional bloodstain. One of the 3 slashes landed on Lin Fei's body, leaving a long wound. One of Lin Fei's hand had already grabbed the hilt of the Zamadeo. No matter how much the Zamadeo struggled, it couldn't break free. Lin Fei spat out a mouthful of blood on it, and in the blink of an eye, the Zamadeo was refined. At this moment, Lin Fei let out a long sigh of relief. As expected of a weapon from the primordial era, it's actually so terrifying. This shadow slashed out 3 times, and one of them almost took my life. Even though Lin Fei looked relaxed just now, Lin Fei knew that it was not a big deal. However, only he knew in his heart how he had withstood those 3 strikes just now. It was really abnormally terrifying. If it was the infinite god body from before, he felt that he wouldn't be able to withstand it no matter what. He might even suffer a huge loss. The Zamadeo in his hand was very ordinary. Even if he threw it on the street, no one would look at it. However, it was this Zamadeo that was filled with terrifying power. It almost took Lin Fei's life. My power has already reached that of a mid-level deity, yet it was still very strenuous for me to withstand 3 blades. It's all thanks to this body and its powerful explosive power. With this Zamadeo, my strength will skyrocket. Even if I encounter a high god expert, I will be able to fight for a while. Lin Fei was very clear about the effect of the Zamadeo in his hands. It was really terrifying. Lin Fei was really grateful to the big shots on the upper level for giving him such a big gift. Most likely, they themselves didn't know what kind of treasures were hidden below. Even if their shadows came down, they might not be able to withstand the 3 primordial sabers. Suddenly, Lin Fei frowned slightly. A light flashed through his eyes, and he couldn't help but laugh out loud. I didn't expect that not only did I obtain this Zamadeo, but I also obtained the 3 primordial sabers that this saber uses. This saber technique was called the primordial 3 sabers. 3 sabers. One saber after another had to be unleashed in one breath, and at the same time a certain secret technique had to be used. Therefore, the power of these 3 sabers would be extremely powerful. The strangest thing was that the most terrifying of the 3 primordial sabers should be the second saber. It would definitely catch many people off guard. And the third saber was the finishing blow. No one would even dare to think about it. Lin Fei closed his eyes and rested for a while. Suddenly, he struck out with his saber. His entire person became boundless and domineering. Swoosh, 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 3 sabers slashed out. These 3 sabers were like stairs, one saber after the other, but in reality, they were all connected. In an instant, they exploded with terrifying power. The void was instantly split into 3. It is indeed a powerful saber technique. Although the power of this technique isn't as strong as the opponent's, it is still extremely powerful. On this level, my battle prowess is even stronger. Coupled with my primordial eternal body and the 3 primordial sabers, I will definitely be able to make the 3 gods suffer. The more Lin Fei closed his eyes, the more powerful it was. In addition, Lin Fei already had 100,000 strands of divine power in his body. Once he used it, it would be extremely terrifying. With the strength of a god, he could instantly explode with the battle prowess of a high god. If I continuously use the 3 primordial sabers, or rather ordinary saber techniques, then I can fight for a long time. But once I use the 3 primordial sabers, I can at most use it for an hour. If he were to use the 3 primordial sabers for an hour, it would be extremely terrifying. Lin Fei knew better than anyone else that even a high god wouldn't be able to withstand his attacks for a short period of time. Ordinary high gods would definitely be able to kill him, unless he was a top-tier high god with a top-tier treasure. Previously, Lin Fei hadn't dared to be certain. But now, he was 100% certain. Whoosh! Lin Fei walked out. Behind him, one saber light after another slashed out, instantly turning the place into a complete mess. Lin Fei had completely destroyed all traces of this place, leaving nothing behind. No one would know that he had obtained an primordial artifact from this place. If the big shots up there knew, they would probably cry themselves to sleep in the toilet. If they had known earlier, they would have risked their lives to come down as well. Unfortunately, even if they came down now, they wouldn't be able to obtain the primordial artifact because Lin Fei had already taken it away. The battle outside was already very intense. Several geniuses were attacking the Blue Fairy together. The Blue Fairy's combat power was extremely terrifying. Relying on her powerful physical body, she was actually able to fight against 7 of them without being at a disadvantage. On the contrary, the 7 geniuses were all suffering quite a bit. She was too strong, too strong. They couldn't beat her at all. The more the geniuses fought, the more flustered they became. They didn't expect that, after just a few hundred years, they would actually be weaker than the Blue Fairy. She was able to defeat all 7 of them by herself. Even though they were all injured, it was still too embarrassing for them. All of you lie down. Suddenly, Fairy Green Stream split into a dozen or so copies of herself. Then, one attack after another rang out as the 7 chosen of heaven were sent flying and slammed into the ground. They couldn't get up for a while. The Blue Fairy looked at the fallen geniuses. She shook her head in disappointment. Back then, your potential surpassed mine. Now, I'm even more powerful than you. The Blue Fairy's words were like a nail that landed in their hearts. They felt extremely bitter and helpless. She was speaking the truth. They really weren't a match for her. Chapter 4986. Seeing this scene, Lin Fei applauded. He wasn't surprised at all. After all, the Blue Fairy was completely different from before. His potential was undeniable. No matter how strong these 7 geniuses were, could they be stronger than the Blue Fairy? They were definitely thinking too much. You guys are too much. Why don't you just stand there obediently? It's a pity that you want to escape from here. Lin Fei shook his head. He waved his hand. With a loud rumbling sound, the 7 geniuses were sent flying. They were already injured. Now their injuries were even more serious than before. They couldn't stand up at all. Lin Fei raised his hand again and grabbed with his 5 fingers. The 7 geniuses were all sent flying. We should be glad that we are still of some use. Otherwise, you would have been turned into ashes just now. Lin Fei brought the 7 geniuses and left the place. As they left, the place collapsed. A force swept across and turned it into nothingness. Once again, they were near the passageway. The 7 geniuses were thrown to the side. They were frozen. The blue fairy watched coldly at the side. Lin Fei wasn't surprised at all. Of course, there was more excitement in his heart, and more of a kind of achievement. His master was domineering, mighty, and domineering. He was completely different from what he had imagined. The people above should be able to see that these 7 proud sons of heaven are causing trouble here, so I have taken them down. Come down and let's have a good chat. Otherwise, these 7 proud sons of heaven will be completely dead. It's not easy for them to reach the first-class potential, and they are only 1 step away from the super first class. Lin Fei's voice wasn't very loud, but it had spread to another world. Those big shots would definitely know. He waved his hand again. The 7 geniuses were taken away directly. They returned to the underground palace. The blue fairy also came back. How is it? Has your talent potential increased again? The 7 geniuses were all sent away and locked up in the same place. Their powers were also sealed by Lin Fei. All the treasures on him were taken away. It could be said that they had been beaten back to their original state with a single move. Thank you, my lord, for allowing me to have today's achievements. The blue fairy was very excited. She was able to take down 7 proud sons of heaven by herself. This kind of combat power was really too great. Even if he returned to where his sect was located, his strength would still be exceptionally strong. It's your destiny to be my maidservant. What do you think those big shots will think about this? Lin Fei sat down, ready to listen to the blue fairy's opinion. After all, the blue fairy had stayed there for a long time and knew more about it than he did. The blue fairy thought for a while and said, "Those big shots should be paying a lot of attention to these 7 geniuses because they all have great potential. In the future, they will surely have the opportunity to break through to the mid-god realm. The reason why they came down this time should be for them to strengthen themselves so that they can break through to the high god realm in the future, even though the possibility is very low." Lin Fei's idea was no different from the idea that there must be a limit. Although my lord is very invincible on this level, you still have to be careful of these guys. It wasn't easy for her to follow such a big potential backer. Of course, the blue fairy didn't want to miss the opportunity to continue to improve, so she had to remind him. Don't worry. As long as they come to this level, they won't be so easy to take advantage of. Lin Fei smiled. Now was not the same as before. It was completely different from the past. In the blink of an eye, several days had passed. Several figures suddenly descended on this level. As soon as they descended, there was a fluctuation in the void, and then a layer of power crushed down, keeping their strength at the same level. The 3 figures wore calm expressions. This time we suffered a big loss. This guy called Lin Fei is quite capable. He took them all down in one go. This time, no matter what tricks this guy has up his sleeves, we must cripple him. Otherwise, this floor will be out of our control. These 3 were the figures of big shots. They were very powerful. Even if they were suppressed by this layer of power, they still had the combat power of a peak lower god. Even if they were a peak lower god, even if a real peak lower god came, they would not be a match for any of them. They would be crushed directly. Swoosh! The 3 figures instantly disappeared. When they reappeared, they were near the underground palace. Near the underground palace. The 3 of them revealed themselves. One of the thin figures raised his hand and slapped toward the underground palace. However, before he reached the underground palace, a figure came out. With a wave of his hand, a wave of power came up, and the power disappeared without a trace. "Young man, you are finally willing to come out." The thin figure looked at the young man coldly. It was this young man who caused such a big commotion. The scene that they had been looking forward to for a long time was also destroyed by this young man. He had actually predicted it in advance. "I have also been waiting for you for a long time. Finally, we can have a good chat. From the moment they came down, Lin Fei knew that the big shots could not sit still. After all, the 7 geniuses were quite important. If they died, it would be a huge loss. It was not easy to train them. Since you are here, let's go in and have a cup of tea. After all, you are also big shots. I don't think the 3 of you will bully me. I am a bit impatient. If I really want to fight, I can kill the 7 geniuses with a single thought. The expressions of the 3 people changed slightly. Even though they were used to seeing big storms, they were still angered by this young man. This guy was too outrageous. He actually dared to say such words to them. Could it be that they didn't know that the 3 of them were real big shots, even though they weren't on this floor? Dealing with this Lin Fei would be a piece of cake. However, the 7 prideful geniuses were in his hands. Moreover, this fellow's methods were somewhat outrageous. The 3 of them followed him in. He pressed it horizontally. The 3 of them sat down, and Lin Fei sat opposite them. You've caused a huge ruckus this time, and you've even killed a proud son of heaven. Do you know how much trouble this will bring you? The speaker was a middle-aged man with white eyebrows. Fairy Greenstream's voice rang out in Lin Fei's ears. This is Ancestor Tianmen, that thin figure is Ancestor Luo, and the last one with a big round face is Ancestor Black Cloud. They all have the power of a high god. Chapter 4987. After hearing the Blue Fairy's words, Lin Fei knew that the 3 of them did have some background. They were all patriarchs. Each of them had the strength of an upper celestial. Their lineup was not small. He did not expect that 3 of them would come together. Lin Fei thought that it would be great if one of them came. He did not expect 3 of them to come at once. This was indeed a big scene. I didn't do anything. I'm just doing some small business on this floor. However, you guys seem to be too arrogant. As for me, I'm not good at other things, but I'm tough. So, this floor belongs to me now. 7 geniuses broke into someone else's place to steal things. How do you think we should settle this? After hearing Lin Fei's words, the faces of the 3 patriarchs darkened. A wave of boundless pressure came crashing down on them. This kid was too arrogant. He was so arrogant that he was out of control. Lin Fei, you have to understand one thing. Although we can't enter the first floor, you should know how strong the 3 of us are. Don't force us to fight. Otherwise, you won't be able to fight against the 3 of us. Patriarch Luo stared at Lin Fei and said. His voice was very cold, as if it came from the 9 heavens. It was frighteningly cold. Fellow Taoist Mo, don't scare this kid like that. If there's anything, we can talk it out. As long as you hand over the 7 heavens pridelings, as well as the items that you've obtained, this matter will naturally be written off. The Patriarch of Tianmen smiled as if he was trying to be a good person. How could Lin Fei not see that these 3 phantoms were indeed quite strong? Naturally, they had come to seek justice from him. Of course, justice would be obtained with their fists. Fists were the most durable thing no matter where they were. No one knew this better than Lin Fei. If they couldn't come to an agreement, they would naturally fight. It was a very simple matter. Yeah, I also feel that you shouldn't accidentally get into big trouble for cultivating to this realm at such a young age. So, you'd better hand over the things and follow us to the 2nd floor. With your strength, it won't be a problem for you to be a consecrator. The 3 patriarchs were indeed quite concerned. This young man was stronger than they had imagined. Even in front of them, they didn't feel any fear. They also knew that they hadn't used their full strength yet. Naturally, no one would let Lin Fei know what was going on. If they really fought, it would let Lin Fei know who was stronger. After all, young people were arrogant and thought that they were invincible on this floor. However, in their opinion, the invincibility of this level was more or less a joke. If they were to attack, they would have a good chance of taking care of Lin Fei. Patriarchs, is this why you came down to talk to me? Then all of you can scram. You won't be able to take the 7 of them with you, let alone the other items. I, Lin Fei, am not one to be scared. Patriarchs, Patriarch said. This wasn't a good situation for the 3 patriarchs. This guy was really full of himself. In that case, you don't want to accept our good intentions. That means you want us to fight. If we really fight, you're finished. The three of us haven't fought together for a very long time. Patriarch Mo Luo's tone became much fiercer. Young man, I think you should think about it. After all, Taoist Mo has a very bad temper. If we fight, I'm afraid you won't be able to handle it. You will never know how strong we are. Moreover, the power we have is far more terrifying than you can imagine. The great ancestor of the Tianmen sect smiled faintly with a calm expression. Patriarch He Yun snorted coldly. The three of us are already giving you face by sitting here. You can ask the people above. Who is qualified to let us sit here together? They felt that this Lin Fei guy was very bold. Even under such circumstances, he still didn't take them seriously. Therefore, they decided to use their fists. They would use their fists to beat this guy into submission. It would be a pity to kill someone with such potential. Lin Fei laughed out loud. Looks like you guys are ready to fight. That's fine. I've been wanting to see your skills for a long time. You overestimate yourself. You will never know exactly how powerful a high god is. Patriarch Mo Luo was the first to attack. He slapped his palm towards Lin Fei. The ripple-like energy instantly hit Lin Fei's body. Only a split second had passed from beginning to end. The energy of the water was very soft. It wasn't domineering at all. It was very different from Patriarch Mo Luo. However, this energy was extremely penetrating. It went through Lin Fei's body. Patriarch Tianmeng and Patriarch He Yun watched from the side. They didn't think much of it. Of course, they knew how strong Lin Fei was. Therefore, they went all out in an instant. They didn't dare to be careless. Of course, if they went all out, Lin Fei wouldn't be able to withstand it at all. The ripple-like energy went through Lin Fei's body and disappeared without a trace. Lin Fei, however, could sense how terrifying this power was. It lived up to its reputation of being a high god. Impressive. Superior god indeed. The phantom that came down is so strong. No wonder the three of you are so confident. If it was an ordinary person, he would have been killed by that attack. But for Lin Fei, his immemorial eternal body easily withstood it. After the opponent's water energy entered his body, it was instantly disintegrated. Not bad, not bad. You guys are really strong. But now it's my turn. Lin Fei laughed loudly. Suddenly, a sky full of fist shadows burst out. These fist shadows instantly greeted the three patriarchs. The three patriarchs were surprised. Then they left the palace. They reappeared in the sky. Even so, at this moment, they could feel the power of the fist that exploded out. Bang, 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 bang. They weren't able to escape from Lin Fei's attack range at all. At this moment, Lin Fei charged forward once more, and all of his fists landed on the three patriarchs. Since we've come to this level, let's take a good look at what it means to have my power. Everyone on this level has to listen to me. This was Lin Fei's full power. The three patriarchs were on the losing end of this attack. Every single wave of energy was extremely penetrative. More importantly, the power of these attacks didn't weaken at all. Instead, they remained at the same level. Chapter 4988. As soon as Lin Fei attacked, everything changed. At the very least, the three patriarchs could feel how powerful his opponent was, especially when the traditional power was extremely strong. At this moment, a powerful burst of power could penetrate through. Could be said that, if they didn't have a good defensive treasure, they really wouldn't be able to withstand it. Lin Fei kept moving. Greater teleportation. At this moment, he was at his limit, constantly appearing and disappearing around the three patriarchs. The three patriarchs couldn't pull away at all. As soon as they fought, they felt the penetrative power land on their bodies. Even flesh and blood would have cracks on them. Not to mention that they were just phantoms without flesh and blood. Thus, they suffered greatly from this attack. This kid is too strong, too strong. I never thought that he would be so strong. His speed is extremely fast. He should have mastered some secret techniques of space. If we were to fight with this guy, he would be very difficult to deal with. We all underestimated this guy's ability. He really is different. As soon as they attacked, the three of them were forced to retreat because they couldn't pull away at all. and Lin Fei's close combat techniques were indeed very powerful. I've been waiting for you three for a long time. Lin Fei's attack speed was getting faster and faster, and one figure after another was constantly shuttling back and forth. The three patriarchs all felt a wave of helplessness. If they were up there, they naturally wouldn't have anything to fear. They didn't have much confidence in this trip. After all, they only had the battle power of a peak demigod. Unfortunately, the battle power of a peak demigod couldn't handle this Lin Fei at all. His power was even more terrifying than they had imagined. As soon as they fought, they knew that this time, they basically had to return without any results. The longer they fought, the more they felt helpless. This time, they really had come to the wrong place. All the experts on this floor had also noticed the commotion. This was because the commotion in this area was indeed quite big. It was filled with divine might. Without even thinking, they knew that a demigod was fighting here. There were also some demigod-level experts in the distant void. They also saw the commotion here. In his heart, he felt what was terrifying. That Lin Fei was actually able to fight against three demigods by himself. Most importantly, this guy's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. With such strength, how could they fight against him? At the same time, on the second floor, these major forces also turned their attention to this floor. Of course, they knew that an amazing fellow had appeared on this floor. His tone was quite arrogant, claiming to be the king of this place. In their eyes, it was just a joke. But now they felt that it was not a joke at all. Who would have thought that even Ancestor Mo Luo and Ancestor He Yu would be at a disadvantage? None of them are a match for Lin Fei. In a huge, dark palace, a vertical eye stared straight ahead. It was the scene of the battle on the first floor. Looks like the second level is about to get more and more interesting. It's been a long time since we've had such fresh blood. In a vast ocean, there was also a figure sitting there fishing. His gaze pierced through the layers of void and landed on the first floor. If nothing unexpected happens, this kid will become famous after this battle. The difference is truly enormous. The figure suddenly lifted up, and an enormous creature that was hundreds of meters long was lifted up just like that. With a shake of his fishing rod, the enormous creature landed back onto the surface of the water with a boom. Just like that, we'll have our delicacies tonight. Scenes like this appeared in many places on the second floor. The gazes of those major figures all fell on the first floor. Even if they couldn't come down, they still had all sorts of treasures that they could see very clearly. Right now, the ones who suffered the most were the three patriarchs. Naturally, they could see everything clearly, and their faces turned ashen. It was comparable to Cole. This time, he had really embarrassed himself to his grandmother's house. The difference was too great. If they had known that this fellow was so powerful, they definitely wouldn't have gone down so rashly. A peak stage demigod actually wasn't a match for him. Fortunately, they would at most suffer a bit. All they had to do was retrieve the image. They would let him continue being arrogant on the first floor. Lin Fei, the three of us will remember this today. I hope that when you come to the second floor, you can still be as overbearing as you were today. The Patriarch of Elysium snorted coldly and prepared to leave. He didn't plan to stay on this floor. There was no benefit in staying. The Patriarch of Elysium wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. The other two also had such thoughts. They couldn't continue fighting. They didn't have any advantage at all. As soon as they started fighting, they suffered greatly and consumed a lot of energy. If this situation continued, they wouldn't have a good ending at all. You want to leave? It's not that easy. I have the final say on this floor. Even if you major figures come, it's useless. There was only a bright ray of light that swept past in an instant. No one could sense what this ray of light was like, because it disappeared in an instant. However, the three figures of the Patriarch of Elysium and the other two stopped. Then, a terrifying ray of light swept past their bodies. Inch by inch, they split apart and completely disappeared. On the second floor, the three of them spat out a mouthful of blood. Just at this moment, they lost a shadow and a divine thought just like that. The major figures who were originally observing sucked in a breath of cold air one after another. They stared at Lin Fei's figure below. Who can tell me what kind of method he used just now? He actually destroyed the 3 shadows of the patriarchs with one move. He's too powerful. He actually destroyed 3 shadows. This time, he has completely offended all 3 of them. It seems like he used a saber technique. I don't know what kind of saber technique it is. It seems like he slashed 3 times in one breath. Good lord. This guy is also a saber user. There were still some experts who saw the movement just now. They were very shocked in their hearts. At the same time, they remembered Lin Fei. No wonder they said that he was fighting for the throne. With such strength, even they couldn't do anything to him unless he ran to the 2nd floor. Lin Fei had indeed used a saber technique just now. He used the immemorial 3 blades and slashed 3 times in one breath. Like a stream of light, he killed the 3 shadows. How could Lin Fei let them leave this place? If they really left, it would be too easy for them. He had to make a name for himself in this battle. He had to let them know that he had the final say on this floor, not the 3 of them. Even if they came down from above, they had to behave. I advise those who want to sneak down to be prepared. My saber is merciless.